Chapter 661, A New Level. Chapter 661, A New Level. On planet Heber, Bloodshed Land's headquarters, the intelligence of the front line was transmitted back to the command post. Jord requested to see Heber. He felt that he had to report Black Star's performance. Heber sat on the enormous throne inside the palace. After hearing Jord's report, not only was he not angry, he showed an interesting expression instead. He slowly spoke with a thunderous voice. I was not wrong. Black Star is wasting his talent under Ames. He should have come to be my subordinate. Heber shook his head. He had always thought Han Xiao was very capable, but Han Xiao had rejected him twice. He definitely would not invite him a third time. Clint isn't very happy. They think that Black Star is an unstable factor and should be eliminated as soon as possible, Jord said. I don't need them to teach me how to fight a war, Heber said. What do my 8 Vanguard officials think? Foster said that he has brought shame to Bloodshed Land's name and is very embarrassed. He will use 100 victories to wash away today's shame. Jord chose his words carefully. The truth was, Foster's was not as emotionally stable as Jord said he was. He was almost depressed. The Bloodshed Land's position won't decrease because of just one battle, Heber replied. He's a winner, so he shouldn't act like a loser. In the entire Shattered Star Ring, there are dozens of Calamity Grades that have the potential to become a Beyond Grade A. However, after so many years, there are still only 4 Beyond Grade As. After a pause, a fierce vibe came from Heber. Jord felt as if his neck had been grabbed by someone, and his breath stopped for a moment. Potential is just potential. With me here, there's no need to fear anyone. Jord was instantly motivated. Heber's confidence was what made it worth following him till the end. At the same time, on the Purple Crystal Civilization's mother planet, the 2 losses of Section 0 had made the Purple Crystal upper echelons very unsatisfied. Black Star's performance was the only good news among all the bad news. The high-level government officials from the relevant departments hosted a private meeting to discuss Black Star. Beyond Grade A seeds are extremely rare. Although the Dragon Emperor is neutral, Black Star is on Purple Crystal's side. He has remarkably high investment value. That's right. Black Star's force is in the Colton Star Cluster, so he's close to us. If he can become a Beyond Grade A, this means that a Beyond Grade A force will appear in Colton. This will make up for our disadvantage compared to Klent. The Purple Crystal Civilization was very jealous of Klent Kingdom having Bloodshed Land as an ally. If they had a Beyond Grade A organization as an ally as well, they would not have to spend so much effort to create Section 0, and they would not be at such a disadvantage in the Secret War. Black Star had the potential, and he was much more motivated than the Dragon Emperor. Considering his political affiliation, the Purple Crystal Civilization felt that he was worthy of investing in. This meeting was to discuss their attitude toward Black Star in the future. They saw longer-term benefits in Han Xiao beyond this war. Star Cluster civilizations were not afraid of Beyond Grade As, but that did not mean that they did not want one. The various Star Cluster civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring were all very serious in cultivating supers. They built many schools to educate students with potential, producing talented people every year as fresh blood being supplied to the various departments. However, they could only cultivate Calamity Grades at most. There was completely no hope in raising a Beyond Grade A. This was not something that could be created through a certain procedure. Therefore, a Beyond Grade A seed who was close to the Purple Crystal Civilization was more than enough to make those high-level officials put down whatever they were dealing with and go for a meeting to discuss it. If Black Star becomes a Beyond Grade A, we can help him to build his Beyond Grade A organization into an organization that can match the Bloodshed Land. This way, Klent will no longer have this advantage. Also, this will make us more influential in the star field. Cultivating our own Beyond Grade A ally is a good idea, but Black Star will have to fulfill his potential. They discussed for some time and finally came to an agreement. They would change the way they invested in Black Star, increasing the resources provided to the Black Star Army. After all, the cost of building a relationship with a Calamity Grade was incomparable to the cost of building a relationship with a Beyond Grade A. The earlier they made this investment, the smaller the cost. Purple Crystal did not lack resources. They were willing to invest early and bet on Black Star's potential. At the same time, they decided to promote the Black Star Army's position in Section 0. They would heavily focus on Black Star's growth and provide him with a certain amount of protection to prevent other organizations from secretly targeting him. A Beyond Grade A seed was a new level that exceeded normal Calamity grades. Every one of them was the focus of various organizations. The fame brought by this fight had completely changed the Star Cluster civilization's attitudes toward Han Xiao. With people spreading the information, the news that Black Star had become a new Beyond Grade A seed quickly spread throughout the Shattered Star Ring. Countless galactic residents knew about this, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that almost everyone in the Shattered Star Ring did. Even those Star Cluster civilizations that had no conflict with the Purple Crystal civilization were not willing to watch Purple Crystal obtain someone that might become a Beyond Grade A in the future. With the motive of bringing him more attention so that he would be targeted by more people, not only did they not hide their attention on Han Xiao, they deliberately leaked it. In the process of spreading, the news was twisted again and again. In the end, it shockingly became, Black Star will be the 5th Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring in the future. This was much more shocking than him being a Beyond Grade A seed. It was basically pushing Han Xiao onto the throne in advance. Countless people were stunned. The big organizations knew that this was bullsh*t. But most people did not know the details. Under the various exaggerated reports, many people really believed in this rumor and started to spread the news that the 5th Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring was about to appear. This news reached Floating Dragon Island as well. Whoosh! The alloy gate of the training room opened, and Gila walked out while wiping the sweat on her forehead. Over the past few years while she was training on Floating Dragon Island, she had changed out of her black battle suit and gotten herself a specially tailored red windbreaker made with a special cloth. It was engraved with a high-level shield and was also enchanted to enhance her Esper ability. If Han Xiao was there now, he would definitely feel that it looked very familiar. The design of this windbreaker was very similar to what he had worn when he was Black Phantom. It's been almost 3 years. I'm getting more and more skilled in my ability. According to the universal standard, I've stabilized at Grade B based on my current growth. I should be able to become Grade B+ within 3 years. Ames said that I have the potential to become a Calamity grade. Feeling more and more proficient in her Esper ability, Gila was joyous. Ames was a master of the Esper class, so the experiences she taught her benefited her hugely. In order to catch up to Han Xiao, Gila never slacked off. She was satisfied with her progress. This was the result that she had earned with sweat and hard work. Sis, I have good news. Just as Gila was about to go back to rest, Aurora quickly ran to her with a face filled with joy. What good news? Gila was in quite a good mood. She pinched Aurora's tender cheeks and smiled. It's about Han Xiao. Everyone is saying that he will very soon become a Beyond Grade A Super. Even the news reported this. Aurora raised the communicator that was playing the news right in front of Gila and could not wait to share this with Gila. Gila was stunned. He's about to become a Beyond Grade A? Ames was a Beyond Grade A. Did that not mean that Han Xiao was going to be as strong as Ames? Gila clenched her teeth. She had initially been very satisfied with her progress, but now she felt like she could not catch up to Han Xiao no matter what. She felt immense pressure. Compared to him, this progress is not worth mentioning. I'm still not working hard enough. Aurora was still speaking with excitement. Suddenly, she saw Gila turn around and walk into the training room, closing the door behind her. The next moment, the light showing that the training room was in use lit up. Sis, Aurora was stunned. Neither of them noticed that Ames was hovering in midair above, watching them. With such a strong personality, Gila will progress faster than expected. Ames smiled. Although she was lazy, she liked how hardworking Gila was. Every Beyond Grade A had gone through a period of time when they worked extremely hard and built their own legend before they became a Beyond Grade A. In Gila, she felt like she saw her younger self. As for Black Star, Ames could not understand what was going on with him at all. As Han Xiao achieved astonishing things one time after another, Ames' impression of him was shattered and reformed many times. At this time, she was not even willing to try to speculate Han Xiao's potential. She had just one word for Han Xiao: unfathomable. Ames had never thought that a mercenary whom she casually recruited would achieve the things that he had achieved. Her requirement for Han Xiao was now as low as it could get. As long as Black Star stayed by her, she would be satisfied. Half of the star field was talking about him, and the news was exaggerated again and again, such that even Han Xiao was embarrassed by it. Are they really talking about me? When did I fight Tyrant to a draw? When did I chase Ames? When did I make the announcement to challenge the Crimson Dynasty? When did I chat casually with Austin as if we're friends? Oh, this is actually true. Han Xiao was completely speechless. Don't these reporters know that they have to be responsible for these things they say? After returning to the Garten star system base, he finally felt the effect of this matter. The Godaran civilization's attitude changed visibly. They were much more respectful and actively suggested to extend their partnership, as well as open up more resource channels to provide him more rare resources. Han Xiao even heard that Serbia V was preparing to tour the star system and would be going to planet Golden Gate first to visit him publicly. The resources given by the Purple Crystal Civilization to make up for his losses had arrived at the base. Just the cash was already more than 10 million anas, much more than what the Purple Crystal Civilization had promised. The quantity of resources had also multiplied. This was a completely pleasant surprise. Han Xiao tooted. He knew that what he had done was sensational, but he had underestimated how sensational it would be. It was crystal clear how much more serious the Purple Crystal Civilization was about him. This sped up the plan that he had made before the war started. He quickly told Philip, Herluz, and Sylvia to settle the matters on replenishing the lost battleships and people before going to the training room. He took out the communicator and opened the data that the Purple Crystal sent to him on abnormal state energy. When I finish learning this knowledge, I will be many times stronger. My mechanical armies being wiped out is a good opportunity to renew them completely. Excited, Han Xiao opened his interface. Mechanic class cutting-edge knowledge, abnormal state energy detected. Spend 12 potential points to learn? Yes, learning in progress. Do not cancel. 9%, 43%, 78%. Successfully learned. You have learned abnormal state energy. Complex and difficult knowledge flew into Han Xiao's head. He digested it for a while and took a deep breath. Of course, him telling Ralph that he needed a whole month to learn was bullsh*t. The others had no way to know that he could learn things so quickly. Finally, I have my first cutting-edge knowledge. Han Xiao was content. He achieved the class advancement requirement at the same time. A notification popped up on the interface immediately. Class advancement requirements completed. You have received a new class, Truth Mechanic LV.1, plus 210 energy, plus 2 STR, plus 4 DEX, plus 4 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 7 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. I did it. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Truth Mechanic was a high-level class in the Mechanic class, 1 level higher than Galaxy Mechanic. Its level limit was 25. The name represented the fact that the Mechanic would start to learn the truths about machines in this stage. However, to the players in his previous life, this name had another meaning. Within my attack range, I'm the truth. Chapter 662 Multiplied Strength. Chapter 662 Multiplied Strength. Han Xiao calmed his mood and looked at the new abilities given by the class advancement. You have received talent, machinery truth knowledge. You have acquired ability, extreme energy output. You have acquired ability, logic program strengthening. You have acquired ability, deep data implantation. Your talent, virtual technology essence, has been enhanced. Your ability, strengthened smart defense, has been enhanced. Your ability, strengthened hacking, has been enhanced. Your ability, quantum network matrix, has been enhanced. Han Xiao nodded. After choosing virtual technology essence, each subsequent class advancement would enhance the virtual technology abilities and talents. Several important abilities of the virtual mechanic were strengthened, and there were 2 new virtual technology abilities. The effect of logic program strengthening was to carry out multiple upgrades for artificial intelligence to improve their calculation efficiency. Phoebnovel.com Artificial intelligence was an important helper in both virtual attack and defense. The higher the level of artificial intelligence, the higher the success rate. This ability could be used to strengthen Philip. After all, Rista was an independent life. Philip was still the most loyal and adorable. Deep data implantation strengthened his latent intrusion ability. This ability allowed one to not attack the firewall, but spend time finding holes and gaps before quietly sending disguised data packets into the target's artificial intelligence program, not causing any alarms. This ability was not useful in direct battles because it would take a long time. However, it was perfectly suited for covert operations. The data packets could be hiding deep inside the enemy's artificial intelligence like probes that penetrated the bottom of the ocean. They could detect the movements of currents, filtering out useful intelligence. They could also act as a time bomb. At the same time, they could even dive into the bottom data layer of the target artificial intelligence, embed new logic, and secretly makes it betray its master. In addition to the improvement of some abilities, this class advancement gave him two new important abilities. Truth mechanics were famous for their high damage. Their specialty was turning mechanical soldiers into elites and enhancing the attributes of the machines. Machinery truth knowledge was the core talent of the truth mechanic. It blended the truth about machines into manufacture. This would comprehensively strengthen the machinery's armor, defense, energy core, weapon power, range, and other attributes. The degree of increase in each attribute varied from 40% to 15%. In summary, the strength increase of a single mechanical object was considerable. His manufacturing ability was greatly increased. Extreme energy output increased the output efficiency of the energy core. This was similar to expanding the mouth of the container to make water flow faster. It increased the power of the weapon based on the level of energy used, and the higher the level of energy used, the higher the damage bonus. According to Han Xiao's experience, using a cold nuclear reactor could increase the damage of a weapon by about 11%, while using psionic energy could increase its damage by 25 to 30%. The power of the psionic energy itself would already increase its damage. With the addition of these two abilities, it could increase his destructive power by several notches. The strength increase from this class advancement is even greater than the last. The basic attributes of mechanical structures are very important. Even if it's just increased by a little bit, my mechanical force bonus will amplify it. The truth mechanic is a significant milestone. With the increase of so many attributes as well as my mechanical force bonuses, this means that with the same sized mechanical army, my combat capability will be many times stronger now compared to before the class advancement. Han Xiao was satisfied. After the class advancement, the threat of his mechanical army would be tremendously higher to calamity grades. Thus, his combat capability was increased as all. At the higher stages of the main class, the benefits of class advancements would be increasing. The current level was 25, 5 levels above the promotion limit. This meant that the class advancement was even more difficult than promotion. With a large pool of experience, Han Xiao did not blink and fully leveled up his new abilities as well as leveled himself up to level 180. Truth Mechanic, leveled up to LV.11, plus 210 energy, plus 2 STR, plus 4 DEX, plus 4 END, plus 10 INT. You have received 6 free attribute points and 1 potential point. As always, he used the free attribute points on intelligence. The leveling up of himself and his abilities brought Han Xiao 13 potential points. He then leveled up a few blueprints to gain a few points. Together with his original savings, Han Xiao directly leveled up the cutting-edge knowledge, abnormal state energy, to LV.4. Each level cost him 12 potential points. His potential points were instantly emptied. The higher the level of the core knowledge, the better. This would affect the attributes of the mechanical army that he was about to rebuild. These were potential points that would be spent sooner or later, so Han Xiao had no hesitation. Anyway, he had a lot of experience, so he could get potential points from leveling up blueprints. Even though the triple cost hurt, he could still bear it. His total level reached 180, which was the promotion stage, and the promotion mission arrived on schedule. Level 180 Class Advancement Mission. The Ultimate Trial. Push through one's limits during battle, Ascend the hierarchy of life. Mission requirements. Acquire 50 trial points. Current progress. 0/50. The trial points are obtained by defeating the opponent. The opponent must be super of the same rank. 2 trial points will be earned by winning. A maximum of 4 trial points can be obtained from one person. If the opponent is 5 levels lower than you will not be able to get trial points. If your opponent is 20 or more levels higher than you will get 6 trial points after winning. The same target cannot be repeated. Han Xiao's face turned into delight. When he was level 60, he had triggered a similar trial-type promotion mission. This kind of mission was not difficult and would not cause his level to get stuck. The mission requirement was to fight supers of the same grade, Calamity Grade. Trial points would be given after a victory, which meant that sparring would do. Thus, there was no need to kill the opponent. For players, this task would be a bit tricky. They would have to look for Calamity Grade NPCs everywhere. Even if they did find one and requested to spar, it would still depend on whether that person wanted to fight the player. If the player attacked directly, it would anger the opponent's faction or organization. Players would have to spend almost all their time looking for opponents. Sometimes they would not even be able to win. However, to Han Xiao this was not an issue at all. With his network and connections in the Shattered Star Ring, it was way too easy to find someone to spar with. The Black Star Army alone already had 2 grade as. With Logi's personality, he would most likely not use his full strength, so those 6 trail points were basically guaranteed. Sadly, Reynolds' level was much lower than his, or he would be able to get 4 more points. I'm now level 180, not too high in grade A. It's easy to find an opponent. Level 180 meant his 4th race evolution. He had consumed the essence potions of quite a number of void creatures, even the core of a void lord. He should be able to get many strong options during the race evolution. Since the promotion mission was not difficult, Han Xiao was in no hurry. He had to at least rebuild his mechanical army before finding people to spar with. The mechanical army was his main source of combat capability. After looking at the new abilities for a while, Han Xiao opened the interface and looked at his attributes. Level 180. Main class Mechanic. Race Chaos Observer Human Form. Attributes 306 STR, 674 DEX, 670 END, 2126 INT, 263 MYS, 105 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points 0. Potential point 0. Health 125,390. Stamina 101,620. Energy 19,680. LV.11. LV.11 energy bonus stats. Plus 111 STR, plus 158 DEX, plus 174 END, plus 204 INT, plus 129 MYS, plus 21,220 stamina limit, plus 142% machinery affinity. Energy rank 17,810. Grade A. Grade A ranked bonus. Additional bonus to END plus 10. All resistances plus 8. Highest stats plus 10%. Other stats plus 5%. Additional 30 free attribute points. Additional 5 potential points. Remark: you're not far from the grade A plus threshold, although your actual strength is already not weaker than some grade A plus supers. Due to the advanced strengthened life talent, Han Xiao's energy level was already around 16,000. With the new abilities and 10 more levels, his energy rank increased again. By the time I complete the promotion mission, my experience will be more than enough to level up Truth Mechanic to its highest, which will make me level 195. Plus, with the bonus from Race Evolution, I should be able to reach grade A+. He told Haluz and the rest to take care of the Black Star Army businesses while he started to rebuild the mechanical army. He was eager to see how strong his mechanical army would be after his class advancement. The first step of rebuilding was extracting new energy and building a psionic reactor. The psionic energy was a highly unstable high-level energy. Usually, only star cluster civilizations would study psionic energy because it was very risky. If a civilization studied it without advanced enough technology, if the psionic energy went out of control, an entire planet surface civilization might be destroyed. The earliest civilization to discover psionic energy was the Federation of Light. In the field of research and development, the Federation of Light had always been ahead. Long before the appearance of Beyond Grade, as psionic energy had been used in the war between the three civilizations. The earliest discovery of psionic energy was when the Federation of Light was studying a certain spacetime project. During an experiment that involved collapsing secondary spaces, they happened to find out that a huge amount of matter shattered during the collapse turned into a special type of energy, thus the discovery of psionic energy. After a long period of study, the three civilizations gradually gained a clearer understanding of psionic energy. This was very high-level energy. It came from secondary spatial collapse. It could assimilate most of the forms of energy around it, such as heat, electricity, and so on, all of which would be turned into psionic energy. That energy would all be condensed together with a very low loss of energy during the assimilation. This reaction was called psionic inflation, as the cost of the spatial collapse was too high to be popularized. Based on this trait, the three civilizations extracted primordial psionic particles from space collapse experiments and developed a storage technology that put the primordial psionic particles to sleep. This inhibited natural psionic inflation. They then began to try mass applications. There were failures during their experiments. Once the psionic energy went out of control and was exposed to the outside world, it became a black hole-like energy, constantly absorbing all forms of energy around it. The converted energy all became psionic energy, which caused the psionic inflation to keep occurring and creating a radioactive reaction called psionic pollution. When the primordial psionic particles decayed to the critical point, the huge explosion happened. A tiny bit of the primordial pyloric particle could almost flatten a small half of a planet, destroying the surface civilization. After a long period of research into psionic energy, the three civilizations finally worked out a highly efficient and controllable psionic reaction furnace that was far more efficient than nuclear fusion. However, due to fear of psionic energy's power when it lost control, it was not widely used in the early period. After extensive studies, the three civilizations discovered another feature of the psionic energy. It could not only assimilate but also be inverted into various forms of energy. As psionic was created from spatial collapse, some thought that the psionic was the initial or final form of energy, that it was the so-called universal energy. The research on the psionic energy was still underway, and there were thousands of hypotheses and studies. The three civilizations had improved the collection methods and refining formulas many times. Psionic energy had become an efficient and controllable higher-level energy source, also a necessary technology for the mechanic class. As a Calamity Grade mechanic, after learning abnormal state energy, Han Xiao was able to extract primordial psionic particles safely. Chapter 663 Psionic Core, War Situation. Chapter 663 Psionic Core, War Situation. For thin mechanical poles formed an X shape and secured the mini sphere-shaped reactor in the middle. The sphere-shaped reactor was the size of a fist. It was completely silver with the surface of the ball being smooth and shiny, reflecting Han Xiao's suave appearance. The small psionic reactor is of light purple grade, and its efficiency is many times that of the cold nuclear fission reactor. Han Xiao looked at the psionic reactor and heaved a sigh of relief. He had used abnormal state energy to roll blueprints and received the blueprint for a large number of psionic machines. He first constructed a complete set of psionic extraction apparatus and tested it many times before carefully refining a psionic particle. Following which, the particles were melded together, and he used a few days of testing before finally being able to construct a psionic energy furnace. Because psionic energy had some risk, Han Xiao only dared speed up the production process after ensuring the stability of every step. After observing the results of the test, Han Xiao plucked off a compressed orb from his necklace and threw it to the side. A bolt of mechanical force shot toward the compressed orb and activated it. In the blink of an eye, the compressed orb transformed into the Berserk Ape mechanical suit. This was the backup suit in the warehouse. His original one had already been destroyed by the 8 Vanguard officials. Philip, Maintain standby mode and eject the energy core. Orders confirmed. The Berserk Ape mechanical suit raised its head and stood up straight. The chest piece of the mechanical suit then opened to reveal the interior construction of the mechanical suit. Kacha! A dense energy reactor was ejected from the chest of the mechanical suit. It was glowing red as though it was the heart of the mechanical suit. Han Xiao removed the nuclear reactor and placed it to the side. He then took the psionic reactor and stuffed it back into the empty slot. A humming sound could be heard, and the psionic reactor lit up. A bright blue glow could be seen from the reactor, and the glow spread through the entire suit. The mechanical suit then automatically retracted the reactor and began adapting to the new reactor. The energy furnace got to work and provided an endless stream of psionic energy. With the energy furnace as the core, blue veins spread out in all directions on the surface of the Berserk Ape suit and covered the entire suit. These blue veins lit up for a short while before becoming dull and flashing for more than 10 seconds before coming to a stop. The update of the energy reactor is complete. The mechanical suit is functioning perfectly, Philip said in a merry tone as though he was a little child. While he was constructing the psionic energy furnace, Han Xiao had also upgraded Philip's program with his newly acquired logic program strengthening. Apart from increasing Philip's processing efficiency, Philip had also downloaded an emotion module and now seemed more energetic. Not only that, he had even chosen to replace his voice with the voice of a little boy. Looking at the equipment introduction on the interface, the power output of the Berserk Ape was 3 times that of the original figure, and more modules could be installed. The mechanical suit's original energy level of just over 20,000 had increased to 57,000, more than 2 times the original. With such a large jump in attributes, it could be seen just how important cutting-edge knowledge was. Han Xiao released mechanical force from his palms and connected to the Berserk Ape suit. The next moment, the Berserk Ape suit rapidly covered his entire body, and the equipping process only took an instant. With a single thought, the arm of the mechanical suit transformed into an exquisite cannon barrel, and Han Xiao aimed at an alloy wall used to test weapons. After the energy furnace was replaced with a psionic energy reactor, the weapons of the Berserk Ape suit had also been upgraded to become psionic weapons. After adjusting the cannon to burst mode, Han Xiao fired without hesitation. Bang! A crisp sound could be heard, and a blue light pulse was shot out from the cannon. The light pulse rapidly expanded as it traveled through the air and exploded when it came into contact with the target. A blinding light flashed by. Boom! Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, and when he took a look at the wall again, the entire alloy wall had been reduced to rubble with dust floating in the air. Not bad. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Psionic energy truly lived up to its reputation. Just changing a single energy furnace had resulted in such a huge increase in strength. Of course, there was also the effect of the extreme energy output. Because primal psionic energy was not stable, an ordinary psionic weapon would only be able to use the dormant psionic energy being produced from a psionic reactor. Before the psionic energy was activated, it would not expand. Only the strategic class weapons between civilizations would pursue the pure destructive force of primal psionic energy. However, psionic weapons that were extremely destructive were heavily restricted. If a civilization made use of such a weapon, star cluster civilizations or the 3 great civilizations would investigate the matter. After all, no one wanted to see a planet within their territory getting flattened by a weapon. All civilizations were extremely wary of mechanics who had grasped psionic energy. It did not matter if they wanted to be a litterbug. However, they could not choose to freely throw psionic energy around. Han Xiao still was not able to refine something like a planetary destroyer. His level, intelligence, and knowledge were not sufficient at the moment. He would only be able to do so after reaching the level of Manison from the Mechanic Empire. This was also a specialty of a Beyond Grade A Super. Han Xiao then tested the piercing, fully automatic, and other modes of the psionic cannon before testing the shield module of the Berserk Ape suit. Because of the new energy furnace, the shield had also transformed into a psionic shield. The original appearance of the nuclear shield was a half-transparent mirror-like shield glowing either yellow or blue. As for the psionic shield, Its exterior was like a bubble with 2/3 of it being transparent and colorless. Outside the colorless region, the shield was blue in color, gradually turning darker toward the outside. The entire shield was more circular and not as angular as before, with the durability of the shield being greatly enhanced. At the same time, because of the assimilation property of psionic energy, the psionic shield would absorb a small amount of damage when being struck to replenish the durability of the shield, allowing it to last longer. The psionic shield also came with the ability to perform a short-range charge. Han Xiao activated his psionic shield and charged straight at the alloy wall. The alloy wall caved in immediately like soft soil, leaving behind a circular dent. At the instant of the collision, the durability of the shield fell slightly and transformed into kinetic force to increase the damage. Even if an ordinary individual covered his fist with the psionic shield and punched normally, they would easily be able to bend a metal pole. This was an important method for a mechanic to deal with close combat fights. Right, I think the psionic reactor has an additional ability. Han Xiao then raised his palm and controlled the energy supplied by the furnace to his palm. With a shake of his wrist, a psionic energy ball floated on top of his palm. It was currently in a dormant state and was extremely stable. He then pressed the psionic energy ball onto the alloy wall, and the next moment the entire alloy wall shook, and cracks could be seen spreading out from the surface of the wall. Indeed, a psionic mechanical suit can directly release psionic energy. Han Xiao was extremely satisfied with the results of his test. Directly releasing energy was a very handy skill. Not only would it increase his close combat abilities, it would also allow him to use it in various complicated ways. After testing the various skills, Han Xiao began to upgrade his machines. The first one that he upgraded with his Berserk Ape suit. Fruobnovel.com. The Berserk Ape suit had been constructed when he was around level 140, and now that his skills had been upgraded, it was time to improve the suit. Han Xiao was prepared to perform an all-round upgrade for the Berserk Ape suit, so that it could keep up to his current level and become his core weapon. The reconstruction of his mechanical army was also taking place at the same time. Han Xiao refined a large number of psionic energy particles as the core material and invested a large amount of experience to form a mini psionic energy furnace assembly line. Apart from that, as Han Xiao's level increased, more high-level blueprints were also unlocked. Han Xiao gambled for some new machines and weapons before constructing their new assembly lines. Very quickly, new batches of high-grade machines came out fresh from the oven. The Black Star Army's military factory was clearly demarcated into two different sections. The purpose of the logistics factory that Reynolds oversaw was mainly to provide for the entire army, and it produced common equipment. Han Xiao's military factory was for his personal use, and all the equipment produced was top quality. Regardless of production speed or quality, it far exceeded the logistics factory. To date, Han Xiao had only lent the factory to Reynolds. It could be said that only a Calamity Grade Super would be allowed to use his personal factory. The assembly line that Han Xiao had personally constructed enjoyed his personal stat boost. His new talent, machinery truth knowledge, greatly increased the attributes of the products in his factory. Currently, the cannon fodder mechanical soldiers had attributes no lower than the elite soldiers of his army before his class advancement. At his level, he had almost maxed out the production speed of his assembly line. As long as he was willing to spend money, he would be able to construct a new army within a short time. Han Xiao spent money like water, and in a short month's time, he completed the reconstruction of his mechanical army. Its size was even greater than before his class advancement, and the number of soldiers that he had was over 1 million. The serial number of his ordinary army reached 016, and he had 6 elite army units that were numbered from 101 to 106, making a total of 22 army boxes. He truly could do as he wished if he was rich. In the past month, Bloodshed Land had steadily advanced, and the other 2 vanguard forces had also revealed themselves and invaded 2 other star systems on the border. By this point, Bloodshed Land's target was extremely clear. They wanted to occupy West Wind, Kaya, and Chaida, the 3 star systems on the border. Bloodshed Land intentionally fragmented the battlefield up into many different regions, and Section 0 invested all their members into the war to launch a counterattack in the 3 star systems. However, under the ferocious assault of Bloodshed Land, Section 0 was on the losing end. The situation in Kaya and Chaida was slightly better than the battlefield in West Wind, which was the most dangerous. The 8 Vanguard officials had gathered together, resulting in the high-level combatants of Section 0 choosing to avoid battle. They were not able to stop Bloodshed Land's advancement, and the enemy had already set up bases on 6 different planets. As they captured more planets, Bloodshed Land began to gradually reduce the speed of their advancement. The military forces of the Vanguard Army were limited. After leaving behind soldiers to guard the captured planets, the number of soldiers that they could mobilize greatly decreased. After the many battles, the Vanguard Army also suffered considerable losses. However, the Vanguard Army brought along their own logistics factory and began constructing battleships on the spot to replenish their losses. The mission of the Vanguard Army was only to set up a bridgehead for their main army. They took just a month to complete the mission, and after that, they stopped their advancement and waited for the arrival of the main army. The main army naturally would not cross the barren cosmic belt slowly like the Vanguard Army did. Klent had already made preparations before the battle to stealthily set up a transit station in the barren cosmic belt. They used their star cluster level skills to construct a stable stargate so that the transportation of reinforcements and resources would take considerably less time. Klent's transit station was hidden within the barren cosmic belt. While the Purple Crystal Civilization did not know of its exact location, they were aware of its existence. On the base that they had set up, the Vanguard Army had also brought the spare parts and Klent's technological staff to set up a stargate. The moment the construction was complete, their logistical issue would not be a problem, and they would be able to receive a never-ending supply of reinforcements. Even if the Purple Crystal Civilization understood what Klent's strategy was, they did not have the strength to stop it. After the Vanguard Army constructed a few strongholds, they immediately set up a military orbit quantum leap station to connect all their strongholds to reinforce each other. The moment one of their strongholds was under attack, the other strongholds would be able to send reinforcements. In order to deal with the mutation disaster, Ghidorah had once used the military orbit quantum leap station. This was star cluster level strategic equipment that was commonly used in galactic wars. Ghidorah had also bought it from a star cluster level civilization. Section 0 had tried to destroy the Stargate multiple times, with all their attempts ending in failure. Only then did they change their strategy so as to not waste their soldiers. They had changed their strategy with the main focus being to harass their enemy. Purple Crystal invested a large amount of resources to allow the members of Section 0 to expand their fleets and replenish their troops. Despite Ralph not mentioning it, it was obvious that Section 0 had decided to take his advice. With the resources and production capabilities of a star cluster civilization, as long as Bloodshed Land completed the construction of the Stargate, this war would end up becoming a long war. Both parties would be able to replenish their armies without end and dump a never-ending supply of resources into the war. While soldiers would die, the battleships would never be used up. Both parties' ability to fight the war for 10 years was because they had a hefty accumulation of resources. Fighting a war required money, and both parties were competing in production capabilities. After not participating in the war for a month, the current situation of the secret war did not have much to do with Han Xiao. He reconstructed his mechanical army and continued to expand his army. The first batch of resources that the Purple Crystal Civilization had given him had been used up. A full 10 million anas had been used up, and he even had to take out some money from his own savings. After spending such a large sum of money, the Black Star Army had constructed more than 100 new battleships and hired a new batch of mercenaries. Fighting a war burnt a lot of money. If he did not participate in the secret war, Han Xiao would not have received the support from a star cluster civilization. After skiving and preparing for a month, Han Xiao was prepared to complete his promotion mission before returning to the battlefield. Farming faction contribution was still useful as Purple Crystal still had a few cutting-edge knowledges that he had not learned. Han Xiao wanted to fight Logi to exchange pointers, but a few uninvited guests showed up at his base. Chapter 664 Logi's Past, Creeping Evil. Chapter 664 Logi's Past, Creeping Evil. After the start of the secret war, the Black Star Army had conducted several additional recruitments. The The seedlings of the training camp had matured, and many freelance mercenaries had also been recruited. The Black Star Army had supplemented its new blood, with the number of official mercenaries exceeding 200,000. The number of personnel stationed at base number 1 was ample. 3 masked mages in dark hooded robes walked into the hall of base number 1, drawing the eyes of many mercenaries along the way. The hidden Red Robe Abbey was known by the entire star field. Magus Austin's forbidden sorcerers were very famous and instantly recognizable. Why are Austin's people visiting the captain? Quite a few people knew that the captain was the Dragon Emperor's officer. Upon seeing that Han Xiao was in contact with another beyond grade A, they could not help but wonder. The 3 forbidden sorcerers arrived in the reception room, where they saw Han Xiao and nodded politely. Han Xiao waved his hand and asked Sylvia to get the hell back to studying. He then looked at the 3 people and asked, "Austin's forbidden sorcerers, what is this about?" The short forbidden sorcerer in the middle, Desoro, was the leader of the 3. He gave a simple self-introduction and then cut to the chase. "The Magus ordered us to find someone, one of your subordinates. We're here to bring him back." Han Xiao was dumbfounded. This surprised him. "Are you talking about Lagi?" Of all the officers, only Lagi had an unknown origin. Plus, he was a grade A+ mage, so he had the highest chance of being the target of these 3 people. Yes, his full name is called Lagi Schwer. He worked under the Magus before. Desoro's tone was calm. His statement was ambiguous, and it seemed like he did not want to give the details. Han Xiao was secretly surprised. Lagi had been imprisoned for 10 years, and no one had rescued him. Now that he had escaped, Austin's people had come looking for him right away. Although he clearly knew that Austin would not be so despicable, it did feel a little annoying. He thought about it and realized that it was odd. If Lagi was Austin's subordinate, how could he have been caught so easily? Lagi seemed like a lone ranger before getting caught, and if it was true, it meant that he had been removed from Austin's forces. So why would Austin send people to get Lagi back? "Why are you bringing him back?" Han Xiao asked. Shaking his head, Desoro refused to answer, saying, "This is the order of the Magus. We just execute it." Han narrowed his eyes and asked, "What if I refuse?" Desoro's voice was calm and unshaken. "The Magus said that you owe him a favor and will give him face." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He was one to give in to the soft approach instead of the hard approach. During the Tyrant's party, Austin had given him the core of a Void Lord without any reason, so he did indeed owe him a favor. There were indeed no free lunches in the world. Now, Han Xiao would be out of his mind to fall out with Austin, who had a good relationship with him. Moreover, he had once received a gift from him, so he really could not refuse. After all, relationships were mutual. A helped B, so B should help A in the future within the range of B's ability. Otherwise, it would be easy to bury the relationship that took effort to establish. Only Han Xiao was still a bit reluctant. Lagi was the second strongest combatant in the Black Star Army, second only to Han Xiao himself. If he left, the high-level combatant standard would fall drastically. After a moment of consideration, Han Xiao came up with an excuse and said, "Us discussing where he will be going is actually meaningless. I think it is necessary to ask him for his opinion. If he wishes to go back with you, I will, of course, not force him to stay. If he does not want to go, I won't be able to do anything about it." "Okay." Desoro nodded and had no objection. In fact, on the way, Desoro had envisaged many situations. If Black Star used all sorts of excuses to obstruct him and not even give face to Austin, he would not exclude the possibility of having to take Lagi away by force. He did not expect that Black Star would suddenly become a beyond grade A seed with a history of fighting 8 Calamity Grades at once. This had shocked him. Clearly knowing that he was miles away from being able to do something like that, Desoro feared Black Star. Black Star had shown that he had the potential to become a beyond grade A. Although Austin had Desoro's back, it would not be a good idea for him to establish a bad relationship with Black Star, hence his rather friendly behavior. Han Xiao sent Lagi a message. After a while, Lagi pushed open the door and walked in while complaining. "Is there another dangerous mission? I'm telling you, I will die sooner or later if you keep sending me to these." Lagi walked in and saw the three forbidden sorcerers. His complaining stopped, and his expression collapsed. He muttered, "No wonder I kept getting distracted during yesterday's meditation. Something bad is indeed happening today." Sigh. A tint of coldness flashed across Tesoro's eyes as he said in an indifferent tone, "It's been a long time, Lagi. Can you pretend you didn't see me?" Lagi's face was bitter. "What do you think?" Tesoro replied. With no alternative, Lagi looked at Han Xiao with grief and sorrow. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. "Don't look at me like this. They came to me and said that they're going to take you back. So, you used to be Austin's subordinate. Why didn't you tell me? Him and I are quite close. How would I know that you knew Austin?" Lagi asked with an aggrieved expression. Being Austin's subordinate before was an amazing record and would get him a very high position in the majority of organizations. Lagi did not tell Han Xiao because he wanted to remain low-key. Moreover, he felt that Black Star and Austin should have nothing to do with each other. He never expected that Han Xiao and Austin had talked and laughed together before. "You don't seem to want to see Austin's people." Han Xiao frowned slightly. "There's no need to hide your past now. Tell me." Tesoro glanced at Han Xiao and did not say anything to stop him. Lagi sighed and had a sad expression on his face as if he did not want to get into it. Han Xiao almost wanted to give him a cigarette so that it would match his expression and the atmosphere. "All right, I'll tell you. Decades ago, I was the hidden Red Robe Abbey's forbidden sorcerer commander, the fourth disciple of Magus Austin." Han Xiao's eyes immediately widened. "Holy, you're quite someone, aren't you?" The position of the forbidden sorcerer commander was roughly equivalent to the chief vanguard official under the tyrant. The fourth disciple meant that he was one of Austin's protégés. These two titles added together, and Lagi's position in the past was basically Austin's right-hand man. Lagi waved his hands with that same sad, reluctant expression. "However, afterward, I made a mistake, and Austin kicked me out of the hidden Red Robe Abbey. I left Austin, became a lone ranger, and then I was caught. You saved me, and then you know the rest." Han Xiao was shocked. With Lagi's position, what big mistake could he have made to cause Austin to chase him away? At this point, Tesoro coughed and said, "Your Excellency Black Star, it's better if you don't know." Han Xiao's eyes moved but became more curious. He then turned his head and saw that Lagi's expression had become incredibly forlorn, as if he suddenly had stubble on his face. "Alas, everyone has been young and wild before. Magus really is a good man. It's a miracle that I could live till now," Lagi said with a nostalgic tone. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. It was very difficult for him to imagine Lagi being young and wild. It felt like a man with this name was born with a languid aura. He could not associate him with the adjectives young and wild at all. "All right, let's get back to the point. I respect your opinion. If you want to go back with him, I won't stop you. But if you want to stay, I'll help you refuse them." Tesoro's brows furrowed. He thought for a moment and did not speak. He rubbed his face and sighed. "I'll go back with you." Tesoro heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lagi read the room so he did not have to fall out with Black Star. He turned to Han Xiao and said, "Your Excellency Black Star, he's willing to come with us. Please abide by our agreement." "All right then." Han Xiao sighed in his mind. Lagi was a great aide who had been difficult to acquire, and now he was leaving him. It felt like a neighbor reaching out to his vegetable field and pulling a high-quality, emerald-like leek. This time, Lagi suddenly opened his mouth and spoke with a very serious tone. "Black Star, you saved me. Don't doubt my belief of doing things for you. I'm going back to make it clear to Austin. Otherwise, they won't give up, and I don't want to cause you trouble." After hearing this, Han Xiao immediately felt that he was wrong about Lagi. The little discontentment in his heart disappeared instantly. He was even a little touched, as if, "Wow, you're actually quite reliable. Saving you definitely wasn't meaningless." Then, Lagi returned to his original tone and became indolent, muttering, "You can't beat Austin anyway. There's no use even if I do refuse. Me going back with them is good for everyone." What? That's not false at all." Han Xiao could not help but ask Tesoro, what was Austin thinking, appointing him as the commander of the Forbidden Sorcerers? Is he not worried that all the forbidden sorcerers will become depression patients under his lead? He wasn't like this in the past. Tesoro's tone was awkward. They exchanged a few more polite lines. Then, Tesoro stood up and said, "My mission is complete. I shall bring him back now." Han Xiao was just about to nod but suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped the bunch of them who were about to walk out. "Wait a minute. I need your help with something." Tesoro looked back and wondered. "Please do tell." "I would like to spar with you guys," Han Xiao said. Including Logi, there were 4 strong people in front of him who should all be 20 or more levels higher than him. This was a good opportunity to do the promotion mission. If he beat all of them, it would give him 24 trial points, directly completing half of the mission progress. An opportunity like this would not come again once it was gone. So even though it was sudden, Han Xiao still asked for it. As expected, Tesoro and others all felt bewildered and confused. Why is Black Star suddenly making this request? Tesoro was dumbfounded for a few seconds before he remembered to answer. Why is that? When I see a formidable opponent, I can't help but want to fight with him. The forbidden sorcerers are very famous, so I want to experience your strength and test my new weapon while doing so. Han Xiao quickly made up a reason. Tesoro was still hesitant. Han Xiao clenched his teeth and took out the most promising trump card. "Play a little bit. You're here anyway." It was indeed the most promising trump card. Once used, Tesoro did not know how to refuse. Originally, he just wanted to take Logi back and finish the mission early. However, now that he had been invited to a fight, he suddenly became interested in a contest. People had been saying that Black Star was a beyond grade A seed. Only a few dozen people in the entire star field had that honor. Although Tesoro was just an officer of a beyond grade A super, he too dreamed of becoming a beyond grade A. Tesoro wanted to measure what made a beyond grade A seed so exceptional and see how big the difference in their strength was. Thinking about that, Tesoro stopped hesitating and became eager. He stared at Han Xiao and said, "Okay, you pick the place." Hearing Tesoro's response, Han Xiao had a humble smile of a farmer on his face. The way he looked at Tesoro and the others was like looking at a few walking leaks. "By the way, I want to spar with you too." Han Xiao pointed to Logi, who thought he had nothing to do with it. Logi's face turned bitter, and he muttered, "I see. So this is where I get accidentally killed during a spar." Meanwhile, on planet Aquamarine. "So, this is Black Star's home." A spacecraft in stealth mode was suspended in outer space. Through the porthole, Stephanie looked over at the Azure Star, smiling. Albert was such a fool. There's a glaring weakness, but he didn't know how to exploit it. Chapter 665 Thrashed. Chapter 665 Thrashed. 3 years ago, when the mutation disaster ended, all sorts of galactic financial groups followed Black Star and invested in planet Aquamarine, which was nominally a floating dragon territory. The long-standing technological bottleneck had easily been broken as interstellar knowledge poured in, and the stalled progress of the civilization began to grow rapidly. No one had forgotten the significance of Han Xiao's actions. In commemoration of the person that changed the fate of this planet, Bennett had led the effort to build a city named after Han Xiao based on Black Phantom Sanctuary. That was Black Star City. The survivors in the sanctuary became the residents, and countless people from the 6 nations moved to this city. Now, the budding Black Star City was the most popular city on planet Aquamarine. The center of the city was the base of the Black Star Army. The tall, square-point tower pointed directly to the sky, with a huge Black Star Army sign carved on the tower's body. The height of the buildings decreased from the center of the city to the edge. The overhead electric rail bridges crisscrossed, where the magnetically suspended trains shuttled continuously. The lights were bright both in the day and at night. The galactic financial groups had come for Black Star and Floating Dragon, so Black Star City received the most investments. The technological level of this city was the highest on planet Aquamarine. The capitals of the 6 nations were like the countryside in comparison. Black Star City was the city of the future on planet Aquamarine. Although the treaties laid down by the 3 major civilizations contained rules that forbade interfering with the progress of low-level civilizations, these were primarily aimed at protecting the low-level civilization from being violated. If they were supporting their development, as long as the region's governing civilization did not mind, no one would make any trouble. Of course, Ghidorah would not prevent Han Xiao from rebuilding his homeland. Under the protection of Han Xiao, the 6 nations were thriving, developing technology, supporting people's livelihoods, and restoring the environment. Compared to 3 years prior, planet Aquamarine had changed dramatically. With Han Xiao's approval, Bennett had also changed the purpose of the organization and formed a new political system with Black Star City as the capital, forming the 7th nation in the world. They were gradually developing toward a galactic civilization. The 10 people, including Stephanie, landed in the wilderness outside Black Star City, looking out at the distant city. This is the home of Black Star. Based on the intelligence we gathered, his mother planet is of great importance to him, and he's devoted a lot of energy to it, one member said. Stephanie slowly nodded. After arriving in the shattered star ring, she had not rushed into action but instead collected information for a while, learning about this mess that Albert had left behind. The people that Albert caught had all been rescued by Black Star and were now connected to each other. If she acted carelessly, once she caught one of the freed men, the others would be alerted and become aware that someone else was hunting them again. Albert's failure had made Stephanie's job very difficult. Stephanie was not planning to build a base like Albert did. She decided to stay in the dark, sending one target away right after she caught them, never staying in the same place for an extended time. It was less efficient but less risky. She was also not planning to seek cooperation from Clint. Clint had taken the blame for them, so it was highly likely that they would sell her out to clear their name. Furthermore, she did not build a base, so intelligence channels were less important to her. In this case, the most difficult to deal with target, Black Star, became the best first target. He had killed 6 people, including Albert, saved everyone captured, and made Albert's years of accumulation go to waste. Plus, he had become a beyond grade A seed. He had a lot of potential and was the best prey. His Excellency Thousand Shadows would love it very much. Black Star is in a war, so we won't have a very good chance of getting to him. However, as long as an enemy appears on his mother planet who only he can handle, he'll definitely come back and deal with it. I'm not as reckless as Albert, not taking advantage of things like this. Instead of attacking Black Star's territory or taking the risk of messing with the secret war, Stephanie chose to set a trap to lure Black Star into an ambush. The battlefield was set on planet Aquamarine, which seemed like the dominant battleground for Black Star, but would actually make him cautious and careful. Including herself, 10 Calamity Grade Shadows might not be able to kill the nickname Indestructible Body Black Star, but capturing him would not pose an issue. Even if he has the potential to be a Beyond Grade A Super, he isn't Beyond Grade A now. Stephanie's expression was cold and calm. Looking out into the azure sky, Stephanie took a deep breath and felt the coldness in her lungs. She narrowed her eyes with pleasure, smiled faintly, and said, "Hee, I never thought that I would miss the whole war era after sleeping. This place is like my hometown, a prosperous planet. I really want to smash it." The other 9 people glanced at each other and did not speak. They were not familiar with Stephanie, but they knew that this captain was not a shadow of their time. Whoosh! The Blacklight Stealth landed on an unpopulated planet, and Han Xiao, Desoro, and the others walked out of the hatch. "Here will do. The space is big enough, and there's no need to worry about the damage caused." Han Xiao smiled. He did not choose the base as the sparring venue. With just one accidental impact released during a fight between Calamity Grades, the base would vanish. Besides, the walls of the training room were not necessarily strong enough, and he did not want to incur unnecessary losses. Desoro was silent and expressed his attitude with actions. His hands were reached out sideways. Bright golden magic patterns appeared on his black robe, and magic forces surged. The robe was flapping as if it had rolled up a typhoon. His pupils under the hood were flashing with lightning, and anticipation for battle filled the air. Lagi and the other 2 forbidden sorcerers retreated from the battlefield. Feeling the immense fighting spirit, Han Xiao pulled on his necklace with his mechanical force. A brand new mechanical suit model instantly covered his whole body. It was more beautiful than the Berserk ape. It had a streamlined, silver-black shell with glowing blue patterns. Despite being more aesthetic than Berserk Ape, it was much more violent. This was an updated version of the Berserk Ape, also a nano-transforming mechanical suit of the Ape series. Its name was Mountain Ape, while the level requirement for Berserk Ape was 135. For Mountain Ape it was 165, a whole 30 levels higher. Han Xiao had used a great deal of rare raw materials and integrated new technology, which greatly increased the attributes of this mechanical suit. Its armor value was over 110,000, and its power level was close to 5,000. This performance was extremely strong. While the Berserk Ape specialized in having strong power, Mountain Ape specialized in having strong energy. This was due to the superiority of the psionic reaction furnace. While the Berserk Ape was more focused on close-range combat, Mountain Ape used psionic energy to battle and could excel in both close and long-range battles. It was more versatile. "Come on!" Desoro yelled. A magic jewel on his collar sparkled brightly. The next moment, a dazzling magic array appeared under his feet, turning into a giant black vortex that seemed to connect to another dimension. A giant 12 fingers palm emerged from the vortex. Its texture was like obsidian, full of glowing golden cracks. The hand alone was close to 100 meters long. It slammed violently on the ground. Bang! The ground trembled. Summoner Mage? Superior Magic Colossus. Han Xiao raised his brows. The summoner class was as unreasonable as the army style. All the forbidden sorcerers were magic masters and knew spells of many styles. It seemed like Desoro was mainly a summoner. Using a large summoner spell right in front of me? Do you think I don't exist? Han Xiao curled his lips and crossed his hands, forming an oval shape and aiming at Desoro. A blue, azure light particle appeared between his palms. It then expanded rapidly with a blinding light, shooting out a huge blue beam. As Desoro maintained the summoning spell, the pattern on his robe lit up. A high-energy magic shield appeared in front of him, and the blue beam crashed into it. At that moment, Desoro felt an immense sense of danger. His pupils constricted, and he immediately withdrew the summoning spell, teleporting a few hundred meters away. Boom! The blue light beam instantly swallowed up the magic shield and then went into the ground. The ground cracked rapidly, and blue light emitted from the cracks and shot up into the sky. Rumble! A blue pillar, dozens of times larger than the beam, shot out from the ground, rising up like a fountain. Psionic Impact Whale, one of the Mountain Ape's abilities. The energy beam vanished into the sky, and the ground turned into a circular crater hundreds of meters in diameter. As the summoning spell had ended early, only one arm of the magic colossus was summoned, which was nearly shattered by the explosion. You can use psionic energy. Desoro's tone became extremely grave. A mechanic that could use the psionic and a mechanic that could not were two completely different concepts. Wouldn't that happen? Before Han Xiao finished his sentence, his body suddenly became blurry. Powerful impetus infused with psionic energy turned him into a lightning bolt, leaving a blue shadow behind. Han Xiao flashed in front of Desoro in an instant. His fist wrapped in psionic shield crashed down on Desoro's magic shield with the second half of the sentence. Sooner or later, bang! The two of them crashed into each other. An enormous amount of energy came from the psionic shield. The magic shield was shattering piece by piece. Desoro was heavily hit and he flew out like a shooting star. Leaving a blue trail, Han Xiao caught up with Desoro midway and caught him by the back of his head. His hands gripped Desoro's neck and threw him up into the sky. Mountain Ape Throw. Compared to Berserk Ape's Berserk Throw, the Mountain Ape version gave 50 more strength but a lower damage count. Also, it had an extra 0.5 second stun time. Generally, it was more of a disabling ability now. Squeak! Han Xiao stopped instantly. The mechanical suit on his arms turned into joint energy cannons. The dozens of barrels aimed at Desoro in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, psionic beams rushed out of the barrel one after another, catching up with Desoro. The light illuminated his fearsome eyes. Boom! Continuous blue explosions appeared in the sky. The bright light lit up the Mountain Ape's helmet, and the scorching hot air was swirling. Under the mask, Han Xiao smiled. A mage's weakness was also close-range combat. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Desoro teleported out of attack range once again. He was injured and rather flustered. Then, he started casting a spell without a word. After all, he was an elite mage under Austin's command. Although the situation was not looking good, he would not be so easily defeated. However, Desoro had to admit that, although he did not look down on Black Star's combat capability was still beyond his expectations. Zoom! With the light of summoning spells, strange and weird creatures were summoned one after another. Desoro even cast dozens of instant-enhancing spells on himself to guard against Han Xiao from closing the distance again, only to find that Han Xiao had no intention of stopping his summoning. Han Xiao smirked. As he clapped, the space around him suddenly started to ripple and buzz. Channeling spell? I can too. Hum. A beam of light flashed around him, and 22 army boxes appeared out of thin air. In order to improve the efficiency of the army, Han Xiao did not care about the cost and equipped the army boxes with energy stoves and hyperdrive engines. This way, the support range and speed of the mechanical army increased greatly. He did not need the blacklight stealth to airdrop them anymore. Most importantly, it looked so much cooler. The purpose of sparring with these people was not only for the promotion mission but also to test the combat ability of the new mechanical army. Thus, of course, he was going to use everything he had. As Han Xiao pulled with his fist, a mechanical force lightning chain grabbed onto every army box. Boom, boom, boom. The army boxes vibrated, and they were opened. Countless compressed orbs were sprayed out, turning them into a mechanical army. In front of the large mechanical army, Desoro's summoned creatures were like lambs surrounded by wolves, weak and helpless. Get him! Han Xiao pointed at Desoro, who was panicking. Boom! The mechanical army swallowed Desoro's summoned creature army. The scene became chaotic instantly. As soon as the two armies clashed, the strength difference became crystal clear. Desoro's army could only hold on for a few seconds. The situation turned into a one-sided thrashing. Chapter 666, Round 3. Chapter 666, Round 3. Both the army style and the summoning style relied on numbers. The summoning class used mana, so it did not cost a lot of money. Even if the summoned creatures were destroyed, they could still be summoned the next time. However, it took a lot of time to summon those creatures during battle. As for the army style, it required a lot of money. The army would be built before the battle and could all be used immediately. Once destroyed, money would be needed to rebuild them. The good thing was that the time to get the army ready was very short. The rebuilt mechanical army used psionic energy as the main energy source. Most machines were modified to be psionic-powered. The electromagnetic cannons had all been swapped out for psionic cannons that were many times stronger. Even the mechanical soldiers were equipped with psionic shields and small-caliber psionic lasers, among other things. The psionic energy technology was extremely useful. The cost of building machines did not increase by a lot, but their combat capabilities rocketed. Under Philip's control, the mechanical army quickly defeated Desoro's summoned creatures. With the machinery truth knowledge bonus, Han Xiao was satisfied with the individual combat capabilities of the mechanical soldiers. He estimated that one mechanical soldier could defeat 5 of the same model mechanical soldier before his class advancement. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions continued in the sky. The battle was one-sided. The creatures summoned by Desoro were already wiped out, leaving him to face the mechanical army alone. Even without the summoning spells, Desoro was still a very strong mage. He cast powerful spells very quickly and smoothly. The battlefield was an unpopulated planet, so both sides were not restrained at all. They unleashed destructive forces freely. Desoro constantly teleported, and the mechanical army surrounded and intercepted him. The battlefield constantly shifted and extended over thousands of miles. The powerful forbidden spells and psionic cannons bombarded the surface. The earth was completely disorganized and filled with deep craters from explosions. If this was a planet with a civilization on it, the buildings would have been flattened long ago. Being surrounded, Desoro was having a tough time, like he had fallen into a swamp. Every movement was difficult to make. If this was the mechanical army before Han Xiao's class advancement, Calamity Grades would not have felt too threatened even if they were surrounded. For the stronger Calamity Grades, such as the 8 Vanguard officials under the Tyrant, they would be able to go in and out through the mechanical army easily. All it could do was slowly reduce the enemy's health and energy. However, the mechanical army after his class advancement had much more destructive and restraining power. The psionic cannons and shields caused the army's overall attack and defense ability to go up by many levels. Even a strong Calamity Grade like Desoro was in a pickle. The psionic cannons had much stronger individual power, which meant that the attacks did not have to be too concentrated in one place. Thus, the attacks from the psionic cannons seemed to have built a blue spider web, with danger at its every corner. In terms of defense, the guarding team connected their psionic shields into a large shield a few hundred meters in size, like an enormous bubble. Even grade 6 to grade 7 spells were unable to penetrate it. Desoro had no choice but to use very powerful and high mana cost forbidden spells to barely cause any damage. He's being overwhelmed completely. His loss is inevitable. At the edge of the battlefield, the other 2 forbidden sorcerers' tone changed slightly. Before the battle, the 2 of them had also thought of observing how strong Black Star was, but this scene right before their eyes dumbfounded them. They knew very well how strong Desoro was. They had thought that even if Black Star would be able to defeat Desoro, it would happen after a rather tough fight. However, the battle turned out to be one-sided. He's even stronger. Lagi felt complicated. The time for which he had known Han Xiao was still very short, so this was the first time that he had witnessed Han Xiao's growth speed. When they met for the first time, despite Lagi underestimating his strength as usual, he had still felt that he had a 50% chance of beating Black Star. 1 month ago, when Han Xiao was given the title of Indestructible Body, he had felt that he only had a 30% chance of winning. Now he felt that he was nothing. Such unbelievable growth speed. This is truly beyond grade a potential. Lagi's negativity exploded, and he suddenly felt that there was no point in him studying magic anymore. He might as well go home and start a farm or something. On the battlefield, Desoro held on for a while longer before being so disgusted by the mechanical army that he almost vomited. Not having the will to fight anymore, he yelled, "I admit defeat." Han Xiao lifted his finger and stopped the mechanical army, making them retreat to the side. With the pressure gone, Desoro instantly felt more alive. He took a deep breath, slowly turned toward Han Xiao, and said with a regretful tone, "You've won the spar. I'm no match for you." If he continued, he could still have fought for a long time, but he felt it was futile. Black Star's mechanical army was so strong and did not give him any chance. Furthermore, Black Star was basically just watching from the side, yet he still had such a tough fight. Even if he continued, he would most likely have had no chance of winning. "You're very strong, too." Han Xiao smiled. "You should have tried approaching me. Maybe you would have beaten me." Desoro's face turned back. He wanted to ask if Han Xiao even felt shame but decided not to say it after thinking for a moment. Black Star's Indestructible Body title was known across the star field. Everyone knew that Black Star's strength was his body. Desoro did not live under a rock. It would have been crazy of him to go close to Han Xiao in a battle thinking that he would be able to defeat him that way. This was also one of the reasons that Desoro had admitted his defeat. He could not see any opportunity to turn the tables. Fruobnovel.com. Luckily, I did not start a conflict with him. Desoro was glad of how sensible he was to give up the thought of using force on Han Xiao. From his perspective, even the first 3 disciples of Austin would not be able to defeat Han Xiao easily, if at all, so Desoro himself would only be completely thrashed by him. Desoro was convinced that he was indeed still very far from a beyond grade seed. Han Xiao gave Desoro a few patronizing compliments. As the victor, he had the right to speak this way, and Desoro saw no problem with it at all. Calamity Grades would not be unable to accept a defeat. The loss only upset him for a while before letting it go, at the same time throwing away his sense of superiority as a beyond grade A subordinate and giving Han Xiao more respect. Respecting someone stronger was a rule that never changed and never would change, which was even more deeply understood by a beyond grade A subordinate. You have received 6 trial points. Current progress, 6 of 50. While chatting, A notification popped up on the interface. He's at least 20 levels higher than me. I see, so the definition of winning is to have the opponent admit defeat. One person can only give points one time. There are 3 more people. Han Xiao was delighted. He turned around and asked Lagi and the other 2 for a spar as well. Since Han Xiao personally requested to spar with them, even though the other 2 forbidden sorcerer knew that they would not be able to win, they were not so cowardly as to not even take the fight. After all, it was just a spar. Tesoro felt strange. The way he saw it, Han Xiao wanting to spar with his 2 colleagues even after he had defeated him was clearly an act of showcasing his strength. Apparently, although Black Star did not express it, he's actually very unhappy about us taking Lagi away. Therefore, he requested to spar with us, to showcase his power and beat us up. Tesoro felt that this was the truth, but there was nothing he could do. Those 2 forbidden sorcerers were not summoners, but they were just as strong as Tesoro. One of them specialized in psychic spells, which ignored Han Xiao's health mana cycle and caused him a little bit of trouble. This was one of the few weaknesses that he had at the moment, but he did not let it show. He had the advanced mental toughness talent, so he was not completely defenseless against psychic attacks. Despite not being able to absorb the psychic attacks, he was still very tanky, so he did not panic at all. Furthermore, if he gave it his all, he could even damage himself to recover energy, which was completely unnecessary for a spar. This forbidden sorcerer also admitted defeat very soon. Lagi was basically a walking pile of negativity. He admitted defeat just 1 minute into the fight. After sparring with all 4 of them, Han Xiao had a rough idea of his combat capability. I now have 2 trump cards, my tankiness and the army style. As long as it's not against those strongest grade A+ who are only a tiny bit away from beyond grade A, I will be able to maintain a more than 50% win rate. When facing more than 1 enemy, I can pose a threat to about 3 calamity grades at the same time. If the goal is just to hold the enemies back, ignoring the fact that the enemies will want to escape, I should be able to hold back 6 to 7 calamity grades. As for those who are a threat to me, psychic attacks and virtual mechanics are notable. Army-style mechanics who also have a psionic energy mechanical army are threatening, too, as it will turn into a battle of resources since the style is the same, but I do have the advantage of being very tanky. Also, those espers with strange abilities are always dangerous. While summarizing all that in his mind, Han Xiao was chatting with Tesoro and the others. The spar had ended. Tesoro expressed his intention to leave, and Han Xiao did not stop him this time. Before leaving, Lagi made a serious promise. Austin is a good man. Although I was chased away by him, we still have a connection, and he won't make things difficult for me. Black Star, I will definitely return. All right, Han Xiao smiled. When you return, you'll be my vice captain. Lagi had only joined the Black Star army for a short time, so he was still on probation. He was currently just a high-level combatant and had not taken on a position yet. With his ability, he was undoubtedly qualified to be the vice captain. No one would have a problem with a grade A+ being the vice captain. Furthermore, he had an amazing resume. Despite being a little negative, he was indeed a talent. Having developed into a veritable behemoth, the Black Star Army did indeed need one more person that matched up to its fame. Lagi was stunned for a moment before turning hesitant. Does that mean I will have more things to do? I'll just give you the title without the work, how about that? Only then did Lagi smile again. Your Excellency Black Star, we shall take our leave. Tesoro and the other 2 nodded before taking Lagi to the spaceship. Han Xiao thought for a moment before giving Lagi an observer's mark. His promotion was close. His racial talents would change by then, so he did not have many chances to use observer's marks left. Although Austin would be able to notice the observer's mark, it was not a problem. His intention was not to peek at Austin. How could a child-looking old mage be as nice to look at as Ames? He did not stop Lagi from going back. Putting an observer's mark on him was to express his attitude toward Austin, that Lagi was important to him. Unlike the tyrant, he had no conflict with Austin. In fact, they had quite a good relationship and Austin had quite high hopes for him. The spaceship took off and left. After watching Tesoro and the rest leave, Han Xiao looked at the interface. The promotion mission progress was now 2450. It was almost half done. Nice, that was very efficient. I'm only 26 points away. If my opponents are all 20 or more levels higher, I just need 5 more to complete the mission. If they are less than 20 levels higher or the same level as me, it will take at least 7 opponents. At this time, an unexpected notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered the round 3 mission of Prey. Ha! Han Xiao was shocked, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 667, Sudden Situation. Chapter 667, Sudden Situation. Round 3, New Hunters. Mission Introduction. You have defeated the first group of hunters and seen the tip of the iceberg of this enormous force. Now, a new group of hunters has arrived. They're stronger and more dangerous, staring at you in the shadows, ready to move. Mission requirements. Resolve the attack from the new hunter team. Reward: 78,500,000 experience. 1 random ability from one of the members of the hunter team. The mastermind behind Albert and his gang has sent a new team here. Starting the hunt again? Han Xiao's expression became serious. The high experience reward indicated the difficulty of the 3rd round of this mission. The mission introduction was ambiguous. All he knew was that there was a group of enemies of unknown strength creeping in the shadows. He knew nothing about what their plan was. This was like a time bomb, and he did not know when it would explode. The only good news was that the interface notification at least alerted him of this time bomb. According to the clues in the past, the master of these hunters should be a member of the Ancient Ones from another starfield. That person still has not given up and has now sent another team that is definitely stronger than Albert's team. This will be quite difficult. Han Xiao was troubled. Another group of strong enemies appearing during the secret war added uncertainties to the secret war, which was definitely not a good thing. After pondering for a while, he felt that the most important thing at the moment was to find where the enemies were. Once the enemies showed themselves, it would mean that they had enough confidence to deal with him. Since the mission notification had alerted him, he wanted to make preparations. Since the 3rd round has appeared, this means that the new hunter team has already targeted me. In order to capture me, there are a few possibilities. Han Xiao contemplated but came to no conclusion. He had no idea when and where the enemies would suddenly appear. Looks like I have to borrow the power of superstition. He boarded the spaceship and set the destination. The blacklight stealth lifted off, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. A few days later, a spaceship landed on Floating Dragon Island. Han Xiao ignored the cowardly and fearsome looks of the galactic pirates and headed straight to Old Man Aesop's house. In the past, Old Man Aesop's life had been full of excitement and the lack of fear for death. However, for some reason, maybe because he was old now, he had retired on Floating Dragon peacefully, so it was very easy to find him. You're saying that a new group of hunters appeared, and they're planning to come for you? In the room, Aesop yawned and rubbed his eyes in a flecked nightgown and a crooked nightcap, expressing his doubts about what Han Xiao had said. He had originally been sleeping like an old man, but had been woken up by Han Xiao's non-stop calls. That's right, Han Xiao nodded. Therefore, you came to me because you want me to help you by foreseeing what the enemies will do, right? Aesop brushed his beard and squinted. Yes. The enemies are hiding in the shadows. I need your help. Aesop suddenly sized Han Xiao up and changed the topic. I heard you became a Beyond Grade A seed recently? Han Xiao was stunned and did not know why he had suddenly brought this matter up, so he could only nod. I did not expect that to happen, Aesop tooted. However, don't trust that title too much. It's not that easy to reach Beyond Grade A. It's not just the increase in strength but more of the ascension of life form. Every Beyond Grade A is actually a new race. Aesop had come into contact and communicated with many Beyond Grade as before, so he did not mind telling Han Xiao some of what he knew. Han Xiao listened patiently. Despite having the interface, there were only pros and no cons in listening to experience. As the saying went, having an elderly at home was just like having a treasure. After speaking for a while, Aesop suddenly shook his head. If you do hit the 1 in 10,000 chance and manage to become a Beyond Grade A, the Ancient One behind the hunters will immediately stop chasing you. The secret war that has been attracting a lot of attention recently will also end because of you alone. As a new Beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring, you will be able to immediately sit on the highest dinner table, and those star cluster civilizations will actively bring their cake to share with you. As long as you express your intent, you will be able to easily receive an enormous amount of support. Everything that has been troubling you will be solved instantly. Aesop paused momentarily and sighed. If that day really comes, you will definitely leave Floating Dragon. It's impossible for a Beyond Grade A to be the subordinate of another Beyond Grade A. Han Xiao did not reply. Indeed, if he reached Beyond Grade A, he would definitely leave Floating Dragon. From the beginning, Floating Dragon has always been a stepping stone for him. He had helped Floating Dragon achieve many things throughout the years, so he did contribute as a member. Even if he left Floating Dragon, he would not become Ames' enemy. Ames might not be happy, but Jenny definitely wanted him to get the hell away as soon as possible. Aesop rubbed his forehead and said, "Don't mind me. Old people are always talkative. Back to the topic, you gave me too few clues. I won't be able to guarantee how accurate the prophecy is. Can only be used as a reference." Then, Aesop closed his eyes and started his prophecy. Not long after, he opened his eyes. Seeing that Han Xiao was still waiting patiently, Aesop said, "I only saw a few blurry images. A large shadow shrouds you. You dash left and right but aren't able to escape the shadow no matter what. In the end, the shadow consumes you completely." Han Xiao frowned and asked, "What does this mean? What I saw might not be the reality. It might just be a symbol. I think this prophecy means that the people behind this will keep chasing you, and you won't be able to escape him. In conclusion, it means you're in danger." "That's it." Han Xiao's mouth twitched. "Are you pulling my leg?" "As I said, there are too few clues. The prophecy is very blurry and might not be right." Aesop shrugged. "If I was all-knowing, do you think you would have caught me back then?" Han Xiao was speechless. "Is that not the same as saying nothing at all? Why do I feel like even the Destiny's Child character summon card is more useful than you? If not because there's only one last usage left, I would have used it long ago. You're not very reliable, old man Aesop." Aesop was not of any help, so Han Xiao turned and went to see Ames. Since he was already there, of course, he had to see her. Ames was alone in the palace, and she was rather happy to see Han Xiao. The two of them chatted for a while. Han Xiao did not see Gila and Aurora, so he asked Ames about it. He then came to know that Gila had been extremely motivated recently for some reason, so she had been dragging Aurora along and training extra hard. Han Xiao did not tell anyone else about this visit, so he did not plan on disturbing Gila and Aurora. He chatted with Ames for a while longer before bringing up his request for Ames' help. He instinctively felt that the third round of the mission would be very dangerous. If he could get Ames to help, he would have nothing to worry about. Unexpectedly, Ames smiled elegantly and exquisitely before rejecting him. "Black Star, I can't this time. I have something else to do. Plus, you can't keep asking for my help. Maybe this is very dangerous, but you have the potential to become Beyond Grade A in the future, so if you really want to do that, you have to rely on yourself to conquer one obstacle after another." From the rumors recently, Ames saw the possibility of Han Xiao becoming a Beyond Grade A in the future. Hence, she decided to help Han Xiao less. The way she saw it, danger was a fertilizer. Only through danger would the seed be able to sprout and grow out of the soil. When Aesop was her mentor, he had used the eagle style of education, too, letting her grow and become independent. Ames had learned from this and used the same thing on Gila and Aurora. The only difference was that these sisters had yet to reach the standard of going out on adventures and battles alone. As for Han Xiao, Ames had a lot of trust in his strength. She felt that giving too much protection to Black Star was not a good thing. It would reduce Black Star's opportunities to hone himself. She sincerely wanted to see Black Star become stronger, and she would feel happy for him as a friend. There was nothing Han Xiao could do. After all, Ames was the faction leader. She would not be willing to help him every single time, not to mention the fact that the enemies had yet to even appear this time. Requesting Ames' help was just to make things easier. If the Dragon Emperor was not going to help, he would do it himself. In the past few years he had met countless dangers, so he was not going to be afraid, not ever. After bidding farewell to Ames, Han Xiao left Floating Dragon Island in his spaceship, coming quickly and leaving just as quickly. He did not receive much from this trip to Floating Dragon Island, so he was unavoidably a little upset. In the end, relying on himself was still the best choice. As he became stronger and his organization developed quicker, the battles he was in became larger. The help that Floating Dragon could give to him now was not as great as it used to be. In the cockpit, Han Xiao piloted the spaceship while thinking of a plan. Ames isn't helping and Aesop was basically useless, so I have to complete the promotion as soon as possible. Every little increase in my strength counts. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao took out the communicator and was about to contact his friends to find people to spar with. Beep beep. The communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a sudden message from Bennett. Han Xiao was shocked. He read through it, and his face instantly turned grave. It was not good news. Ever since Bennett built Black Star City, due to all the matters he had to settle every single day, it had been quite some time since he contacted Han Xiao. If there was nothing important, Bennett would not disturb him. This novice planet had always been rather important to Han Xiao. Although the old players had basically all joined his army, there would still be many more new players in the future. He was very sensitive at this time. There was no way for him not to connect what was suddenly happening on planet Aquamarine with the third round of Prey. Han Xiao frowned and was on high alert. This is certainly a trap. One day earlier on planet Aquamarine, in the Government Affairs building, Bennett had just finished reviewing the files. He heaved a sigh of relief, put the pen down, and rubbed his temples, trying to ease his tiredness. Sigh. Being a leader of a nation is more tiring than fighting a war. Bennett sighed. He picked up the hot tea beside him, blew into it, and sipped slowly. The warm tea flew down his throat, bringing warmth to his stomach. The tiredness started to gradually disappear, and he exhaled comfortably. He turned his chair around to face the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the city outside. Trains were running along the tracks, and pedestrians were laughing. It was harmonious and lively. He smiled with relief. Seeing that the people had peaceful and stable lives, Bennett felt that everything was worth it. Ring ring. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk rang hastily. There's really no time to rest at all. Bennett picked up the call. Your Excellency, the Six Nations. A government official was on the other side of the call, stuttering with a sharp voice. Bennett could hear his panic clearly even through the call. He felt that his eardrum was hurting and held the telephone a little further away from his ear. freewebnovel.cm. What are you yelling about? What happened? The Six Nations have declared war on us at the same time. Bennett immediately became stiff. His eyes widened and stood up instantly. Have all of them gone insane? Clank. The teacup fell to the ground, and the hot tea spilled all over the floor. Chapter 668, My Network is Beyond Your Imagination. Chapter 668, My Network is Beyond Your Imagination. The Six Nations declared war without warning, seemingly wanting to eliminate the seventh country that Bennett had built. Bennett spent the entire day trying to prove it. He had personally dialed dozens of phone calls on private lines with the leaders of the Six Nations, which were all rejected. He had no idea why the Six Nations had suddenly gone crazy, and he had no way to find out. He could not deal with such a big matter alone, so he eventually notified Han Xiao. If the third round of the mission did not appear, Han Xiao would most likely have thought that this was due to the technology given to the Six Nations by the galactical financial groups causing their confidence to expand, thus wanting to regain power. Which was also highly unlikely. The Six Nations were not idiots. The more they came into contact with the galaxy, the more they would know how tiny they were. The difference was very clear and visible. The Six Nations would not become arrogant so easily. The galactic financial groups only invested in planet Aquamarine because of him and Floating Dragon. He alone was the reason that planet Aquamarine was developing so rapidly. The Six Nations should know very well that they were depending on Han Xiao declaring war on him basically meant that they were digging their own graves. However, the Six Nations had all lost their sanity at the same time. This did not make sense. I'm almost certain that there are others behind this, and they're most likely the new group of hunters. These people are more difficult to deal with. They're using Planet Aquamarine to lure me back. Han Xiao frowned. If he did not receive the alert from the interface, he would definitely have been shocked as soon as he heard about the Six Nations betrayal. He would also be suspicious, but he would not be as alert as he was now, so he would go back to find out the cause of it. Making the Six Nations betray him was bait. The real enemies were hiding in the shadows. They had the ability to destroy Planet Aquamarine directly, but that was meaningless. Their real target was Han Xiao, so if they appeared, it would alarm him. If Planet Aquamarine was destroyed, it would mean that they had destroyed one of the very few weaknesses that Black Star had. They would then have no way to trick him. Hence, they chose to use Planet Aquamarine as a trap and secretly set up an ambush on Planet Aquamarine, waiting for him, the prey, to step right into the trap. Luckily, the mission alerted me. Han Xiao secretly felt relieved. He had to admit that the enemies this time were much smarter. If he had not been alerted by the mission notification, he might have fallen into this trap. By then, he would have been in a very difficult situation. My current advantage is that the enemies think I do not suspect anything, but I already know about their existence. Han Xiao pondered. The hunters had made the Six Nations betray him for some reason, which was a scheme that he had no choice but to step into. Planet Aquamarine had strategic significance to him. It was a huge leek plantation, so he could not watch the enemies mess up the situation that he had taken so long to build up to. Therefore, he definitely had to go back there and deal with the problems with the Six Nations. The enemies definitely knew about this. Hiding from the enemies will only cause worse damage. Only by facing them directly can I possibly resolve the issue. Fortunately, I have time to think about a solution. The enemy's strength and numbers are unknown, but there shouldn't be fewer than 6 Calamity Grades. It would most likely be difficult for me to fight them alone. I have to get some help. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and was a little troubled. The Dragon Emperor had said that she would not help. Section 0 was at war, and further organizations would take too long. After thinking for a while, it seemed like the only ally that could be of help at the moment was Ghidorah. The Purple Crystal Civilization might be of help, too. Han Xiao hesitated. Purple Crystal had quite a few Calamity Grades for sure. They were officially a part of the government, so they did not take part in the secret war. However, Han Xiao was not sure if Purple Crystal would help him. They might only be interested in the war but not this. I shall give it a try. It never hurts to ask anyway. Han Xiao took out the communicator. Freebnol.com. He was definitely going to look for help. Unless no one would be helping him, he would not return alone. Networking was part of one's strength. On the front line of the secret war, the army of the Bloodshed Land had arrived at 3 border star systems and had started expanding once again. Section 0 was having an extremely tough time. They could only send small fleets to disrupt the enemies, trying to slow them down. They were in a very passive position in the war, and countless difficulties were popping up every single day. The never-ending difficulties made Ralph extremely stressed, especially the problems with the high-level combatants. After all kinds of persuasion and profit promises, the high-level combatants of Section 0 finally stopped avoiding fights, but they still were not willing to go all out. They saved 70% of their strength to protect themselves and only used 30% to deal with the enemies. In terms of high-level combatants, Section 0 was still completely at a disadvantage, getting beaten black and blue by those war maniacs of the Bloodshed Land. Ralph had been thinking of the reliable Black Star every day. Although Black Star would not be able to change the situation of the war alone, Black Star was the only one that had given all he had. Ralph was still settling the matters when his communicator suddenly received a communication request from Black Star. His exhausted mind suddenly became energized. As soon as Ralph picked up the phone, he said, "Black Star, you've finally contacted me. Has your holiday ended? Quickly come back to the battlefield. We need you." Han Xiao coughed and said, "Sorry, I can't go back yet. Civil strife has occurred in my home, Planet Aquamarine. Someone wants to overthrow my representative. I have to return to settle it." Ralph was disappointed. "Did you call to notify me of that?" No. I want the Purple Crystal Civilization's help. Ralph was confused. Is that necessary? It's merely civil strife of a surface civilization. Aren't you able to settle that yourself? It's not that simple. Han Xiao did not hide and told Ralph about the new group of hunters while leaving out the source of this information and changing some of the details. Currently, only Han Xiao, Aesop, and very few people knew that the true master behind the hunters was one of the ancient ones. Last time, when eliminating Albert and gang, Han Xiao did not stop Albert from pushing the blame to Clint. So many Shattered Star Ring organizations thought that Clint was the mastermind, including Purple Crystal. Han Xiao was hinting that Clint had sent a group of hunters to eliminate him. After Ralph heard Han Xiao's explanation, he connected the dots and speculated Clint's motive. Black Star fought the 8 Vanguard officials alone, showcasing his Beyond Grade A potential. Clint planned ahead. They can't let a new Beyond Grade A appear in the Colton Star Cluster, even if the possibility of that is just 1 in a billion. They don't want Purple Crystal to have the opportunity to invest in Black Star, so they sent a group of people to secretly infiltrate the Garten Star system, wanting to eliminate Black Star, the Beyond Grade A seed. Ralph was shocked and felt that he had discovered the truth. The Klent Kingdom's motive made perfect sense. He could not find anything wrong with his speculation. If he was in their shoes, Purple Crystal would have chosen to do the same thing. Ralph's expression became serious immediately, and he said in a low voice, "Got it. There's a deeper reason behind this. Black Star, we have very high hopes for you. We won't let Klent threaten you easily. I will submit your request immediately, and the people above should send some high-ranking government combatants to help you." Han Xiao was delighted. It went smoother than he had thought. Ralph was rather easy to bluff. What he did not know was that the Purple Crystal Civilization upper echelons had held a private meeting long ago and decided to heavily invest in him. Han Xiao still thought that he was just a normal Section 0 member, but in reality, as long as his requests were not too excessive, Purple Crystal would always be willing to help him. In fact, they would want to help him as much as they could. By the way, for insurance, I'm planning to ask for help from the Godorans too, Han Xiao added. Godora is the ruler of the Garten Star system, right? I remember they're your ally. Sure, they're under us. Do you need me to tell them? That would be best. Han Xiao was secretly surprised by how Purple Crystal's people were so easy to convince. Hanging up the communication, Han Xiao contacted Godora. Godora was his old ally, so when Serbia the Fifth heard his request, he agreed without hesitation. If only Black Star had requested help from them, they might have hesitated for a moment. However, Purple Crystal had confirmed that they were involved in this as well, so the Godorans had nothing to be afraid of and were even eager to agree. In the Godorans' eyes, Black Star was giving them a chance to improve their relationship with the Star Cluster civilization. The detailed plans still required discussion. Han Xiao chose an unpopulated planet near Planet Aquamarine as the gathering location and headed over in his spaceship. Chapter 669, Ambush and Counter-Ambush. Chapter 669, Ambush and Counter-Ambush. In a dark cell, a man whose hands and feet were shackled by electromagnetic handcuffs was sitting on the floor. Light glimmered through the window of alloy bars and lit up his furious face. The world outside is in a mess. I can't stay here. The man's voice was husky with a very worried tone. If Han Xiao was there, he would have recognized this man. This imprisoned man was his former boss from more than 7 years ago, the ex-director of the Star Dragon National Strategic Defense Department, Gu Hui. He had survived the mutation disaster. In the past 3 years, when Planet Aquamarine was rapidly growing, he had retired from Division 13 and been promoted to an upper echelon in the government. However, a few days prior, his position had been taken away, and he had been imprisoned. Gu Hui took a deep breath as the images from a few days ago flashed across his eyes. He was invited to an upper echelon conference. During the meeting, the national leader had suddenly made a decision that petrified everyone to work together with all the 6 nations and declare war on Black Star City. No matter how strongly the majority of the officials present opposed this, the leader took an extremely strong stand and refused to retract the decision. The several deputy-level officials kept silent and shockingly did not oppose it too. As both sides stood their ground firmly, this meeting ended without them coming to an agreement. However, Before Gu Hui could recover from the shock, 1 hour after the meeting ended, he was secretly captured and thrown into prison. I'm definitely not the only one that's been captured. All the opposing officials are locked up, too. The upper echelons are going to declare war no matter what. This is a dictatorship. Gu Hui still could not figure out the reason behind this. He was rather familiar with the national leader. Such extreme and arbitrary behavior felt like it was a different person. Black Star was now the protector of planet Aquamarine, yet they want to fight their own protector? Was that not insanity? Gu Hui had been locked up for many days and was very worried about what was happening in the outside world. Since the people that opposed the decision had been captured, no one would stop the leader anymore. He could not imagine what the consequences of declaring a war would be. He could only pray that at least the military would still have a clear mind and not just follow orders blindly. This will definitely lead to Black Star's revenge. Gu Hui did not want to imagine Black Star's reaction to this. That man was no longer that weak black phantom of the past. He could crush the entire planet Aquamarine alone. Those 6 nations have declared war on Black Star's forces. This planet is his garden, so he has definitely received the news. In a certain city of the 6 nations, Stephanie and the rest were walking down the crowded street, coldly observing the riots happening. Just a few days ago, this city had still been peaceful and harmonious. Now, however, large groups of people were protesting. They were angry and agitated, strongly opposing the government's declaration of war against Black Star. The military cooperated with the police to maintain security. Yelling, screaming, and roaring was everywhere. The messy footsteps almost trembled the ground. Some people even threw Molotov cocktails at the buildings, igniting flames and fighting with the police. Chaos reigned. This scene was happening in many cities of the 6 nations at the same time. Stephanie looked at the chaotic scene and smiled in satisfaction. Good. Black Star will definitely come back here to investigate, but he won't know that we are behind this. He won't know that we are targeting him, so he won't be very alert. We just have to wait in the dark for an appropriate opportunity to give him a surprise. As she was speaking, the 9 of them turned and walked away before disappearing in a flash of light. This team had 10 members, but only 9 appeared there. 10 days later, a stream of light approached an unpopulated planet. This was the gathering location that Han Xiao had set. It was not far from planet Aquamarine. The blacklight stealth circled around the planet for a while. It then received a signal from the surface and came to the location where the signal was sent. Purple Crystal and Ghidorah's people had all reached there before him, waiting for his arrival. The spaceship landed, and Han Xiao walked out the hatch. The helpers approached him. Han Xiao looked around. There were 6 of them. Hello, Black Star. We're here to assist you. You can call me Wilton. I'm a Purple Crystal Calamity Grade Combat Officer. These are my 2 team members. Wilton seemed to be their leader. Han Xiao nodded and shook hands with the 6 of them one by one. All 6 of them were Calamity Grades. Purple Crystal and Ghidorah had each sent 3. The leader of the team on Ghidorah's side was a familiar face, Nagakin. Even to Star Cluster civilizations, Calamity Grades were rare high-level combatants, yet Purple Crystal had still sent 3 to help him, showing their sincerity. As per the order from the superiors, you're the commander and can give us orders. Tell me, what do you want us to do? Wilton said with an expressionless face. Han Xiao sharply noticed Wilton's impatience. He thought about it for a second and figured out why. Wilton was a high-level combatant of a star cluster civilization, so he had a sense of superiority and was rather arrogant. However, he had no choice but to follow the orders of a same grade super who was not even a part of his government. Although he would definitely not disobey the superior's orders, he would still probably be unwilling. Han Xiao did not mind it at all. He did not need them to be willing or whatnot. He only needed them to obey his orders and be useful. I suspect that the civil strife on planet Aquamarine is a plot, and there are people behind it. Their goal might be to assassinate me. Han Xiao repeated what he had said to trick Ralph. What do you want us to do? Wilton asked. Han Xiao thought about it and said, since the enemies are trying to attract my attention by starting a civil strife, they will most likely be hiding till I appear. Let's not alarm them. I will go back alone first as the bait. You guys wait near planet Aquamarine. When the hidden enemies show themselves, you guys come to support me. Okay. Wilton had no problem with the plan. Although he did not like Black Star, this did not mean that he doubted Han Xiao's body. After all, it was a strong body that had withstood the attacks of the 8 Vanguard officials, so Black Star would definitely be able to last till they arrived. After discussing it for a while, Han Xiao settled on the plan. The enemies had set a trap for him to step into, but he could use the same method to lure them out. This was the contest between an ambush and a counter-ambush. After confirming the plan, Han Xiao looked at the few of them. Suddenly, he had an idea and said, I have a small request. I hope to spar with each of you to test your combat capabilities. Only then will I be able to know the overall strength of our team. There were 6 Calamity Grades there. It was definitely a good opportunity to earn trial points. His promotion mission progress was currently at 2450. If these 6 teammates were strong enough, he might be able to even complete his promotion right there. Wilton frowned. Han Xiao's request was not nonsensical, but it was too straightforward. It was as if he was doubting their strength. This made him feel like he was being underestimated. Wilton was expressionless but could not help but feel rather annoyed in his heart. However, he did not even consider fighting Han Xiao seriously during the spar. To him, the mission was the priority. He suppressed his anger and sparred with Han Xiao. This time, the sparring was even shorter than when Han Xiao sparred with the Forbidden Sorcerers. Both of them stopped at a suitable time and did not go all out. Han Xiao sparred with his 6 teammates one after another. It went smoothly and did not waste too much time. After all, the 6 of them were temporarily under his command, so they did not have any objections. Among the 6 Calamity Grade helpers, only Wilton was 20 or more levels higher than him and gave him 6 trial points. 4 of them were less than 20 levels away from him. Han Xiao found an excuse to spar with each of them twice and obtained 4 trial points each. In total, he gained 22 trial points. The progress of the promotion mission was now 4650. 4 points away from completion. Sadly, one of the Godaran Calamity Grades was 3 levels lower than him, so he did not give any trial points. Only 4 points away. I need one more opponent. Han Xiao hesitated. He kinda wanted to find another person to spar and complete the promotion before returning to planet Aquamarine. However, finding a new opponent would take quite some time. Over the past few days, Bennett had sent him reports every day. The situation was getting worse very quickly. Bennett was hurrying him back all the time, so Han Xiao did not really want to delay it much longer. Furthermore, as soon as he completed the promotion, he would go through race evolution, and the observer's mark ability might disappear. This was a very useful special ability, especially against these elusive hunters. After pondering, Han Xiao came to a decision. The enemies are ambushing me, so we will fight sooner or later. I have helpers now, so it won't be easy for the enemies to succeed. It won't be too late to complete the promotion mission during the battle. It's better to keep the Chaos Observer's abilities, they might be useful. Han Xiao sorted his thoughts and left Philip's subprograms to deal with the rest. In case the enemies had ways to cut communication, Philip could call for reinforcements for him. As the preparations were completed, Han Xiao did not stay on this planet. He boarded his spaceship and headed to planet Aquamarine. At the central helipad in Black Star City, the mercenaries stationed there and some of the officials under Bennett received the news and waited for Black Star's return. Bennett was walking back and forth at the front and glancing at the sky occasionally, appearing rather anxious. Who? As the sound of spaceship approached, the crowd hastily looked up and saw Black Star's signature spaceship slowly landing. Everyone felt relieved as if they had finally found someone to rely on. The blacklight stealth stopped, and Han Xiao stepped onto planet Aquamarine once again. He saw Bennett and the others immediately and walked over. You're finally back. Bennett felt as if his shoulders were lighter, like the weight above them had been removed. Recently, he had been very stressed, but as soon as Black Star returned, he suddenly felt no stress at all. Black Star was the protector of the entire planet Aquamarine. He would be able to solve any problem they had. Han Xiao nodded and walked toward the base. Bennett and the others followed beside him. What's the situation now? The Six Nations have publicly declared war. Both their people and our people are flustered. The intelligence personnel I planted in the Six Nations told me that the Six Nations have already started preparing missiles to attack Black Star City. I don't even dare turn off the protective shields these few days for fear of a sudden attack by the Six Nations. They've gone insane. I cannot judge their actions with logic at all. Bennett spoke hastily. Han Xiao curled his lips. Do all the government officials of the Six Nations agree with the war declaration? I don't believe that everyone has lost their mind. Do you have any information regarding this? With a grave tone, Bennett said, You're right. The Six Nations' decision to declare war was very sudden. Many government officials did not even know about this before it happened. Many opposed it, but a few hours later, all the opposing government officials were captured. The Six Nations are basically under a dictatorship now. Collective dictatorship? Ah, that's new. Han Xiao acted as if he was curious and asked, Have you talked to the Six Nations leaders? No, they refused to communicate with me. I have no idea why they're doing this. Han Xiao squinted. Then I will have to go to them personally to talk. He wanted to see what these hunters had done to the Six Nations to make them go insane together. With a worried expression, Bennett said, Six Nations won't allow you to get close to them. You have to be careful. They might launch missiles at you. Let them try. Han Xiao's tone turned cold. I've had enough of internal fights. The civilization has been split by too long. It's time to unite it. Since he was acting as a bait, he had to look real. Han Xiao secretly looked at the government officials following behind him. The enemies might even be looking at him right now. Chapter 670 Child's Play. Chapter 670 Child's Play. Since the enemy's goal was him, Han Xiao felt that they should have measures to confirm his return. The most likely one would be to have someone watching him in Black Star City, as the planet Aquamarine people would have no way to discover the enemies. As a Calamity Grade, toying with a surface civilization was as easy as eating and drinking. With the investment from galactic financial groups, planet Aquamarine was developing rapidly toward the interstellar era. In just a few years' time, they might be able to build stable interstellar carriers, colonize other unpopulated planets, and other things. However, planet Aquamarine was still considered a surface civilization at the moment. They had no chance against a Calamity Grade Super. All the officials that came to welcome him had green names and no red names, but Han Xiao did not completely rely on the interface. In his previous life, there had been some special abilities that could trick the identification of the interface. In fact, his observer's mark was one of them. Han Xiao looked normal but stayed alert. Starting from the moment he landed, the enemy might attack any time. After chatting for a while, Han Xiao roughly understood the situation from Bennett. He smiled and said, I understand the situation. There's no need to give the Six Nations time to prepare. I'll go and chat with them right now. Then, without waiting for the others to reply, mechanical parts covered his body in the blink of an eye and formed into the mountain ape mechanical suit. With a blue flame shooting out from his back, Han Xiao took off from the helipad, breaking through the sound barrier, turning into a little black dot, and quickly disappearing. Bennett's relaxed. With Black Star there, he felt so much more assured. With the efficiency of its galactic engine, Han Xiao flew within the planetary atmosphere. The wastelands, mountain range, and the rest of the landscape receded under him rapidly. Han Xiao left a blue trail behind him and traveled using the planet as the axis. His tracks were very visible even in the daylight. Everywhere he went, many residents on the surface of the planet looked up and discovered this long-standing blue route he took. Not long after, Han Xiao arrived above the Star Dragon capital. Looking at the familiar city, Han Xiao saw images flashing past in his mind that felt like only yesterday. Without noticing it, almost 10 years had passed. This city was where he started. Thinking for a while, Han Xiao did not hide and landed on the streets. Not far away, a group of people were protesting. The moment they saw Black Star, their faces turned into excitement, and they started to cheer at Han Xiao. Look, it's Black Star. Please stop our government. Black Star, those government officials do not represent us. We all support you. No one wants to be your enemy. The crowd squeezed over and yelled in a mess. but Han Xiao still managed to understand what those civilians meant. As he had solved the mutation disaster, Han Xiao's reputation in planet Aquamarine was much higher than that of the Six Nations governments. He was admired by every planet Aquamarine resident. I'm sort of popular. Han Xiao felt strange. He did not feel troubled, but he did not enjoy this feeling of being loved by so many people either. After all, his target was not just resolving the trap that the hunters had set up, but also using this opportunity to overthrow the Six Nations and uniting planet Aquamarine. Since my reputation is so high, things should be much easier. Han Xiao nodded internally. Without greeting the civilians, he quickly left and flew across half of the city, landing in an alley. Since he had returned, Han Xiao wanted to see the maintenance workshop that he had once worked at. During the mutation disaster, the city had been in a mess. For safety, many people had decided to leave the city. Lu Qian had disappeared and become uncontactable as well. This store had been closed for a very long time, and there had been evidence of it falling apart everywhere. Now that 3 more years had passed, this maintenance store had become even more run down. Still, no one had come back. Han Xiao shook his head. With Old Man Lu's protection, Lu Qian would not have died in the mutation disaster. They might have already settled down in another city and would not be coming back. Since she had not gone to look for him, he did not want to disturb them. After taking a look at a place of the past, Han Xiao flew toward Dragonhorn Tower where the Star Dragon government was, heading right toward the Star Dragon leader. Dragonhorn Tower was very conspicuous. Han Xiao quickly arrived at the destination. Suspended in midair, Han Xiao looked down and smirked. The ground around the tower cracked open, showing many deep tunnels leading underground. Armored armies appeared from within, and all kinds of firearms and artilleries aimed at Han Xiao. The basement of Dragonhorn Tower was a military base. When Han Xiao first appeared within the crowd, the Star Dragon military received the news. As Han Xiao had come so suddenly, Star Dragon did not have enough time to get the missiles ready and could only make some hasty preparations. With Han Xiao's strength, those armored armies could not even tickle him. Their rather refined gunpowder weapons seemed primitive to him. Han Xiao shook his head and extended his arm. Several bolts of mechanical force lightning launched from his hand. Clank! The tanks and artilleries on the ground were sucked up immediately and quickly dismantled into pieces, all turning into waste. This army was eliminated in an instant, leaving the lost and helpless soldiers on the ground. The welcome ceremony isn't enthusiastic enough. Han Xiao felt like he was bullying children. But it did feel good. With his strength, eliminating the entire Six Nations was a piece of cake. Under Dragonhorn Tower, the Star Dragon leader entered the safe house while being accompanied by the troops. After closing the thick alloy gate, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This specially made safe house was like a safe. It was extremely thick and would never be penetrated by missiles. "How are the armored troops?" The Star Dragon leader quickly asked the military personnel beside. "They were wiped out." Black Star only raised his hand a little. How could he be so strong? The Star Dragon leader inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the gate of the safe house. Boom! With a flash of psionic energy, the safe house that could stop missiles now had a hole in it. Han Xiao walked right in. Through the hole, the people inside the room saw countless soldiers behind Han Xiao who were lying on the ground, whining in agony. Han Xiao really did not want to start a slaughter, so he controlled his strength as much as he could and was barely able to injure them without killing them. "We meet again." Han Xiao looked at the Star Dragon leader. "Ho, how are you able to come in?" The Star Dragon leader was horrified. Han Xiao frowned and noticed the strangeness. The leaders of the Six Nations should know very clearly how strong he was. It was impossible for them to doubt that he would not be able to even break into this fragile safe house. However, the shocked expression on the Star Dragon leader's face did not seem like an act. Han Xiao squinted before punching the safe house wall beside him. Boom! The entire safe house shook. Everyone else could not maintain balance anymore and fell onto the ground, taking slight damage. The interface immediately received a lot of combat information. Han Xiao instantly opened and read through it. The level of everyone there was significantly lower than his, so their attributes were all crystal clear. Including the Star Dragon leader, the status bar of everyone in the room had a special status on it. Memory modification: the memories of this person are modified. Remaining time: 2 days 13 hours. No wonder. All his doubts were cleared. This was the reason that the Six Nations had turned on him. This was undoubtedly an act of those hunters. He did not know what kind of memories the enemies had given the Six Nations leaders, but they seemed to have forgotten how strong he was. No wonder they were resisting so meaninglessly, even dreaming of taking back power from his hands and overthrowing Bennett's forces. A person's personality was decided by their experiences. Once their memories changed, their personality would shift too. Some psychics who knew special techniques or espers with those kinds of abilities were able to do things like this, so there was definitely someone like that among the enemies. Such things were useless to stronger people. Stronger supers had higher mental resistance. However, planet Aquamarine only had a few decades history of supers. The strongest among them was just grade C. In front of a calamity grade, they were still weaklings that could be toyed with as they liked. Changing one's memory was a rather subtle and hidden measure. Other than supers with psychic abilities, the other class supers would not be able to discover what happened to these people instantly. But Han Xiao was an exception. The enemies most likely think I won't be able to discover what they did because I'm a mechanic. Han Xiao sneered in his mind. Since the enemies could modify memories, it was meaningless for him to do anything to these government officials, as the enemies would be able to modify those people's memories again. Suddenly, Han Xiao had an idea. This kind of ability has to be cast at a close range. The status duration on these people is only 2.5 days. By then, the hidden enemy will definitely secretly appear and modify their memories again. I will then be able to discover their location. Han Xiao planted an observer's mark on the Star Dragon leader before pretending he knew nothing about the memory modification and acting like he should have acted, threatening the Star Dragon leader to stop the declaration of war. The government officials present had forgotten about Han Xiao's strength, so they were now terrified and gave in under Han Xiao's threats. They gave orders on the spot and released the captured officials at the same time. Han Xiao saw his old friend Gu Hui, but he only glanced at him and did not intend to say hello. Since the enemies were still hidden, it was not the time. After witnessing the Star Dragon leader complete his orders, Han Xiao turned around and immediately left the Star Dragon capital. The Star Dragon leader and the other officials could not believe it. Was that all? They had thought that they were going to die for sure. The captured officials, including Gu Hui, were all very glad that Han Xiao did not kill those people. Such gentle measures clearly meant that he was giving them a chance. Due to this mistake, Gu Hui and many officials decided that they had to impeach the current leader. They could not let this maniac continue leading the nation. Afterward, Han Xiao visited the remaining 5 nations and convinced every one of them. He could only plant 5 observers' marks. The mark he had planted on Logi had already been wiped away by Austin after completing its job. As promotion was around the corner, Han Xiao swapped out all the observers' mark targets and gave them to 5 national leaders. He then returned to Black Star City and waited for the observers' marks to provide useful information. This was like fishing; it required patience. To his surprise, the hidden enemies did not attack him during this time. What could they be waiting for? Were they observing him? Knowing what had happened to Albert, the enemies seemed to be very cautious and were confirming if he had really fallen for the trap. A few hours later, the 6 nations withdrew the war declarations at the same time. Countless people were cheering and overjoyed. However, before they could even enjoy the contentment, just one day after, everyone was dumbfounded by the 6 nations' actions. Having just withdrawn the war declaration, the 6 nations launched missiles at Black Star City the following day, as if their compromise one day ago was just to earn the time to prepare. Most missiles were intercepted midair, and the galactic-level protective shield of Black Star City stopped the rest of the missiles. There were no casualties. However, everyone in Black Star City was furious at the completely perfidious 6 nations. Even the people of the 6 nations could not believe. Has our government really gone insane? Are they asking to be killed? Will they only stop when Black Star kills all of them? Han Xiao, however, was not angry at all. It was clear that this had happened because the enemies had modified the Six Nations leaders' memories again. The political conflicts of a surface civilization were no different from children playing house to calamity grades. The good news was, he did not have to wait 2 days to obtain useful information. Through the observer's marks, an enemy finally appeared. These people finally showed themselves. Fuenvel.com. Han Xiao squinted his eyes. Just 1 day later, Gu Hui was imprisoned once again before he could execute his plan. Being imprisoned the second time, he was not even angry anymore. What is this? Does the leader think that matters of national importance are just like children playing house, doing whatever they want? Of course, Gu Hui did not know that the memories of all those officials had been modified. He was completely speechless toward those people who had once been his colleagues. Chapter 671. I recognize you. Chapter 671. I recognize you. In Raylan's capital, Zeglin walked slowly in the government building. Everyone he passed, be it government officials, secretaries, or guards, ignored him as if he did not exist. However, if someone was about to bump into him, that person would subconsciously dodge aside. Arriving at the door of the leader's office, Zeglin did not stop. He pushed the door open and walked in. The guard beside the door did not react at all. In the room, the Raylan leader was in a call with the military, who also ignored Zeglin. Zeglin tapped his own forehead with his finger. An invisible psychic energy expanded and turned into more than 10 tentacles, which then penetrated into the Raylan leader's brain, modifying his memories. The Raylan leader's words suddenly paused. Confusion flashed on his face for a second before his expression returned to normal, and he continued speaking on the call. In this short pause, his memories had been modified. Expressionless, Zeglin nodded and left the way he had entered. While walking, he used the psychic mark in his brain and communicated with Stephanie and the others across thousands of miles. I checked their memories. Black Star's attitude toward them is very normal. He threatened them and does not know that the memories of these national leaders have been modified. It's basically confirmed that he did not notice anything. We should act soon. He's not alert now, but he might be if we delay this for too long. Stephanie's chuckling sounded in his mind. Don't forget what happened to Albert. Black Star is even more cautious than Antarians. Letting our guard down against him would be foolish. However, you're right, delaying isn't a good idea. The next time he leaves Black Star City, we will set up an ambush over there. In his own territory, he would be more hesitant to attack. When I'm done with my job, I will rendezvous with you guys. Zeglin nodded and then levitated with his psychic energy, flying toward Theseus, which was also on the northern continent. This was his next target. He was a member of Stephanie's team, a psychic master who could modify memories. He deviated from the others and acted alone, giving fake memories to the Six Nations leaders and twisting their knowledge toward Black Star, making them think that they were fighters resisting a dictator. The political conflicts of a planet-surface civilization were just tricks between weaklings, meaningless and childish. He could toy with those people any way he wanted to. If not for the sake of setting up a trap for Black Star, he would not even have been willing to waste his energy on using such delicate memory-modifying methods on a group of surface civilization natives. It was winter on the mountainous northern continent. Zeglin quickly left Raylan's border, flying over the icy landscape. When flying over a mountain, Zeglin's heart suddenly skipped a beat as if it was grabbed by a hand. A sense of danger appeared, and he looked up at the sky. A mysterious blue light was burning in the sky. Wadash! In the blink of an eye, many blue light beams fell from the sky. Boom! The ground cracked open. The area of hundreds of miles was all within the attack range. Apart from the bright blue light, no other colors could be seen. Half of the mountain was flattening in an instant. Terrifying craters appeared on the planet's surface, like a dozen meteors hitting the planet at the same time. At the edge of the explosion radius, Zeglin barely kept himself floating. He was covered in burn marks and was horrified. He had never expected to be attacked so suddenly by such a strong attack. Unable to hold back, blood spilled out of Zeglin's mouth. He felt as if his organs were going to shatter. As he backed away, he looked around anxiously, wanting to find the enemy. Who is it? Come out! Just as he said that, a blue meteor flew toward him from the edge of the sky rapidly, leaving a long trail, and stopped not far away. Black Star. Zeglin's eyes opened wide with shock. He did not expect Black Star to suddenly find him. Han Xiao opened his helmet, stared at Zeglin, and snorted. There's indeed someone controlling the 6 nations, or they wouldn't have acted so strangely. Speak. Why did you target Planet Aquamarine? Since he was already putting on an act, he might as well do the whole show. Han Xiao acted as if he did not know that he was the target of Stephanie and the others, and he acted as if he was certain that Zeglin was the last mastermind behind all this. Since there were definitely more enemies other than Zeglin, him striking suddenly would mess up with their plan and get him the high ground. Without the observer's mark, he would only be able to wait for the enemies to attack him. It would be too passive that way, and there would very likely be unrelated casualties. Now, however, he could choose the battlefield and attack the enemies first. After confirming Zeglin's appearance, Han Xiao had locked onto Zeglin's rough coordinates with the spaceship radar before using more than 10 psionic sky cannons to bombard the area. There was no need to be careful when fighting in this desolate region. The power of one psionic sky cannon was higher than an eye of God. He did not know that Stephanie and the gang's choice of the battlefield was Black Star City. The observer's mark had helped Black Star City escape its fate of being destroyed, not turning it into the battlefield of more than a dozen calamity grades. Psychics were even more vulnerable than mechanics, and seeing that Zeglin was heavily injured, Han Xiao knew that his attack was very effective. Zeglin hastily turned his mind into a server through the psychic mark in his brain and shared his vision with Stephanie and the rest. *T. I've been discovered. Quick! Come save me! Stephanie was surprised. Black Star is indeed as cautious as I thought. He's very observant too. However, he's only discovered you. Black Star had discovered Zeglin and attacked him directly. This had messed up Stephanie's plan, but she felt reassured upon seeing Han Xiao's attitude. She connected Han Xiao's actions and realized that Black Star definitely did something to the 6 nations that led him to discover Zeglin, thinking that he was the last and only enemy. However, Black Star did not know Zeglin's motive and did not know that there were still 9 more people waiting to ambush him. He only thought that his enemy's target was Planet Aquamarine. In this case, the situation was still in her control. Black Star did not discover that this was a trap for him. We only have one choice now. Change the plan and attack Black Star straight away. He has not discovered us yet. Zeglin, do your best to stall him. We're heading over now. Having made the decision, Stephanie felt confident. Black Star thought that Zeglin was the only enemy, so when the 9 of them all appeared, Black Star would definitely be surprised. Stephanie and the rest were rather far from Zeglin. It would take some time for them to arrive even with Calamity Grade speeds. Half of Zeglin's heart froze. He was heavily injured, and the opponent was a mechanic that could use psionic energy, who also happened to have the indestructible body title. He knew clearly that he was no match for Han Xiao. Without saying a word, Zeglin turned around and started escaping. Want to escape? Do you think that's possible? Han Xiao clapped his hands. The army boxes arrived instantly and turned into an enormous mechanical army that shrouded Zeglin in an instant. The psychic class countered the mechanic, but the mechanic class also countered the psychic class. After all, psychic attacks were useless against machines. Only telekinesis would have an effect. Boom! The long-range units and the artillery units shot psionic beams one after another, penetrating Zeglin's psychic barrier again and again. Mechanical soldiers waved their multifunctional weapons with electromagnetic, shock, high-temperature, laser, and other attacks, slashing through Zeglin time and time again, leaving him with scars of all sorts. Zeglin ran with all his might, but he was surrounded. The new generation mechanical army, enhanced by the truth mechanic bonuses, was many levels stronger than before. Without needing Han Xiao to do anything, Zeglin was already in a dire situation. His health was steadily reducing. Han Xiao was giving his machines mechanical force bonuses at the side while paying attention to the surroundings at all times. He attacked to lure the enemies out, but he still did not know how many hunters there were. Thus, he kept his guard up. After fighting for a while, Zeglin was covered in wounds and blood. Arg! Zeglin roared with rage. His psychic energy turned into an enormous spiral drill, covering him as he tried to escape the encirclement of the mechanical army. He was at his limit, and this was his last attack. He was betting his life on escaping. The psychic drill penetrated one layer of encirclement after another, almost penetrating the army. However, at this moment the shield team suddenly gathered before Zeglin. They activated their psionic shields at the same time, which then fused with each other and turned into colossal psionic barrier. The invisible psionic drill and the thick psionic barrier clashed. Energy debris shot out from the location of the impact, like the sparks from cutting through metal. The drill's impact lasted quite a while before weakening. Zeglin's eyes opened wide with regret, could not penetrate this psionic barrier. Out of exhaustion, he felt sleepy. This was the side effect of overusing psychic energy. Usually, he would be able to recover after a short while, but he was now under siege. The moment that Zeglin's body stiffened, countless psionic beams landed on him. Boom! Blue explosions appeared continuously. Blood and flash separated, incinerated the moment they left his body. Mechanical soldiers slashed Zeglin's body with high-temperature weapons, making him spin around in midair. Slash! An arm flew out. Slash! A leg this time. Boom! The next second, the dozens of mechanical soldiers attacked together. Zeglin was sliced into minced meat in an instant. His body exploded like a firework. Blood fell like rain. Dead on the spot. The mechanical armies all stopped moving. A cold wind blew past, bringing the only sound to the dead silent battlefield. Han Xiao was stunned. The battle had ended quicker than he expected. If he remembered correctly, this was the first Calamity Grade to have been killed by his mechanical army. My God, my virtuous mechanical army has killed someone. Though this guy was a little too vulnerable. Han Xiao scratched the stubble on his chin. If he did not have so many tanky talents with his endurance, he would only have a little more than 70,000 health. Psychics were strong in attack but weak in defense. This was a known fact. If Zeglin did not only think about escaping the encirclement but attacked him with psychic attacks, Han Xiao might have been injured a little. Sadly, it seemed like Zeglin feared his indestructible body title and did not have the guts to attack him. Killing Zeglin in a duel was a welcome surprise. Not only did this weaken the enemy's overall strength, but the promotion mission on his interface was also displayed as completed. This meant that, if Han Xiao wanted to, he could go through his promotion at any time to complete his race evolution. Han Xiao felt relaxed. Knowing that he could go through promotion anytime, he was more confident. The experience that he had was more than enough for him to level up to 195 right after his promotion, reaching the maximum level limit of Truth Mechanic. At his current stage, being able to maintain such fast leveling speed was thanks to his savings in version 2.0. At this time, the sound of the sound barrier breaking appeared. Who? A few people flew over from the edge of the sky and stopped in midair. It was Stephanie and the others. They all looked at what was left of Zeglin, and their expressions changed. In the short time it had taken them to travel there, Black Star had already killed Zeglin? Stephanie squinted. She had no emotion toward her teammates, so she was not angry, just staring at Han Xiao. He really is very strong. His Excellency Thousand Shadows will definitely like him. Not planning to explain anything to Han Xiao, Stephanie made a sign, signaling for the others to spread out and surround Han Xiao. They blocked all of Han Xiao's escape routes and looked at Han Xiao. Stephanie stared at Han Xiao's face, looking forward to seeing his terrified and shocked expression of realizing that he had fallen into a trap. Seeing this, Han Xiao put on his helmet and covered his face. He had already successfully lured the enemies out, so he was too lazy to continue his Oscar spirit. Stephanie was disappointed and lost her excitement. Although she knew that Black Star was definitely shocked and was only controlling his expression to not show his enemies, she still wanted to see the panicking expression of her prey. Sadly, it did not go as she hoped it would. 9 Calamity Grades. This is probably all. Han Xiao was secretly relieved. If he was alone, he would definitely have had a very tough fight. Luckily, he had planned ahead and found helpers. Philip had already called Wilton, Nagakin, and the others to reinforce him. He just had to hold on for a while. he was not as vulnerable as Zeglin. Furthermore, he had discovered something huge that he did not expect. Under the mechanical suit helmet, Han Xiao stared at the enemy's leader, Stephanie, sizing her up. He then smiled. He recognized this woman. Chapter 672, Suddenly Clear. Chapter 672 Suddenly Clear. The moment Han Xiao saw Stephanie, he felt that she looked familiar. As he looked at her carefully, his heart skipped a beat. He did not recognize the other hunters, but he was familiar with this woman. Many players in his previous life had known Stephanie. She was very active during the Calamity of the Super's version. She was a subordinate of the Beyond Grade A from the Abyss of Stars, Thousand Shadows. She fought for Thousand Shadows with countless supers as pawns, including many players that teamed up to kill her. In the end, she died in a battle while being surrounded by many forces, where she was finally freed. After that, a related dungeon crystal appeared. Stephanie was inside the dungeon as a hidden boss. There was a chance of obtaining an extremely rare reward by defeating her. In the later stages of Han Xiao's previous life, with an extremely high 87.6% player repeat rate, she entered the list of top 100 hard workers and received the honorable title Lady Stephanie. At that stage, the player count of Galaxy was dozens of times greater than the player count of version 2.0. The number of players online at the same time was more than 10 million. The fact that more than 80% of players had repeated Stephanie's dungeon before represented its popularity. It was a little embarrassing to mention, but Han Xiao had fought Stephanie with at least 300 different accounts. He could not have been more familiar with her. Han Xiao did not expect to recognize one of the enemies, so he was surprised. Initially, he did not know who the mastermind was. Now that he had seen Stephanie, everything became clear, and he found the truth. It was Thousand Shadows. No wonder everything connects now. Han Xiao was excited. If the mastermind was indeed Thousand Shadows, he knew why the hunters were capturing supers. It was to provide shadows for Thousand Shadows. Thousand Shadows' ability was very strange. He could absorb other individuals and turn them into his underlings, who were called shadows. The shadows still retained most of their personality, but they had a sense of belonging and loyalty toward Thousand Shadows that could not be erased. In this condition, their memories were slightly altered. The shadows slept inside Thousand Shadows, but at the same time, they could act for him. The abilities of the shadows were preserved, or even enhanced, after fusing with Thousand Shadows. Thousand Shadows had lived for too long. No one knew how many shadows were in his body. He was an extremely mysterious member of the Ancient Ones. Han Xiao recalled a secret that a player had found in his previous life. In order to live longer, Thousand Shadows sought help from specialized people and gave his Esper ability vitality. He then gave up his body and turned into a strange Esper being. Usual methods could not kill him. He had lived for close to 1,000 years and was a member of the Ancient Ones. Discovering the truth, Han Xiao was feeling gloomy. Thousand Shadows liked high-quality shadows, so he probably would not give up easily on Han Xiao. Han Xiao absolutely did not want to become a part of Thousand Shadows. He would lose himself and become a puppet. Stephanie was Thousand Shadows' shadow. Her life story was rather tragic, too. Before she died, her true self returned for a moment and explained her origins. Back at the start of the exploration era, before the primordial ones had been born, when the war between the three universal civilizations extended throughout the entire universe. She was born in an era of war, an Antarian. Her civilization's mother planet was dragged into the war. She displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, so she was chosen as a warrior, fighting for her home and quickly growing. In a short period of a little more than 10 years, she had already become the protector of her home, at the age normal galaxy human race women were at their peak. At such a young age, she became the top protector of Antar. She was so strong that even the three civilizations had heard of her. However, a gigantic war broke out between the Crimson Dynasty and Federation of Light that used an entire star cluster as the battlefield. The Antarians were affected. Their mother planet fell, and their colonial planets turned into ruins under the Crimson Dynasty's iron hoofs. Only a handful of people escaped with spaceships used for migration. Stephanie was one of the survivors. People in wars were realistic. The survivors had no time to miss their mother planet and left the battlefield quickly, looking for a new home to rise again. However, an unwelcome guest had his eyes on Stephanie. Thousand Shadows. Thousand Shadows was originally from a long-lived race and had already lived for many years. At that time, he had yet to give up his body and was not beyond grade A. He wanted Stephanie's power, so he intercepted the spaceship that the Antar survivors were in. In the ending, the Antar civilization was another extinguished civilization, and Stephanie became one of Thousand Shadows' shadows. The history only recorded what happened. The cold words could not record emotions. The motives, feelings, and the reactions of everyone back then became mysteries. In Han Xiao's previous life, after Stephanie became a part of the dungeon, some players looked for her history out of curiosity. From a few descriptions in some history books, they came to know that some historians believed that if Stephanie did not mysteriously disappear, she might have become one of the primordial ones. However, during the exploration era, there had been way too many calamity grades that had a lot of potential, and most of them had died in battle. The primordial ones were the first group of beyond grade as that walked out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood alive. Thousand Shadows was not one of the primordial ones. He was always very mysterious, only appearing as a beyond grade A near the end of the exploration era. In just one look, these thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He took a deep breath. The true identity of the enemy had been discovered. It was definitely very stressful to be Thousand Shadows' enemy. But that was something for later. The most imminent problem was dealing with 9 calamity grades, especially Stephanie. With a push, a beam of psionic impact whale headed right towards Stephanie. The enormous mechanical army around Han Xiao started to move toward all the enemies. Bang, bang, bang. Countless psionic cannons crisscrossed, and mechanical soldiers approached the enemies with weapons and shields in their hands. Stephanie and the rest moved, too. The battle erupted. The scene instantly became chaotic. Han Xiao never overestimated himself. Although his mechanical army was much stronger than before, facing 9 experienced calamity grades was still beyond his capabilities. Among the 9 enemies, there were 2 mechanics. One of them was a cannon master, shooting out large beams from extremely high-caliber cannons, shattering mechanical soldiers one after another. The other one used the galactic stronghold style. A several hundred-meter-tall fortress expanded from his hands. It had extremely strong firepower and its own guards. Clank! Metal clashed against metal non-stop, electrical sparkles replaced blood, and scrap metal and wires fell like rain. Among the rest of the enemies, there were 2 pugilists, 1 mage, and 4 espers. Stephanie was one of the espers. Stephanie's ability was the most mysterious. Like a diving eagle, she headed right for Han Xiao in the middle of the army. Everywhere she passed, the nearly mechanical soldiers all shattered. The air around her looked like it was bent by high temperature. From very far away, she raised her hand and aimed at Han Xiao. With just this one move, several notifications popped up on Han Xiao's interface. You have entered the slightly slowed state. -12% dex. Duration, 8 seconds. Viewabnovel.com. You have entered the slightly weakened state. -6% all attributes. Duration, 8 seconds. You have entered the slightly confused state. Plus 10% chance of being interrupted while using abilities. Duration, 8 seconds. You have entered the abnormally excited state. Your attack is fluctuating at 80% to 110%. Duration, 8 seconds. You have entered the light illusion state. -10% accuracy, -10% perception. Duration, 8 seconds. You have entered the slightly tired state. Plus 8% expense in energy and stamina. Duration, 10 seconds. Your ability, Steel Body, is activated. All true damage is nullified. Chapter 673. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Chapter 673. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Han Xiao felt his body become heavier and slower. A ton of debuffs were applied to him in the blink of an eye. Is really still the same. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he was not surprised at all. Having completed Stephanie's dungeon a few hundred times, he was extremely familiar with Stephanie. Even though the Stephanie inside the dungeon was a weaker version, her abilities did not change. Han Xiao knew her combat style like the back of his hand. Giving the enemies a bunch of debuffs at the start was exactly the same as what she would do in the dungeon. Without hesitation, Han Xiao backed away with void travel. Stephanie was stronger in close-range battles and had bonus damage against metal. He did not want his mechanical suit to be destroyed so quickly. Luckily, I got rid of that psychic called Zeglin, or things would be even tougher now. Not stopping at all, Han Xiao controlled the mechanical army to execute the stalling strategy in Philip's database, preventing Stephanie and the others' momentum of rushing toward him. Meanwhile, he used the army as a barrier and moved within, approaching the mage and 2 mechanic enemies occasionally, trying to deal some damage. In front of 9 experienced Calamity Grade, the mechanical army was under a great deal of pressure. It became a tough fight very quickly. Machines fell broken one after another and flew back up after Han Xiao used waste modification on them, returning to the battlefield. The battlefield was chaotic. The tactical screen in Han Xiao's helmet displayed the various data as Han Xiao calmly analyzed the situation. Stephanie disrupted the electromagnetic waves over a large area, so Han Xiao could not contact Wilton and the others. Out of caution, the Philip subprogram that he had left for Wilton came in handy. Although he could not receive the location information of the reinforcements, he was certain that they were heading over. His current mission was not to fight them head-on but stall them and wait for the reinforcements to arrive. Boom! The impact from 10 Calamity Grades fighting shook the mountains and the ground. Even the weather changed. It was initially bright and clear, but the sky was filled with dark clouds and lightning bolts. Han Xiao kept shifting the battlefield away from the populated areas on the northern continent and toward unpopulated glaciers. Everywhere they passed, ice that had formed over millions of years cracked open, mountains shook, avalanches occurred, and the landscape was in a mess. The impacts of the fight between Calamity Grades were bringing disasters to this planet. With the battlefield as the center, earthquakes spread out to the entire northern continent. Near sea areas far from the battlefield, the sky darkened, and the sea was filled with violent waves. Tsunamis and tornadoes collided with cities near the sea. It's a tsunami, run! What's going on? The residents of the cities near the sea on the northern continent were horrified by the natural disasters and ran for their lives. Of course, Han Xiao could not see the reactions of those people. However, he did not need to see to know that the aftershock of their battle was already creating disasters on planet Aquamarine. This is why they purposely chose here to be the battlefield. Han Xiao's expression was hostile. He dodged an invisible tornado-shaped impact wave from Stephanie once again, and the mechanical soldiers behind him were broken into pieces. They had shifted the battlefields many times, and the battle was reaching the climax. The blue light in the sky started burning again. It was another psionic sky cannon attack controlled by Philip. Boom! The mechanical army quickly avoided the bombardment area. Stephanie and the others did too, but the fortress of that enemy mechanic moved very slowly and could not get out of the attack range. Its shield shattered, and the fortress turned into broken pieces. This was the enemy's second fortress that had been destroyed. Using this opportunity, Han Xiao retreated slowly while fighting. They were already at the edge of the north side, and he started to shift toward the sea. Freeobnovel.com. Problematic sky cannons. Stephanie frowned. She looked up, pointed at one of the pugilists, and said, "You, go up there and destroy Black Star's sky cannons." The pugilist nodded. Flames shot out from under his feet as he rose up like a rocket, turning into a black dot in an instant and heading toward outer space. Don't waste time. Long-duration battles are Black Star's strength. Quickly restrain him. Stephanie's tone was impatient. She led the other teammates and dashed toward Han Xiao once again. She knew that Black Star was difficult to kill, but her plan was not to kill him but capture him. However, Han Xiao was too swift. She did not have a chance to close the distance on Han Xiao. Only close-range combat would maximize the power of her Esper ability. After chasing for a while, They clashed once again above the sea. The impact created waves thousands of feet high. Energy waves shot into the sea and formed enormous vortexes. As the mechanical army's numbers kept decreasing, Han Xiao started to show signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Han Xiao showed a flaw in his defenses. Stephanie's eyes sparkled. She caught the opportunity and turned into a black shadow, appearing behind Han Xiao instantly as if she had teleported, then pressed her palm toward Han Xiao's back. This was the first time that she had used this ability in this battle. It was so she could surprise Black Star. As long as she managed to hit Black Star, his strength would decrease by at least 10% temporarily. However, the next moment, as if Han Xiao had expected this, he avoided her palm with a weird movement. Then, psionic energy appeared between his hands as he patted her chest. Bang! The light blue psionic impact ring exploded. Stephanie was blown close to 1,000 meters away. She rubbed her hurting chest and frowned, surprised by Han Xiao's reaction speed. This sudden attack had no signs at all, so Black Star only had microseconds to react. On the other side, Han Xiao was secretly relieved. Stephanie was a boss-type character. Just like him, she had many abilities other than her Esper abilities. If one was unfamiliar with her, it would be very easy to be tricked. However, he knew Stephanie's abilities all too well, so there was no chance that he would be tricked. He did not farm that dungeon hundreds of times for nothing. He's stronger than I thought. Stephanie squinted. Just as she was about to attack again, she suddenly noticed that there were a few high-energy individuals approaching very quickly. Her expression changed as she stopped in place and did not act recklessly. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He looked up and saw 6 shooting stars landing from the sky, hovering above. The flames extinguished, revealing Wilton and the others. Looking at the shocked and confused expressions on Stephanie and the others' faces, Wilton snorted. He raised his hand, and the others finally realized that he was holding a person. Stephanie looked closer, and her face suddenly changed. The person that Wilton was holding was the pugilist whom she had sent to destroy the sky cannons. He now had no signs of life at all. It was clear that he had been beaten to death. These 6 people are enemies. The expressions of Stephanie and the other 6 calamity grades all turned bitter. Wilton let go of the corpse, letting it fall into the sea and get swept away by the waves, disappearing. Black Star, we're late. Wilton nodded. Han Xiao smirked. The reinforcements had arrived. He looked at Stephanie, shrugged, and chuckled. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Seeing that Black Star looked like this was completely expected. Stephanie could not remain calm. She was completely dumbfounded. He sought help long ago, and he called 6 calamity grades? Why would he ask so many calamity grades to settle a surface civilization internal matter? Unless, Stephanie's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Black Star knew that we were planning to ambush him? How is that possible? Chapter 674, Intense Battle and Disasters. Chapter 674, Intense Battle and Disasters. Boom! As the reinforcements had arrived, Stephanie and her colleagues had no time to react as Wilton and the rest instantly joined the battle. It was a battle of 7 against 8. The average level of the enemies was higher than Wilton and the rest, but the numbers now matched. For a short time, Wilton and the other 5 were able to deal with 1 enemy each, making things so much easier for Han Xiao. He could concentrate on dealing with Stephanie and the enemy mechanic. Swoosh! Like bolts of lightning, 15 Calamity Grade Supers fought above the sea, stirring up the tide. While Stephanie fought the mechanical army, she suppressed the shock in her heart. As a Calamity Grade who had experienced hundreds of battles, she was able to quickly adjust to sudden situations. She could not figure out how Black Star had discovered their ambush, but it was the reality, and the only thing she could do was deal with it. Stephanie's brain worked quickly as she analyzed the situation. They have 6 Grade A Supers. Even with me being here, we won't be able to defeat Black Star's helpers within a short time. It will take a lot of time to capture Black Star. Stephanie frowned. Meanwhile, 2 mechanical armies collided midair. The colorful lights from the energy lit up the dark sky. Using the army as cover, Han Xiao used void travel and appeared right in front of the opponent mechanic. With a short combo of Mountain Ape Throw and Psionic Impact, Han Xiao broke a few of the enemy mechanic's bones. The enemy mechanic endured the pain and backed up. Han Xiao activated his psionic shield to block an invisible wave coming far away from Stephanie, making the sound of suppressed thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides fought intensely. As Han Xiao fought, he was also observing Stephanie. His reinforcements had arrived, so the enemies would definitely react to it. Stephanie only had two choices: retreat and look for an opportunity in the future, or continue fighting and defeat Wilton and the others, betting that Han Xiao did not have any more reinforcements. Just as Han Xiao was speculating, Stephanie put her hands together. Her body suddenly started vibrating at a high frequency unobservable to the naked eye. Chain reactions started to occur in the space around her. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of battle, Wilton and the others suddenly felt like their hearts skipped a beat. As all kinds of debuffs were applied to their bodies, they felt their bodies become slower and more difficult to control. Xiao! Again, Stephanie used her teleportation ability, turning into a shadow and suddenly appearing behind Wilton. This did not work on Han Xiao, but Wilton clearly could not react in time before Stephanie's palm pressed on his back. This press felt soft and hardly had any strength to it, but Wilton's entire body trembled. He felt a strange vibration entering his body. All his muscles and bones started to vibrate at the same frequency. Just as this thought appeared, an intense pain erupted in his body. Inside Wilton's body, the high-frequency vibration caused his muscle fibers to break, his bones to crack, his organs to tear, and his blood vessels to explode. After just being softly touched by Stephanie, Wilton was instantly covered in blood. Captain! The other two purple crystal grade A supers noticed the incident. Their expressions drastically changed as they hastily left their opponents behind, wanting to rush over to help. Expressionless, Stephanie's palm on Wilton's back suddenly grabbed tighter. Her fingers sunk into his body, then twisted violently. Arg! Wilton's eyes were completely red. In the almost unbearable pain, he punched backward with all his might. Having already achieved her goal, Stephanie did not fight head-on with a pugilist and backed away. Wilton's back armor was shattered, showing his skin. A large area of muscles and bones were bent and shattered, mushed together in a spiral, and bones protruded from under the skin. It looked terrifying. In just an instant, Stephanie had heavily injured a Calamity Grade pugilist. The faces of Wilton and the rest all drastically changed. Stephanie's destructive power was beyond their expectations. Han Xiao's eyes turned firm as he realized what Stephanie's plan was. This woman was not going to retreat. She had chosen the second plan: continue fighting. With what he knew about Stephanie, this was not surprising. Stephanie had been active during the times of war in the exploration era, so she was able to carefully plan before acting and dared fight enemies head-on. She was not one to easily give up on a mission. This means that this will be a tough fight. Unless we crush them, they will not retreat no matter what. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. Such enemies were clearly more difficult to deal with. Stephanie was very strong. The name of her Esper ability was Resonance Coordination. It sounded ordinary, but it was an extremely powerful Esper ability. There were tons of ways to use it, and its destructive power was terrifying. As the frequency of the resonance could penetrate many defensive measures and cause structural damage, Stephanie's every attack had high true damage and armor-penetrating damage. Her ability to penetrate defenses was exceptionally strong, and she could largely reduce the opponent's defense. Han Xiao was not afraid of true damage. The Germinal organization leader was still blessing him from heaven. However, his reinforcements did not have the steel body talent. Stephanie's ability was more than enough to make them fearful. Wilton and the others were elites at most. The quality and quantity of their talents and abilities were inferior compared to the hidden boss-level Stephanie. Stephanie's resonance coordination not only had terrifying single-target lethality, it was also just as powerful when used as an AoE. Through the vibration frequency, she could give a ton of debuffs to the enemies within an area. When facing weaker supers, she could even create ultrasound and infrasound to shatter their organs. This meant that be it against one or multiple opponents, weaker or the same grade, They were all Stephanie's strength. She was even more difficult to deal with than Ember. Han Xiao had once fought alongside Jane, whose nickname was Seaquake. Just like Jane, Stephanie's Esper ability was also related to vibration. However, Stephanie's Esper ability strength, range, and applicability were all far superior to Jane's. This was a high-grade vibration-type Esper ability. She's a murder machine. I can't let her get to the others. I'm the only one that can face her. That thought flashed through Han Xiao's mind. He turned the mechanical army's cannons around and aimed at Stephanie, firing countless rounds and forming a dense net of attacks. At the same time, Han Xiao headed towards Stephanie and fought her at close range. Stephanie's expression did not look delightful. She wanted to get rid of Black Star's helpers first, but Han Xiao had come to her and held her back. Under the onslaught of attacks, Stephanie could not afford to get distracted. The punches of both sides landed continuously on each other, making loud bangs. She was completely stalled by Han Xiao and could not get away. Seeing this, Wilton breathed a sigh of relief. He did not dare fight Stephanie. Black Star actively dealing with the most dangerous enemy made him feel relieved. He glanced at Han Xiao, clenched his teeth, and found his own opponent to fight. Within the mechanical army, both sides clashed with each other time after time. The aftershock formed countless storms, spreading and expanding in all directions. Boom! The beams from the sky cannons landed on the sea nonstop, creating tsunamis hundreds of meters high. Thunderstorms finally started to pour from the dark sky. As their title suggested, the battle between more than 10 calamity grades was indeed a calamity to the planet. After fighting for a few hours, there were now only 12 of them left. The many attacks from the psionic sky cannons had finally killed the opponent mechanic. A Goddard calamity grade had been killed by the enemy, while that enemy was also heavily injured by a round of focus fire from Han Xiao's mechanical army, then finished by Wilton. 3 calamity grades had died. The battle was devastating. It was now a battle of 6 against 6. Hugh, the mountain ape mechanical suit was heavily damaged. Han Xiao had already repaired it 3 times using waste modification. He gasped heavily for air, dragged his exhausted body, and collided with Stephanie time after time. Stephanie was not in a good state either. She was bleeding from her forehead, and her body was covered in wounds. Her clothes were almost all torn, but her eyes were still vicious. The mechanical army around became much sparser. The 2 of them did not hold back and fought fiercely like beasts. Neither of them had much stamina left, and they were quickly recovering. They were in a stalemate. She has boss-type molding talents. She has a lot of energy, health, and very fast recovery speed. It will take days to determine the winner if I keep fighting this way. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. He had only been able to gain the upper hand with his health mana cycle, mechanical army, and immunity to true damage. Stephanie was Thousand Shadows Shadow. Her ability was enhanced, and her level was most likely around 240. She was undoubtedly a top-notch grade A+. The longer the battle lasted, the greater his chance of winning. Han Xiao was still stronger in terms of long-duration battles. However, he could not delay the battle any longer. Just 1 calamity grade would be able to destroy a planet's surface. The disasters brought by a battle between so many calamity grades were already starting to affect the entire planet Aquamarine. The natural disasters caused by the aftershocks of battle were irreversible. Even if they stopped immediately, the disasters they caused before would still continue to spread by themselves. If they fought for a few more days, living beings on planet Aquamarine would probably all be dead. The stalemate has to be broken. The 2 sides are now on par. As long as I become a little stronger, I will be able to break the fragile balance. Having made up his mind, Han Xiao dived right into the violent sea without saying a word. He could go through his promotion at any time, only that it would take some time. Under Philip's control, a part of the mechanical army in the sky stayed to restrain the enemies, while the rest followed Han Xiao into the sea to protect him when needed. Stephanie frowned and glanced through Wilton and the rest. After hesitating for a moment, she had made up her mind she did not use this opportunity to eliminate the other enemies, but followed Han Xiao and dived into the sea. Her rich experiences told her that no matter what goal Black Star had, it was best to stop him. As the strongest supers of both sides went into the sea, everyone's expression changed, not knowing why Black Star had suddenly split up the battlefield. Could it be that he did not want to be disturbed by the others and wanted to fight Stephanie in the sea? "Captain, should we go down to back him up?" Wilton clenched his teeth and said, "No need. Just do what we're supposed to do, not let our opponents follow them down. Let Black Star deal with that woman." He felt that Black Star did not need reinforcements, and subconsciously, he did not want to face Stephanie. That woman was too dangerous. He would not have to endure the pressure if he left her to Black Star. Although he had been ordered to back Han Xiao up, Wilton was not willing to sacrifice his life for it. At the same time in Black Star City, reports of natural disasters kept being sent to Bennett's table. The satellites had discovered that the source of these disasters was the battlefield of Han Xiao and the others. Many officials and professionals were crowded in the office, anxiously reporting the situation to Bennett. A few hours ago, earthquakes occurred in many areas on the northern continent. Many fissures and rifts appeared. Earthquakes caused tsunamis. 13 coastline cities have already been destroyed, causing incalculable casualties. According to the satellite report, His Excellency Black Star is now fighting with enemies on the sea. The storms and tsunamis caused are approaching the other continents while growing in power. In about 3 hours' time, they will reach land. The various nations have already started the emergency evacuation. An hour ago, 11 new earthquake sources appeared in various locations around the world. The degree and range of earthquakes are still expanding. According to our calculations, within 10 days, 24.7% of all land areas will be affected by earthquakes. Also, Bennett listened to one report after another while anxiously walking back and forth. This was completely different from the mutation disaster. These natural disasters were things that could not be resolved. Send out rescue teams and support the affected areas as much as possible. For the time being, forget about the Six Nations doings. Bennett issued his orders before pausing momentarily. When will the disasters reach Black Star City? Black Star City was inland. The disasters would not reach there so soon. An official gulped to wet his throat, shivered, and said, "According to the calculations of the Research and Development Department, if His Excellency Black Star continues to battle, the seriousness of the disasters will multiply rapidly. In about 4 hours 35 minutes, the chain disasters they cause will exceed the critical point. What will happen when it exceeds the critical point?" Bennett's heart skipped a beat. "Unless we leave this planet, we can only wait for our deaths." Bennett's fists tightened. Chapter 675, Promotion. Chapter 675, Promotion. Boom. 1. The fallout of a battle between more than 10 calamity grades created enormous whirlpools all over the sea in the area. The violent winds sucked the seawater up, forming water tornadoes that extended all the way into the sky, connecting the sea and the clouds. It was a doomsday scene above the sea. The moment that Han Xiao dived into the sea, those noises suddenly became faint. The seawater weakened the sound coming from above, but the sound of the powerful tides and streams under the sea was amplified. It was as if he was in the middle of hundreds of enormous drums being played together, surrounded by stereo sound effects. The radar showed that Stephanie was following behind, and Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "I can't let her get close during the promotion." Han Xiao ordered the mechanical army around him to turn back and hold back Stephanie while he quickly dived deeper. The ocean before his eyes was dark, turning from deep blue to black in the distance. The visibility was low. There was no source of light anywhere and no end in sight. It was even darker than the universe. Fortunately, I don't have thalassophobia. 1. The ocean was the hotbed of life. Many ancient creatures lived in the sea of planet Aquamarine. However, at this point, all the marine lives of the area had escaped. The ocean was completely devoid of any sign of life. Stephanie was stalled by the mechanical army. Han Xiao quickly dived deeper and found a trench that had formed a few hours ago. "Here will do." Han Xiao immediately opened the interface, selected the completed promotion mission, and activated it. A shiver in his marrow and soul quickly passed through his entire body. He was familiar with this promotion feeling. This time, a chain of notifications popped up on the interface. The ultimate trial current progress, 50 of 50. Level 180 promotion mission completed. END bonus increased. 1 END equals 120 HP equals 130 stamina. You have taken another step on the path of evolution. You have ascended in the hierarchy of life. Detected race. Chaos Observer. Human form. Randomly drawing 8 compatible evolution paths. Drawing complete. Please choose one of the following 8 options for your race evolution. Warning. The evolution process is irreversible. Please choose carefully. Appendix. Evolution path feature descriptions. X-type galaxy human race. 67% compatibility. Void stroller. Human form. 78% compatibility. Dark shadow. Human form. 72% compatibility. Void disciple. Human form. 71% compatibility. Void distorter. Human form. 69% compatibility too. Void whisperer. Spirit form. 84% compatibility. Void slime. 55% compatibility 4. Octoclaw race. 31% compatibility. First, Han Xiao eliminated the non-void race choices. The octopus-looking octoclaw race was not even within his consideration, and void slime was way too weird. Void whisperer was a spirit form choice, suitable for mages and psychics. Han Xiao had such a strong body, so he was not willing to give it up. The only possible choices were the 4 human form evolution paths. Han Xiao quickly scanned through and immediately made a decision. Void Lord's core enhanced his void genes. As Han Xiao had jumped into the void race evolution system from the human race, it was kind of like a midlife career change for him. Hence, he naturally could not compete with those that started as void beings. However, the genetic substances that had void genes in them, such as the Void Lord core, had enhanced his evolution progress in the void race system, allowing him to catch up. With the benefit from the Void Lord core, an option that was supposed to appear in the next race evolution had appeared this time. This was a higher level being on the void race evolution system. According to his data, this being was one entire level higher than the other options on the evolution chain. Be it the current attribute bonuses or the evolution potential in the future, this species was the best choice. Han Xiao quickly selected his choice. Selection complete. Undergoing race evolution. Evolution complete. Your race has been changed to Void Distorter, Human Form, Molecular Structure Improved, Organ Structure Strengthened, Metabolism Changed, and Adaptability Enhanced. Your potential aptitude has been improved. You have received bonus attributes, plus 44 STR, plus 83 DEX, plus 65 END, plus 120 INT, plus 92 MYS, plus 34 CHA, plus 1,460 energy. Energy level bonus attributes have changed. Han Xiao's eyes widened rapidly, and a dim light appeared in his pupils. All the cells and genes over his body started to change, and pain erupted in both his body and his mind. His vision kept going back and forth between void vision and reality. His brain was trembling. 2. His body greedily absorbed the energy of the void dimension. His entire body was emitting a mysterious gray and dark blue light. If the level of Void Prowler and Chaos Observer were to be evaluated on the military scale, these two would be privates, and Void Distorter would be at the sergeant level. 2. This race evolution hugely enhanced his connection with the void dimension. His body seemed to have become a container, and void energy poured right into him, absorbed by every cell in his body. His energy changed under the void energy erosion. You have received void energy bonuses, plus 30% energy recovery speed, plus 1,000 energy. You have received a new energy attribute, void. Your energy will now have void characteristics. A new energy attribute. Han Xiao was overjoyed. Enduring the immense pain, he quickly looked at the interface. The interface showed that he now had 2 energy attributes. One was the mechanic class magnetic attribute mechanical force, and the other was the new void attribute. Han Xiao's joy was almost overflowing. The change in energy attribute was not as obvious as character attributes, but it was very important. Could even change one's combat style. Although the interface introduction was ambiguous, Han Xiao had already felt the change in the energy in his body during the race evolution. Furthermore, he remembered stuff from his previous life, so he knew very well what the void attribute's effect was. Energy erosion, the ability to transmit energy using the void dimension as the medium. Both these characteristics were very powerful in battle, and they were suitable for any class. The evolution was still going on. The void energy in his body started to saturate. The evolution process created an enormous vortex under the sea. This attracted Stephanie's attention. I can't let him do as he wishes. Stephanie did not know what Han Xiao was doing, but that did not stop her from wanting to stop Han Xiao. She vibrated the seawater, shattering mechanical soldiers one after another, and cleared a path. She directly headed to the middle of the undersea vortex and launched a powerful wave right at it. Boom! The vortex was shattered into streams in the blink of an eye. At the last moment, Han Xiao dodged being hit directly and was just pushed away by the fallout. Stephanie was a powerful enemy. Han Xiao did not have time to slowly feel the changes in his body. He glanced at the various new talents and abilities on the interface before throwing tons of experience into the interface. Leveling up rapidly. He leveled up 15 times directly. The level up notification popped up. Truth mechanic. Leveled up to LV.25. Max. Plus 450 energy. Plus 2 STR. Plus 4 DEX. Plus 4 END. Plus 10 INT. You have received 7 free attribute points and 1 potential point. As his class reached its maximum level, Han Xiao stopped leveling up. As usual, he put all his free attribute points into intelligence. His total level now was 195. Frubnov.com. Before Han Xiao could look at the changes in his attributes, the tremendous increase in his strength made him feel like the rich and powerful energy was about to overflow from all the cells in his body and that he had to use it urgently. Without hesitating, Han Xiao took back his mountain ape mechanical suit and dashed toward Stephanie. This time, Stephanie finally saw what Han Xiao looked like now. Her expression changed. Han Xiao's skin had become silver gray with a crystal-like texture, sparkling with the light of energy. He had symmetrical deep blue patterns on his body. His entire body was covered with silver flames fueled by void energy. His silver hair was swaying in the water like a dancing flame. 2. His eyes looked like obsidians, and his pupils had become rice-sized white dots. This appearance was similar to a void prowler, but the energy emitted was much stronger. New racial talent - void molt. What is the... Stephanie was dumbfounded. At this moment, Han Xiao opened his arms. Half of his palm reached into the void dimension. He bent his fingers like a claw and pulled down like tearing open a cloth. Try this. The next moment, the world before Stephanie's eyes was suddenly deformed. She felt as if all her muscles, bones, nerves, and blood vessels were squeezed together then separated again. She felt as if she had become a piece of cloth and was twisted and bent by someone who was trying to squeeze the water out of her body. In just a short moment, it felt like countless years to her. This indescribably strange feeling had exceeded most people's knowledge. It was like Stephanie had a dream. She forgot what the dream was about after she woke, but the sense of inferiority still lingered as if she had dreamed of something extremely horrifying. While she was still confused, continuous pain suddenly exploded in every corner of her body. Stephanie regained focus. Her expression dramatically changed, and she was about to retreat. To her shock, the seawater around her was all spinning at a high speed, generating a terrifying force that prevented her from escaping. H*T. Stephanie was stunned. The movements there transmitted to the sea surface as well. All the small vortexes in this area were shattered and fused into a gigantic vortex that seemingly could consume the sky. Boom! The 10 Calamity Grades all stopped fighting and looked at the horrifying endless vortex under them. In their eyes, the ocean was no longer the ocean. It had become a galaxy, and this vortex was like a black hole. Deep, mysterious, and terrifying. like the entrance of an endless abyss. The people who had made this could only be Han Xiao and Stephanie. What have they done? Wilton's eyes widened. 1. At the same time under the sea, it was as if Stephanie had been thrown into a washing machine, unable to control herself among the whirlpools, enduring the terrible forces tearing and damaging her. At the center of the most peaceful whirlpool, Han Xiao grabbed tightly onto the void dimension. A huge force of resistance came from his hand. He could only maintain the current situation no matter how hard he tried. His energy was reducing at an astounding speed, releasing from his hands. This is marvelous. Even Han Xiao was startled by the effect of this attack. This ability was indeed one of the new abilities from Void Distorter. Void Distortion. 1. Thalassophobia is phobia of the deep sea. Chapter 676, Broken Balance. Chapter 676, Broken Balance. After completing his race evolution, Han Xiao's racial talents changed as well. Advanced void travel was a shared talent for void species, so it did not change. Void Vision Observer, Chaos Entity Release, and Observer's Mark were gone, however, replaced by Void Distorter's abilities. The 3 new talents were Void Molt, Void Distortion, and Void Ripple. Void Molt was an enhancement ability, as his genes were enhanced by void energy, and he could enter a special state by burning energy with the void attribute. In that state, all his attributes would increase, and the void attribute of his energy would be enhanced as well. Han Xiao's current appearance was what he would look like when activating this ability. Void Distorter's signature talent was, of course, Void Distortion, the ability to affect reality by pulling the void dimension. It was an ability with a large area of effect and a very high continuous consumption of mana. It would also send out psychic impacts to the enemies within the range. With Han Xiao's current strength, the range and power of Void Distortion were both remarkable, so this ability could be used regularly against enemies of the same grade. The enormous whirlpool at the moment had been caused by Void Distortion. It had caught Stephanie by surprise, and she was being spun around non-stop. Void Ripple was a single target damage ability. Its effect was concentrating void energy to unleash explosive damage on the enemy. Even Han Xiao was startled when he saw the theoretical damage numbers. Most of the damage dealt by this ability was true damage. Chaos Observer's abilities are mainly supportive, while Void Distorter's abilities are pure combat and destruction-oriented. Most of Void Distorter's abilities were related to space. This race evolution gave him a total of 4 abilities. Furthermore, this evolution skipped an entire tier on the evolution chain, so his potential had grown a huge amount. While still grabbing onto the void dimension and maintaining the gigantic whirlpool caused by Void Distortion, Han Xiao used the time to look at his attributes after the promotion. After calculating, the race evolution and 15-level increase had brought him a total of 132 strength, 224 dexterity, 220 endurance, 507 intelligence, 169 mystery, 34 charm, 5,850 energy, and 11,300 stamina. It was amazing. Han Xiao was very satisfied. He looked at his attributes on the interface. Level 195. Main class, Mechanic. Race, Void Distorter, Human Form. Attributes, 468 STR, 898 DEX, 940 END, 2633 INT, 432 MYS, 139 CHA, 1 LUK. Free attribute points, 0. Potential points, 15. Health, 196,560. Stamina, 154,720. Energy, 25,530. LV.12. LV.12 energy bonus attributes. Plus 169 STR, plus 239 DEX, plus 269 END, plus 336 INT, plus 206 MYS, plus 32,520 maximum stamina, plus 352% machinery affinity, super electromagnetic sense. Energy rank, 20,170. Grade, A+. Grade A ranked bonus. plus 10 END, plus 8 all resistances, plus 10% highest attribute, plus 5% other attributes, plus 30 free attribute points, plus 5 potential points. You're a grade A+ mechanic. Sadly, your brain is filled with muscles. Bullsh asterisk T. My brain is filled with intelligence. Han Xiao curled his lips and decided not to argue with the remarks. Level 195. I'm finally grade A+. Han Xiao looked at the amount of experience he had left. At this stage, the experience cost of every level was extremely high, so leveling up 15 times consecutively had cost him a lot of experience. He estimated that the remaining experience should be able to level up 10 or so times. freewebnovel.com. Upon arriving at grade A+, he was now much stronger. Before his promotion, he could defeat about 90% of all Calamity grades, but now, Han Xiao felt that not many people in the same grade as him would be able to pose a threat. He was now a top Calamity grade. However, knowing his limits, Han Xiao did not intend to mess with any beyond grade as, at level 195, he was already a top Calamity grade. However, he would only be able to reach beyond grade A at around level 240. Just this level difference was already enough to warn Han Xiao against doing anything. After all, that was tens of levels of difference at the late stage. The strength difference between levels was much more significant than the earlier stages. With my current strength, the most I can do is not be afraid of anyone in the same grade. Han Xiao was not going to get arrogant. Having already spent more than half of his energy, Han Xiao stopped the void distortion. The enormous whirlpool was still there, but it gradually spun slowly. Without Han Xiao's void distortion, Stephanie regained control of her body, immediately escaping the whirlpool and instantly shooting up to the ocean's surface. Han Xiao followed her and slowly flew up to the sky. Wilton and the others saw that the two of them had finally come out of the ocean. They all looked over and were all shocked. Being covered in burning silver flames, Han Xiao looked just like a pugilist, while Stephanie was wet, wounded everywhere, and had a fearful expression on her face. The others realized what had happened. Clearly, the two of them had gotten into a huge fight under the sea, and Black Star had used some kind of ability and created this enormous whirlpool, which had wounded Stephanie badly. Advance! Han Xiao led the mechanical army and charged forward, not giving Stephanie any time to rest. His strength rocketed. Plus, he had recovered to his peak with the promotion. This had instantly shattered the fragile balance between the two sides. With his increased intelligence, his mechanical army had become stronger. Boom! The battle started again. The moment Han Xiao entered the battle, the stalemate situation was broken. After his promotion, he completely suppressed Stephanie while still being able to assist his teammates. He controlled the tempo of the battle alone. Stephanie felt a huge increase in pressure and was completely stuck on the passive side of the battle. She could not understand how Black Star had been on par with her moments ago, yet now he had suddenly become so much stronger. Could this be a trump card of his? Could it be that he could grow quickly during battle? She remembered that there were this kind of battle race in the universe. Not killing them would make them stronger. Could Black Star be one of them? If he was, it would make sense. No wonder Black Star had risen so quickly in such a short time. He might really be one of those talented battle races. Many guesses flashed through Stephanie's mind. She looked around at her wounded teammates and was shaken. Including her, everyone was already at their limit. However, Black Star was still very much at his peak, and his helpers were very tough as well. After fighting for so long, Stephanie could not see any hope of capturing Black Star. Retreat! Realizing that the situation was getting worse, Stephanie decided to retreat and leave the battlefield. After fighting for so many hours, Stephanie and the others were all exhausted, but if they continued to fight head-on, they would still be able to last much longer. However, once they decided to retreat, their spirit broke, and they lost all their advantages. They were all held back by Han Xiao, who was at his peak after the promotion. Stephanie and the others fought while retreating, causing them to enter a vicious cycle. The more they wanted to retreat, the worse the situation became. However, if they fought head-on, it would just be delaying their inevitable death. Stephanie had no choice but to retreat. Only now did she realize that she was in a tough spot. Within the few hours that they were in a stalemate, they spent way too much energy and now could not escape. If the enemies had retreated from the beginning, Han Xiao and the others would really not have been able to stop them. However, they only thought about retreating now. It was too late. He did not want those dangerous people to escape. Who knew what trouble they would cause next time? When Stephanie realized the situation, they had nowhere to run. The battlefield gradually shifted to land. Stephanie and the others were finally at their limits. Han Xiao started his slaughter. Bang! A punch landed on the heavily injured enemy mage, and void ripple flew into the target's body. This person's entire body trembled, and his body started to scrunch up like a cloth. However, instead of water being squeezed out, it was blood. His health became 0 and he fell from the sky. Xiao! A psionic impact entered right into the body of an enemy esper. Dark blue light exploded from within. With a loud bang, this person exploded from within. Boom! A heavy knee kick landed on the lower body of a pugilist. A large amount of nanotechnology particles suddenly appeared on Han Xiao's knee, which turned into a sharp blade, stabbing right into the body of this pugilist. The moment it stabbed in, the nanotechnology blade shapeshifted. The next moment, countless alloy spikes extended from within the muscles, as if spikes had suddenly grown out from this person's body. As Han Xiao backed away, the nanotechnology particles returned as well. The spikes on this person's body all retracted. Blood shot out from the countless holes on his body as he fell from the sky. Han Xiao killed one Calamity Grade after another, leaving only Stephanie still resisting. She was indeed very strong. Just Stephanie alone was able to cause quite a lot of trouble. However, she was too outnumbered. Stephanie heavily injured 3 of Han Xiao's helpers. This was the last trouble she caused. Then, she was defeated by Han Xiao as well. Ignoring their injuries, Han Xiao's helpers immobilized her and prevented her from escaping. Han Xiao pressed Stephanie on the ground, and psionic impact shot right in her face time after time without stopping, creating a several hundred-meter deep crater on the ground. Stephanie was restrained by Wilton and the rest, so she could not resist. In the end, Stephanie was so heavily injured that she was unable to move. She only had the energy to breath. Han Xiao did not kill her. He felt that it would be useful to not kill all of them. Plus, Stephanie was a boss-level character, so she would definitely produce great potions. All Stephanie could feel was how heavy her eyelids were. Before falling unconscious, she squeezed out his last bit of energy to glare at Han Xiao. When setting the ambush, she had never even considered the possibility that she would be defeated there. Black Star. Stephanie glared at Han Xiao, engraving his appearance deep into her heart before falling unconscious. The place became quiet. We finally won. Han Xiao took a deep breath. Only then did he feel the tiredness in his body. All he wanted to do was have a good sleep. Honestly, Stephanie's trap had indeed been very threatening. If he did not call for help beforehand, he might really have fallen into the trap. If he had undergone his promotion earlier, without the observer's marks aiding him in picking the battlefield, Black Star City would have been destroyed. However, the battle had now ended, and the result was determined. Stephanie's team had been completely eliminated. Thanks for your help. Han Xiao turned around and nodded at Wilton and the others. You're welcome. Wilton swallowed his saliva and spoke respectfully. He did have some thoughts earlier, but now all he had for Han Xiao was respect and fear. This fight might not have been as astonishing as his fight with the 8 Vanguard officials, but how many Calamity Grades did Black Star kill today? Last time, Black Star had proved his defense. Today, Wilton had witnessed Han Xiao's attack for the first time. Just thinking about it sent shivers down Wilton's spine. Luckily, Black Star is our ally. Wilton was internally relieved. Meanwhile, Nagakin was sorrowful. A comrade of his had been killed. Han Xiao had no way to comfort him. All he could do was give him a pat on the back. Godora had sent those people to help him. Losing a Calamity Grade was no small loss to Godora. Han Xiao felt rather sorry and remembered this favor, considering how he could make it up to Godora. He was not someone that took the help from others for granted. To maintain a relationship, it took effort from both sides. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Wait, we can't rest yet. Philip, gather the disaster reports and tell me the locations. Forcing energy out of himself, Han Xiao turned into a stream of light and quickly left. He could not rest yet. He had to deal with the disasters brought by the battle. If they were not stopped in time, Planet Aquamarine would suffer a lot of damage. Wilton and the others were willing to help. They split up and headed to different disaster locations. Chapter 677, Class Advancement Requirement. Chapter 677, Class Advancement Requirement. In the Black Star City Government Building, Bennett was walking back and forth anxiously. Most of his people had been sent out to deal with the disasters, so only a few officials were in the room, looking at Bennett. Every one of them looked nervous and hesitant. Other than the sound of footsteps and heavy breathing, there were no other sounds in the room. Bennett clenched his fists. He felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Ever since Planet Aquamarine started to connect with the universe, he had been feeling this way. In battles of this level, he realized that all he could do was wait for the results. Although Bennett trusted Han Xiao, he still planned for the worst. He had already ordered some people to start preparing to evacuate. He could not bet all his people on it. This time, the official responsible for observing the battle hastily ran in and said with an overjoyed tone, "Your Excellency, the battle ended. Black Star won." Bennett's tightened body finally relaxed, and his fists curled open. The people in the room were surprised and could not help but cheer softly. "I got it. Step up the disaster relief measures and reduce the damage caused as much as possible." Bennett suppressed his excitement and issued several orders. This world-shaking battle had brought disaster to the planet. They had to minimize the damage caused. "By the way, have you been able to contact Black Star yet? His Excellency Black Star sent a message earlier, saying he is taking his people to deal with the disasters and needs our cooperation." "That's great. Cooperate with him fully and follow any order he gives." Bennett was thrilled. The fallout of the battle caused earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, and other disasters to occur in many areas of the planet. Fortunately, Han Xiao ended the battle quickly, so the disasters did not exceed the critical level. The tornadoes were easiest to deal with. Calamity grades could extinguish the storm eye and make them disappear. Contrary to that, the earthquakes were irreversible, so they could only save the affected cities to reduce the damage. In 24 hours, Han Xiao, Wilton, and the rest dealt with around 100 disasters, big and small. In the next few months, there would still be more chain disasters, but they would all be detectable. There were still some matters on Planet Aquamarine that needed Han Xiao to sort out, such as what to do with the 6 nations. However, Han Xiao was exhausted and planned to rest for one day first, at the same time familiarizing himself with the changes brought by the promotion. Han Xiao brought the captive back to Bennett. Bennett was busy doing disaster relief, but he still squeezed out the time to thank Han Xiao. Although the enemies came because of Han Xiao and Planet Aquamarine was sort of dragged into it, Bennett was not an idiot. He knew that Planet Aquamarine was only thriving because of Black Star, so it was only natural that they were on the same boat. Of course, he would not blame this protector. If there was anyone that he was angry at, it would be the enemies who used such a despicable strategy. Wilton and the others left and rushed back to report what they had seen on this mission. Han Xiao thanked them again for their help and contacted Ghidorah's Serbia V to discuss the compensation for the Calamity Grade that they had lost. Technically, he did not have to compensate them, but Han Xiao would not be that stupid. Ghidorah only had around 20 Calamity Grades, and everyone they lost was a very big deal. Serbia V felt heartache too. When he heard that Han Xiao was going to compensate for it, he did feel a little better. The Purple Crystal Civilization knew about this from Wilton. They contacted the Godaran civilization and expressed their intent of paying some of the compensation for Han Xiao. Han Xiao's record of killing many Calamity Grades increased his position once again. Purple Crystal was now even more interested in him. This act was to clearly express their intent of trying to build a relationship with Han Xiao. When Han Xiao returned to his room, Stephanie was still unconscious. Han Xiao extracted potions from her till she was extremely weak. Stephanie was strong, so Han Xiao would only not be worried about imprisoning her when she did not have the strength to resist. Round 3 of Prey was completed. Han Xiao did not claim the reward immediately. One of the rewards was to draw a random ability from the 10 enemies, including Stephanie. As Faiden was not there, the great mechanic Han was unconfident about these luck-related things. He planned to return to the headquarters and touch Faiden before claiming it. During the battle, he rocketed to level 195, reaching the limit of Truth Mechanic and triggering the requirement for the next class advancement. This time, it was a common mechanic class advancement mission to build one machine that matched the requirement. Han Xiao had triggered this kind of mission before, but this class advancement mission matched up to his level, so it was extremely difficult. The grade of most equipment and items could be classified as one of the following: poor gray, fair white, good green, great blue, exceptional purple, rare pink, and epic orange. Orange equipment was the top grade. However, other than these usual grades, there were 2 special grades: silver and gold. Gold was the most special grade. It was extremely rare, and it represented that the item was at the universal treasure level. There were only a few in the entire universe. Silver represented the legacy attribute. If an item had a famous history or signified some kind of honor to be passed on, it would become a silver grade item and receive bonuses. Legacy could stack with the usual grades. For example, an item could both be at orange grade and silver grade. This class advancement mission was to build legacy-level orange equipment or legendary equipment. What determined if a machinery had the legacy attribute depended on the blueprint. This meant that he had to find a special character to learn a silver legacy blueprint from, build it, and reach the orange grade. At the same time, the class advancement also had a requirement for the level of the equipment. It had to have a minimum level of level 180. Therefore, I have to find a legacy level 180 mechanical equipment blueprint, then build it to reach the orange grade. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Even the requirement for the mountain ape mechanical suit did not reach level 180. Damn it, you're making this difficult for me. Han Xiao could remember quite a few methods to obtain a silver legacy blueprint, but only a very few legacy equipment reached level 180. Those were also extremely complex and difficult to obtain. Furthermore, the higher the blueprint's level, the more difficult it was to build a high-grade product out of it. Han Xiao performed some mental calculations, and with his current intelligence and machinery affinity, the absolute highest he could reach was just a level 180 pink equipment. Han Xiao shook his head. Although this mission was difficult, it was not completely impossible. Furthermore, there was no risk in it since he just had to build one piece of equipment. Thus, there was no need to depend on luck and find a mission completion card for it. The legacy blueprint isn't a problem, but my attributes aren't enough to build a level 180 orange equipment. Do I have to learn new subclasses to increase my attributes? Without much consideration, Han Xiao denied this solution. In the later stages, leveling up would become harder and harder. The benefits of the main class were much higher than any subclass. Furthermore, there was still a promotion mission waiting for him at level 200. It was not worth obtaining a subclass. He did not want to waste his experience on subclasses. It was best to spend it on his main class. After all, there was still a very long time until the players logged in again, so he had to reduce his expenditure. Besides, there were not many subclasses that he needed at the moment, and Han Xiao had a better choice. If I'm not going to increase my attributes, I will need to find some mechanic talents. Han Xiao pondered. Every time he thought about Reynolds' talent, he would be tempted. If he could obtain perfect mechanical sense, he would be able to complete the requirement right away. Unfortunately, he had yet to trigger a mission from Reynolds. I need to get some mechanic talents. I'm still a mechanic after all. Glancing at the unconscious Stephanie, Han Xiao felt pressured. The surprising outcome of this incident was that he now knew that the master behind those hunters was Thousand Shadows. The threat of a Beyond Grade A made Han Xiao feel like there was a stone on his heart. Compared to the tyrant, Thousand Shadows was more fearsome. Eliminating Stephanie's team did not mean it was the end. He had barely earned the time to rest. Who knew who Thousand Shadows would send next time? The next round of the mission would definitely be more dangerous. I need to get stronger. Han Xiao felt a burning desire for strength. Over the following few days, Han Xiao stayed on planet Aquamarine and helped control the disasters. Stephanie stayed silent after waking up. Han Xiao had yet to decide on what to do with her, so he just locked her up. As Stephanie's team had been eliminated, no one was there to maintain the fake memories of the Six Nations leaders. They all recovered as if they had woken up from a dream. From the records, they discovered what they had done after losing their memories. Everyone's face turned pale in horror. Oh my God! What did we do? They were terrified. Luckily, Black Star had eliminated the mastermind, or they still would have been controlled. The Six Nations were worried that Black Star had misunderstood, quickly explained that the declaration of war was a misunderstanding, as were the missiles. At the same time, the leaders of the Six Nations quickly contacted Bennett to explain what had happened and ask for forgiveness. Bennett did not reply but only invited them to a meeting, saying that this planet had just survived a disaster and they had to discuss the future development plans. It seemed like Bennett was not planning to hold them accountable for what they had done when their memories were modified. In the Six Nations' eyes, this represented what Han Xiao meant as well. The upper echelons of the Six Nations were relieved. They quickly rushed to Black Star City for the meeting, memorized their apology scripts, and planned to explain what had happened. However, what happened was completely different from what they had imagined. To Black Star, the planet Aquamarine armies were meaningless, so the upper echelons of the Six Nations did not take any defensive measures. However, to their shock, as soon as they alighted the plane, Bennett captured all of them. All the upper echelons of the Six Nations were escorted to the conference room where they met Han Xiao, who was waiting here. They saw that Han Xiao had an expressionless face and hastily explained themselves. "Your Excellency Black Star, what is the meaning of this? You must have misunderstood us. Please let me explain." Han Xiao waved his hands, signaling for them to shut up. "If not for me, you all would have died during the mutation disaster. Yet you declared war against me, betraying our agreement. I'm very disappointed. But we were controlled by someone," one of them said anxiously. "You know that?" "Yes, you were controlled." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Does that mean I should act as if nothing happened? What if the Black Star City's protective shield could not stop your missiles?" They had nothing to say to this. Many people noticed what Han Xiao meant, and their expression changed. Han Xiao tapped the table and said, "You guys are victims too, so I won't kill you, but I can't just let it be." "You mean," someone said apprehensively, "disband your governments and give control to Bennett? This civilization does not need this many governments, one is enough." From the aspect of a civilization developing as a whole, uniting everyone was very important. Too many governments would only cause resources to be wasted. The governments of the Six Nations had become unnecessary. They were a waste of talents and resources. They were almost a burden to planet Aquamarine. As there was no government that ruled over everyone, the planet Aquamarine civilization had been divided for a very long time. This incident had made Han Xiao feel that it was time. Plus, with the negative effect of the Six Nations' declaration of war against him, this would minimize the objection of the civilians. Even though this meant that they would have to go through some short term of pain, in the long term, the civilization would become much healthier. Furthermore, there were many benefits to taking over a civilization. As long as planet Aquamarine's technology could catch up to the galactic level, it could become a great logistics base for the Black Star Army. Like a bolt of lightning, Han Xiao's words petrified the upper echelons of the Six Nations. "You're eliminating the Six Nations?" a leader said with a shivering tone. He was angry and afraid. If Black Star was planning to eliminate their nations, they would not have the slightest chance of surviving. "Eliminate your nations?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He stood up, walked to the window, and opened the curtains. Many areas could be seen from there. People were crossing by, and magnetic suspended trains shuttled continuously. "That's a nation." Han Xiao pointed outside the window before pointing at the officials of the Six Nations in the room. "You guys are not." Chapter 678. Hail Phaidon. Chapter 678. Hail Phaidon. The disbanding of the Six Nations governments was quick. Han Xiao's strength, power, and prestige were all higher than the Six Nations. Despite being unwilling, the government officials of the Six Nations had no chance to fight back. In the face of overwhelming strength, they realized that if Black Star wanted to take over the entire planet Aquamarine, it would be a piece of cake. Yet he had waited till then to do so. In the past, Bennett would not have agreed to the plan. However, after this incident, he was willing to take on greater responsibility. In his eyes, the future of the entire civilization was more important. The Six Nations were way too unreliable. Peaceful means were used to disband the Six Nations. Neither Han Xiao nor Bennett wanted another war to break out on planet Aquamarine. The bloody example of the old era was right in front of them, so Han Xiao's target was only the governments of the Six Nations. To replace them from top to bottom, the upper echelons of the Six Nations were arrested, and Bennett's people were placed into the governments. The other government officials at all levels were greatly alarmed, but there was little resistance. The declaration of war from the Six Nations had not only caused them to lose the support of the people, but they had also lost the loyalty of many lower-level officials. The government was not completely united, and every official had their own independent ideas. Throughout planet Aquamarine, Han Xiao's reputation was more useful than the Six Nations. He was widely respected. Bennett got rid of some of the high-ranking officials while retaining the vast majority of the middle and lower-ranked officials. The Six Nations were vast. These people were required to manage them. Furthermore, a pyramid-shaped power structure would falter when the bottom level was taken away. It was not suitable to immediately replace the original political structure, or it would cause chaos. After all, most middle and low-level officials were simply trying to earn a living. As long as they were not invaded by foreign enemies, they did not mind their wages being paid by another group of people. Even the upper echelons were not united. Some of them were willing to work for Bennett's new government, including Gu Hui. He was utterly disappointed in his original government. Seeing Han Xiao taking over the Six Nations, he briefly struggled between patriotism and racial justice, and in the end, the latter prevailed. Things could not be changed anymore. Staying there and contributing to the entire civilization was his best choice. Gu Hui knew that letting Han Xiao lead planet Aquamarine might be a much better choice. After all the dust settled, only then did Han Xiao announce this to all the civilians. Unsurprisingly, this message sent the Six Nations people into an uproar. Although many people were dissatisfied with the declaration of war by the Six Nations, they did not think that their government would disappear in such a short period of time. Countless people were worried sick that this might be the start of another era filled with chaos. However, after some time, they realized that their lives did not change much at all. The original territories of the Six Nations became 6 special zones where most of the original laws were retained. Bennett knew that this had to be done slowly so that the civilians could gradually adjust to the new government. Reality was not a fairy tale. Even though Han Xiao's image was like a savior on planet Aquamarine, there were still passionate patriotic protests as every government knew how to cultivate strong supporters. There were also those with ulterior motives who acted on the opportunity. Such backlash was inevitable during the unification of a civilization. Most people remained silent. After all, the Six Nations had launched missiles at Black Star City first, so they were not in a position to complain. For most people, as long as their lives remained unchanged, they would not do anything about the change of government. The people of planet Aquamarine had experienced countless wars and disasters, so they cherished the stability of their lives. Furthermore, many were the survivors of dead nations from the old era and wanderers, not fully loyal to the Six Nations and having more understanding of the situation. This was also one of the reasons that Han Xiao had been confident in doing this. Since the interstellar era, most stereotypes had shattered. The lines of the nationality were blurred for most people, replaced by the mindset based on the entire race. The importance of the nations depended on what it was compared with, and it was clearly not comparable to the continuation of the entire race. Hence, most people did not oppose Bennett's new government. Furthermore, Black Star was behind Bennett, who was way more reliable than the Six Nations. The entire civilization was united, and Bennett finally decided on the name of the new government Aquamarine Federation. Naming the government after the planet was easier for the people to accept. Han Xiao, though aware of the meaning of the name, still felt that it was weird. Aquamarine Federation? Why does that sound like a retail store? However, no matter what the name of the planet Aquamarine government was, it was still his logistics base. The situation was basically finalized. The takeover of the Six Nations brought a lot of follow-up problems, so Bennett and others were terribly busy. Han Xiao estimated that it would take a few years for things to be fully organized. Planet Aquamarine also needed some time to get through the painful period. The benefits of a unified civilization would gradually become apparent over time. After the incident was resolved, Han Xiao did not stay any longer. He took Stephanie and returned to base number 1 on planet Golden Gate. The battle with the Vanguard officials a month ago had brought a lot of fame to Han Xiao. Nearly everyone knew about it. This time, the news of Black Star killing several Calamity Grades one after another once again shocked the entire star field. The Purple Crystal Civilization did not conceal this incident. They believed Han Xiao's statement that Stephanie and the others were assassins sent by Clint. They vigorously promoted the fact that Clint's assassination had failed, which boosted their people's morale and weakened the negative impact of the losses in the secret war. The Clint civilization was utterly confused. We do want to kill Black Star, but we haven't done anything yet. When did we send assassins? It must be another star cluster that sent people to kill Black Star, since they can blame it all on us. Clint was furious. Do these people think we are the scapegoat king? Although the two sides were at war, Clint was not willing to take responsibility for a failure that they did not commit. They publicly announced that it was entirely fabricated. Purple Crystal's reply was very simple. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I'm certain it's you. The partners of the two sides were at war, and their governments were accusing each other. The various organizations of the Shattered Star Ring were all watching the drama between Purple Crystal and Clint. Han Xiao, who had caused this incident, also received a lot of attention. Fruibnov.com. The fact that Black Star had finally mastered psionic energy had made many organizations take him even more seriously. This meant that Black Star was much more threatening. Killing many Calamity Grades matched up to his Beyond Grade A seed title, and this kind of lethality was more threatening than just being tanky. In a short period, Han Xiao's reputation and position in the entire star field rocketed once again. The other star cluster civilizations, while shocked, secretly lifted Han Xiao's position on the Beyond Grade A seed list up a few places. Han Xiao had already felt the influence of this incident on his way to base number 1. Everyone recognized his face. When he returned to the base, he also noticed that many mercenaries looked at him with even more admiration. This trip back to planet Aquamarine had taken about 20 days, so he had 10 more days of holiday. After returning to the base, Han Xiao first inspected the operations of the Black Star Army during this period. Tens of thousands of trainees from various training camps had become official mercenaries, and about 100 battleships had been added. My mechanical army is quite damaged. I can use these 10 days to replenish it. He had to return to the battlefield after the holiday, so he decided to build his army with the remaining time he had. Before that, he wanted to first claim the reward for the third round of Prey. Phaidon had not gone out recently. Han Xiao found him, chatted with him a while, and touched him a few times before letting go of Phaidon, who had a strange expression on his face. Chen Xing, who happened to be out, was blushing a bit. She quickly returned control of the body to Phaidon. As Phaidon became stronger, he was able to suppress Chen Xing alone. Plus, his relationship with Chen Xing was getting more affectionate, so he occasionally let her out for a break, which Han Xiao happened to bump into. Although the soul was different, the body was the same. As the luck on his hand was lingering, Han Xiao rushed to the side and opened the interface to claim the reward for the third round. Round 3 complete. Please select the target to draw abilities from. There were 10 enemies, but Han Xiao was only interested in the abilities of 2 of them, Stephanie and that mechanic. If he selected that mechanic, there was a very high chance of him getting a mechanic talent, so that would be a safe choice. If he selected Stephanie, unlike from Shauna, her Esper ability was not compatible with him at all, so the effect of the abilities would definitely be weakened. The best result would be getting a template talent, but that depended purely on his luck. After considering for a few seconds, Han Xiao's eyes became firm. He had made his decision. A mechanic talent is great, but molding talents are hard to come by. A man must dare to dream. You have received the reward. Draw one ability/talent from Stephanie. Alert! Stephanie is an Esper. Part of the possible abilities have been automatically adjusted to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. Cell resonance. Ability. You can condition your body state through the vibration of your cells, increasing the energy production efficiency of your cells. Recovers 11% energy. Purges 1 debuff. Cost. 1,500 stamina. Cooldown. 90 seconds. Electromagnetic resonance. Ability. By affecting the frequency of electromagnetic waves, you are able to obstruct certain communication methods and radar detection or the brainwaves of individuals. There is a chance that confused, hallucinating, and abnormally excited might be applied to the target. The closer the distance, the stronger the effects of the debuffs. Success rate is related to INT. Cost. 150 energy. Cooldown. 6 seconds. Object weakness attack. Ability. You can easily discover the weakness of objects. Your next attack will deal extra damage and 3 chain damages ranging from 5% to 15% damage of this attack. There is a chance to cause the heavily injured effect. Cost. 240 energy. Cooldown. 28 seconds. Will to battle talent. Plus 180 END. Minus 75 INT. Minus 25 LUK. Legendary battle technique. Talent. Every third attack will deal 35% extra true damage. Han Xiao was stunned before becoming overjoyed. I really got a molding talent. Hail Phidon. Chapter 679, Saving the World with Normal Attacks. Chapter 679, Saving the World with Normal Attacks. All 5 choices were decent, and they all had different focuses. Cell resonance could instantly recover energy and purge a debuff. It could be used by any class and was a powerful support ability. Electromagnetic resonance was a rather good assistive ability as well. Could reduce the target's strength. When facing an opponent of the same grade, this could give the user a quick advantage. Object weakness attack was an explosive damage type ability. Though its applicable situations were limited, it was still not too bad. Will to battle was a tank talent. Plus 180 END was actually quite high, but it had a side effect. Han Xiao felt that he was tanky enough, so he was not interested in this talent at all. Luckily, the lowest limit for luck is 0, otherwise mine would go negative if I chose this talent. What was most surprising to him was the 5th choice. Legendary battle technique. This was a proper molding talent. Plus, it was one of the best battle technique talents. Every third attack would deal an extra 35% true damage, which meant that his attack increased by a huge amount out of nowhere, as talents were passive abilities and had no cost at all. Every third attack? With the attack speed of Calamity grades, how many third attacks would there be in just 1 second? This was spectacular. The other 4 choices paled in comparison. Han Xiao did not even have to think and directly picked the 5th choice. You have received Legendary Battle Technique. That was hella lucky. Han Xiao was very excited. He quickly went to the combat training room to test the new talent. The floor split open, and the alloy wall used to test damage rose up. Han Xiao started punching the wall continuously. True damage ignored defense. For example, if the theoretical damage of an attack was 10,000 and the target's resistance reduced it to 5,000, adding the true damage, that attack would deal 5,000 plus 3,500 damage. Almost double. If the attack was completely absorbed by a shield, a magic barrier, or heavy mechanical armor, the effect of the true damage would only go to the shield durability and armor value. When the enemy was actually damaged, only then would this deal true damage to the enemy. Therefore, tank enemies that took on attacks with their body would be completely countered by this. If not for the Germinal leader's talent, I would have had a very tough time against this. Han Xiao was glad. No wonder Stephanie was a boss-type character, her abilities were too overpowered. Han Xiao was excited. He was already very tanky. Comparatively, although the attack of his army style was not weak, it did not appear as important as how tanky he was, since he had always been fighting enemies that were stronger than him or many enemies at once. Most of the time, he relied on how tanky he was to defeat the enemies. If he used the authentic way of utilizing the army style, he would completely destroy any enemy that was about the same level as him, even more so now that he had mastered psionic energy. He would be able to fight many enemies at once even without making use of how tanky he was. However, his health mana cycle made him way too tanky, causing the army style to pale in comparison. His indestructible body title had covered up the fact that he was a mechanic for too long. But not anymore. The legendary battle technique was already strong enough when used by others. When used by a mechanic using the army style, it would be absolutely terrifying. From the NPCs in his previous life that had similar talents, the great mechanic Han knew that this type of talent could be applied to summoned creatures and mechanical armies. The summoned creatures could enjoy the talents of the mage through their magic link, while the mechanical army could share the effect of this talent through mechanical force. After all, the mechanical army was considered a type of equipment, so the talent would apply to them just like it would apply to a weapon in one's hand. Han Xiao expanded a few elite mechanical soldiers that he had brought along and carried out tests to find out how this talent worked. After testing, he found out that every machinery had its individual legendary battle technique effect count. This meant that every third attack of that machine would trigger the true damage, instead of the total times the entire army attacked. The attack count of every machine was calculated separately and not together. So, if Han Xiao fired one machine twice then changed to another machine for the third attack, it would not trigger. Han Xiao started fantasizing. If the attack count was calculated together, it would mean that if 100 machines fired together, 33 of them would have extra true damage. Gently giving himself a slap, Han Xiao shattered his own fantasy. It's already strong enough. Han Xiao was very satisfied. This meant that if 100 machines all fired 3 times, the last 100 attacks out of the total 300 attacks would all have true damage. The ratio was the same as if the attack count was calculated as a whole. The difference was just the frequency that the talent was triggered. However, this talent did not require the attack to land to count, it could still be triggered by attacking at nothing. This meant that the triggering timing of this talent could be controlled. If he used it well, he could even make every attack that landed on the enemy have extra true damage. Han Xiao immediately had a lot of ideas in his mind. A strong talent could completely change one's combat capability. To the great mechanic Han, legendary battle technique was as strong as his health mana cycle. It increased the strength and lethality of his mechanical army once again. If I can make this idea a reality, my actual combat capability will multiply many times over. I might really be able to crush anyone under beyond grade A. The excitement in Han Xiao's eyes was almost overflowing. The effect of touching Faiden was dreamlike. The phrase, becoming stronger through the battles inside the Prey mission introduction was indeed true. Although he had been targeted by Thousand Shadows, Han Xiao felt that it was worth it now that he had received this talent. Han Xiao browsed through his attributes on the interface. He was so strong that even he was afraid of himself. Just moments earlier, he had worried that once he returned to the battlefield, knowing how tanky he was, the enemies would only send a few people to fight him so that he would not be much of a threat. Now, however, if they sent too few people, he would be able to kill them all. Han Xiao locked himself inside the modification room. Using the last 10 days, he planned to adjust Philip's combat control mode so that the mechanical army's fighting method would be able to fully utilize the power of legendary battle technique. For example, he could let one team of artillery stand by with their third attack, use the other units of the army to create an opportunity, and let this standby team focus fire when suitable, making sure that when his attack landed, it would deal a ton of damage. However, in order to have the army do such a delicate job, he needed a large calculation module. Haluz and the others could handle any Black Star army matters, so he did not have to worry. The best way to increase the Black Star army's position was for him, the leader, to become stronger. The flames of war filled the West Wind, Chaida, and the Kaya star systems. Ralph had been counting down to reminding Black Star to return to the battlefield. He needed him to stabilize the battle between the high-level combatants. The Bloodshed Lands Jord was also wary of Black Star, who had disappeared for 2 months. At the same time, in the middle of hidden Red Robe Abbey's palace, Austin was hovering about 4 meters above the ground. The oversized robe dragged on the floor. Desoro and the others were standing at the side. Austin slowly opened his eyes and said with a sentimental tone, "I never expected him to change this much." The forbidden sorcerers around all had strange expressions on their faces. Some time ago, Austin had summoned Logi, and they had watched their full conversation from the side. Logi was Austin's fourth disciple. The forbidden sorcerers present had all followed Austin for a long time and knew Logi. However, upon seeing him again after so many years, that once vigorous and fearless former forbidden sorcerer commander felt like a completely different person. They could not imagine what Logi had gone through in these years. Austin shook his head and said, however, although his personality has changed, he still is determined and resolute as he used to be, rejecting me like that without hesitating. After banishing Logi for so many years, Austin had long forgiven his mistake. Thus, he asked if Logi wanted to return under his command. To his surprise, Logi was determined to return to Black Star without even the slightest hesitation. Although Logi made it look like it was not a big deal, Austin could see that Logi was really thankful to Black Star for saving him. He no longer longed to return to hidden Red Robe Abbey. Black Star had replaced his position and received Logi's loyalty. Logi was not only doing this because he was thankful but also because he saw a lot of potential in Black Star. When Austin saw the observer's mark on Logi's head, he understood what Han Xiao meant as well. He had planted an observer's mark on Logi despite knowing that it would be discovered. This was to express how important Logi was to him. Seeing that, Austin was willing to let him go. Following a beyond grade A seed is a dangerous path. Don't die, Austin sighed. At the dock outside the palace, Logi was walking to the spaceship. When he arrived, many forbidden sorcerers had gone to welcome him, but when he left, he was alone. He turned around and looked at the mage palace that he had once known every corner of for the last time, and a mixture of sentimental emotions appeared in his eyes. Then he shook his head and stepped onto the spaceship. Whoosh! The hatch closed, covering his lonely yet unbending back. The spaceship slowly lifted off, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Chapter 680 End of Slacking Off. Chapter 680 End of Slacking Off. Inside the House of Happiness, an interrogation was going on. Who sent you? Han Xiao yelled as if he did not know. Stephanie was constrained by electromagnetic straps all over her body, through which high-voltage currents coursed. It seemed like she did not feel pain at all, and she looked at Han Xiao with an expressionless face. Her face was pale, her lips slowly opened, and she said with a soft voice, "Like I said, you won't get any intelligence from me." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and did not speak. The prey mission did not end yet, and the fourth round was still in an inactive state. Thousand Shadows could share the senses of his shadows to a certain extent, so Han Xiao did not want to expose the fact that he knew the truth. Doing so would make the next round more dangerous. Therefore, for the past few days, he had conducted fake interrogations on Stephanie whenever he was free, acting like he did not know about Thousand Shadows. Whether he was just doing meaningless work or not, being cautious would do no harm. Han Xiao had already made hundreds of genetic medicines from her. But Han Xiao was rather stumped by what to do with her. If he did not know that the enemy behind her was Thousand Shadows, he might have kept her to produce more medicines. However, Thousand Shadows could sense his shadows, so keeping Stephanie was a huge hidden risk. The look in Han Xiao's eyes kept changing. In the end, he sighed. With a flash of mechanical force, nanotechnology particles shot out from compressed orbs and covered his arm like black sand, turning into a psionic cannon, pressing onto Stephanie's head. Bang, bang, bang. After some time, the sound of cannon fire stopped. The door opened, and Han Xiao walked out, shaking his head. Although Stephanie's history was rather tragic, he did not become soft-hearted. Thousand Shadows had lost themselves and were unable to escape his control. Death was a relief for them instead. The reward for killing Stephanie was 280% for killing someone many levels higher, giving Han Xiao more than 350 million experience, replenishing his experience a little. It also gave him a Stephanie character summon card. Character summon card, Stephanie. Resonance penetration. Reduce the physical defense of the target by 50% to 80% using close-range resonance. For every 100 END the target has, the duration will decrease by 1 second. Basic duration, 24 seconds. Minimum duration, 3 seconds. Usage 0 of 4. Han Xiao closed his eyes and recalled the images from earlier. When struggling for her life, Stephanie seemed to have recovered to her true self. He clearly saw the relief and gratitude in Stephanie's eyes as her life faded. This time, a notification suddenly popped up on the interface. You have triggered the mission, Stephanie's last wish. Mission introduction. In the last moment before death, she begged for your help to make up for the one thing she regretted the most in her life. Mission requirements. Find the last Antarian bloodline. Reward, 15 million experience. Remarks. This is a ruins mission. Some people might be interested in this. Triggered a mission. Han Xiao was a little surprised. Antar was Stephanie's civilization, which was long gone. It seemed like not being able to protect her civilization was her biggest regret. However, after becoming Thousand Shadows Shadow, her belief had become twisted, and she only could recall it moments before her death. Ruin missions were a special type of mission. The reward from the interface were usually very low, but they were mostly related to places that were buried in history. Exploring ruins would often lead to more rewards. If I have the time, I might do it. His holiday was coming to an end. Han Xiao thought for a while, took out his communicator, and flipped dozens of pages through his contact list to find Ralph. In the Kaya star system, a fleet was moving in stealth mode. This was a guerrilla fleet, mainly from a partnered organization, the New Phylan Rebels. Most of the battleships were assault models. Inside the main control room of the Shining Crow grade flagship, the commander Mord and the others were having a strategic meeting around a silver table. The people in charge of the other partnered organizations of this fleet were listening from the side. Above the table was a three-dimensional star map, marked with the dense bloodshed land strongholds and fleets that were colored deep red. In our area, there are 12 bloodshed land strongholds. This operation is the highest level order given directly by the Combat Command. Including us, a total of 27 fleets are involved in this mission. What do you guys think? Mord was a Phylan human. His body was thin and bony, and he looked very weak, but the strength of his muscle fiber was close to that of an alloy. His weight was close to 1 ton. He was one of the high-ranking combatants of the New Phylan Rebels, a Calamity Grade mechanical pugilist. His body was fused with semi-organic metals. When Han Xiao took his leave from the war, the situation of the secret war changed drastically. Bloodshed Land's army gathered with the forefront armies. With unstoppable momentum, they kept expanding the strongholds in the West Wind, Kaya, and Chaida star systems. In 2 months, they built hundreds of stronghold planets that guarded each other. The positions of these strongholds were carefully selected, allowing them to affect many star zones. They had completed the first part of their strategic blueprint. The rulers of the 3 border star systems did not interfere in the unofficial secret war. According to some gossip, the Bloodshed Land had already sent out emissaries to contact and negotiate with those 3 star system civilizations. Although only 2 short months had passed, according to Neutral Intelligence Organization's data and investigation, the influence of purple crystal had dropped by about 13.7% in those 3 star systems. Reducing purple crystal's influence of border star systems was one of the main strategic goals of the Klent Kingdom. It was true that star systems were a part of star clusters, but the star clusters were determined and planned later. Hence, star system civilizations were not technically under the star cluster civilization's command. If purple crystal's influence dropped severely, the star systems that had received an invitation from Klent and pressure from the Crimson Dynasty in the future would announce independence and join Klent. Even though the Colton star cluster's border star systems and Klent's Sol star cluster were separated by a desolate region, those border star systems would still be able to become parts of the Sol star cluster. With the star cluster level Stargate technology, distance was not a limitation. In order to redetermine the area of a star cluster, the most important factor was support from a universal civilization. This was where Klent got their confidence to snatch these star systems. Purple crystal was semi-neutral, Unless they were willing to become a vassal of their universal civilization, the Federation of Light would not help them. The tyrant Heber's armies were all elites that had fought hundreds of battles. They were known in the Shattered Star Ring to be the top-tier military forces. In a direct battle, Section 0 would be no match for them. Section 0's largest advantage was their strategy. The Combat Command took Han Xiao's advice and adjusted their strategy during the 2 months when the Bloodshed Land was at their peak strength. They stopped looking at temporary losses and gains, split up the Bloodshed Land's forces, and focused on harassing and surprise attacks. They were waiting for an opportunity. Mord and the others were indeed discussing the large-scale counterattack operation that had been in the works for a long time. The Bloodshed Land's biggest army is in the West Wind Star system, where all 8 Vanguard officials are. Other than Black Star, no one will be able to deal with them. Comparatively, the Kaya Star system has the fewest Bloodshed Land troops, so it's the most suitable target, a staff sergeant said. Mord nodded and said, "The goal of this operation is to get rid of the 12 Bloodshed Land strongholds in this area. The 12 strongholds are connected by a hyperdrive base station. Despite them having a very quick reinforcement speed, their total size will not change. Our 27 fleets will attack every stronghold planet and split their troops up. Then, the Knife Team will raid and destroy this hyperdrive base station, making the enemies lose the ability to quickly shift the battlefield. Following that, we'll rapidly destroy the 12 strongholds." The crowd nodded. This was the right method to deal with hyperdrive base stations. The attacking side would gain the upper hand. Section 0's strategy was simple and efficient. The 27 fleets can be classified into 4 types of fleets: restraint teams, feint teams, standby teams waiting to attack the strongholds, and the knife teams that are going to raid the hyperdrive base station. Mord knocked the table. "We are one of the 3 knife teams. The enemies have set up a very strong defense around the hyperdrive base station, so our mission is very important. When everyone arrives at their positions, we will start the operation." The deputy's words had yet to finish. Suddenly, the 3D star map was replaced by a communication request that interrupted his sentence. Ralph appeared with his hands behind his back. He looked around and loudly said, "This operation is temporarily postponed. New reinforcements will be joining the operation. Mord, stand by nearby and wait to rendezvous with them. They will be raiding the hyperdrive base station with you." Postponing the operation just for reinforcements? Everyone was stunned. Mord reacted the quickest. He frowned and said, "Who are these reinforcements?" Ralph smiled satisfyingly and said with a joyful tone, "Black Star." Mord's eyes sparkled. It's him. After the shocking battle 2 months prior, Black Star had left the battlefield. Now he had finally returned. With such a strong helper, our chances of winning are even higher. At least in terms of high-level combatants, we're at an advantage. Mord nodded heavily. No wonder the operation was postponed. It was acceptable since it was because they were waiting for Black Star. A few days later, the Black Star Army's fleet arrived in the Kaya Star system and rendezvoused with Mord. The main ship connected, and Mord waited with the several ship captains at the bridge. The hatch far away opened, and a man in black clothes walked out first, followed by a group of people in mercenary clothing. This time, Han Xiao had brought 600 battleships. The people following him were Herluz, Harmon, and a few Grade B officers. Reynold was in charge of logistics, and Lagi had yet to return. Quickly sizing Han Xiao up, Mord approached him and extended his hand passionately. "I'm the commander of this guerrilla team, Mord. I'm from the New Phylan Rebels. We welcome your assistance, Black Star." "Hi." Han Xiao shook his hand. "Let's not waste any more time. The operations plan is like this." The two of them walked side by side as Mord explained the steps of this mission to Han Xiao. The others followed behind as they walked toward the main control room. Han Xiao was distracted as Mord explained. When accepting the mission, Ralph had already told him the details, so what Mord said was all repeated. Ralph had been looking forward to his return. As soon as his holiday ended, Ralph sent Han Xiao to the Kaya Star system to join this counterattack that they had planned for a very long time. Within the past 2 months, the goals that Han Xiao had set had basically all been completed. He had learned a cutting-edge knowledge, completely rebuilt his mechanical army, completed his promotion and leveled up to 195, turned a huge amount of experience into actual combat capability, and learned the very surprising attack-type molding talent. His strength had skyrocketed. As Purple Crystal was at a disadvantage in the war, they had more and more hope for Han Xiao. As soon as he returned, he was given a very big responsibility. I've made a good start. As long as I keep accomplishing difficult tasks, my position in Section 0 will definitely increase very quickly. His goal was to make the Black Star Army a force that had help from Purple Crystal, so of course, he would not reject the important missions. He put aside the class advancement mission for the moment. The experience that he had saved in his interface was limited, and he was afraid to finish it too early since the update time was 10 years long. His current strength was enough to deal with most situations. There were not many LV.180 legacy blueprints, and they were extremely complicated to obtain. Before the next time he could slack off, Han Xiao would have no time to finish the class advancement mission. The secret war was an important part of his plan. He had to take it seriously. As they arrived, Mord turned on the 3D star map and explained in even further details. Only then did Han Xiao start to listen carefully. A mission popped up on the interface that required him to follow with Mord to complete the raid of the hyperdrive station. After some analysis, Mord scanned through the data of those people, and his expression became solemn. According to the intelligence, the hyperdrive base station is guarded by tightly grouped guards. There are 15 Calamity Grades standing by. Among the 15 Calamity Grades, 12 of them were found by the Bloodshed Land in the Soul Star Cluster, and the other 3 are officers of the Bloodshed Land. Mord pointed at a drawing. On it was a ferocious-looking female creature with a light green skin. She had short and gold hair, and a few ferocious scars stretched across her face. She was blind and used mechanical eyes. Tamaria, Bloodshed Land Adjudicator, high-grade Calamity Grade, nickname Poisonous Bones. It said that she's killed more than 1 billion people, including 10,000 supers and 100 Calamity Grades. This rumor is exaggerated, but the truth is most likely not far from it. In conclusion, she's very murderous and is a famous mad woman under the tyrant. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and thought, green skin? She probably has beastman blood. Even the tyrant's female subordinates were muscular. There were many talented people under Heber's command. Other than the 8 Vanguard officials, there were also many famous Calamity Grade officers. It was just that the 8 Vanguard officials were the most famous. TheWebNovel.com. Mord stared at Han Xiao and said, "This woman and the other 14 Calamity Grades are all yours." Han Xiao turned around and patted Herlu's shoulders. "You heard the man. They're all yours." Herlu's face was filled with question marks. "I'm kidding. Why would I let you die like that?" Han Xiao laughed. "Don't worry, it's just 15 Calamity Grades. Even if I can't win, can I run?" Chapter 681, Black Star's Weakness. Chapter 681, Black Star's Weakness. An enormous black and metal space station hovered in space. Its exterior was equipped with rows of satellite-level guard cannons. 9 armed satellite fortresses circled the space station. This was the T-04 hyperdrive base station, which was the target of Section 0's attack. At this time, Tamaria and the other upper echelons were all in the conference room inside the base, attending a remote meeting. The war commander, Jord, appeared on the projection screen. According to reliable sources, 11 days ago, Black Star left his headquarters after 2 months. We speculate that he will be returning to the battlefield soon. Everyone present, pay attention to Black Star's whereabouts, he said in a serious tone. All of Bloodshed Land's commanders in the 3 star systems were attending the meeting. Black Star had returned to the battlefield. This was the reason that this meeting was being held. After Black Star's battle with the 8 Vanguard officials, Jord had paid a lot of attention to Han Xiao. Although one person would not be able to determine the entire war, Black Star was one of the most dangerous high-level combatants of Section 0. Sending out a notification just for him was very necessary in Jord's eyes so that everyone would at least be prepared. According to the recent rumors and his fight with the 8 Vanguard officials, I have arranged some intelligence on Black Star. I will send it to all of you later, Jord said. He firmly believed that knowing his enemies would get him an advantage in battle. Purple Crystal would definitely place Black Star in a very important position. This set of intelligence on Black Star could make sure that every commander knew about the enemy. If they were attacked, they would know how to deal with Black Star. The conference ended very quickly, and the commander of the T-04 hyperdrive base station received the information. He only looked at it for a few seconds before Tamaria walked to him and grabbed the communicator away to look at it herself. The base station commander was speechless. Tamaria's position in the base was higher than his. This green-skinned woman was not only the captain of more than 10 high-level combatants but also the supervisor. Other than obeying his orders during battle, she usually did not even pay attention to him at all. The base station commander was already used to it. Tamaria only glanced through before she sneered and threw the communicator aside. I was wondering how strong Black Star could actually be, but it turns out he's so easy to deal with. The base communicator picked up the communicator and browsed through it. He then immediately understood what Tamaria meant. Jord had added the method to deal with Black Star in the intelligence as well. Indeed, the result of Black Star's fight with the 8 Vanguard officials was astonishing. However, after analyzing the fight, Black Star's weakness had become obvious as well. His attack ability was very limited. Through the entire fight, he was completely suppressed by the 8 Vanguard officials, only surviving due to his indestructible body. Due to that, the trouble that he could cause was minimal. Although Black Star was rumored to have mastered psionic energy recently, there were tons of other mechanics around the universe that had. It was far from being impossible to deal with. Furthermore, strategic psionic weapons were equivalent to galactic nuclear weapons. Even star cluster civilizations would not use them unless they had no other choice, and they definitely would not in this unofficial secret war. Unless Black Star wanted to visit the Hegaboy court-martial of the 3 universal civilizations and enjoy more than 100 years in prison, he would not use primordial psionic energy. Due to those many reasons, Jord had detailed the method to deal with Black Star in this intelligence. All they had to do was send 1 or 2 experienced Calamity Grades and 3 to 5 normal Calamity Grades to destroy Black Star's mechanical army. Black Star would then pose no threat and become useless in the war. According to how the Section Zero's organizations had been avoiding losing any high-level combatants, as long as Black Star was dealt with, the threat of the other Calamity Grades of Section Zero would also decrease tremendously. No wonder Tamaria was disdainful. Black Star was not as difficult to deal with as they had imagined. Nonetheless, Black Star's body is great. The fangs in Tamaria's mouth showed, and her tone was full of desire and cruelty. I wonder if I can get his abilities after I eat him. Tamaria's racist culture was very savage and bloody. They believed in gaining the enemy's power by eating their flesh and that consuming strong enemies would make them stronger. Tamaria was extremely interested in Han Xiao's body and thirsted to gulp him down. She licked her lips. At this time, the alarm of the base suddenly sounded. Everyone's expression changed as they hastily returned to their stations. Seeing that the commander had returned, someone quickly reported, "Commander, Stronghold Planet 4 has been attacked, requesting reinforcements from other strongholds. This is the enemy ship's data collected by the radar." T-04 hyperdrive base was the core that maintained the wormhole in the 12 strongholds. Any kind of reinforcements had to be reported to the base station. After approval, the quick reinforcement route would then be opened. The base station's job was to overlook everything. The base station commander quickly scanned through the report and said, "Which strongholds have responded? 1, 6, 9, and 12. Open reinforcement channel 12. The base station commander did not hesitate. The operational team nodded and got to work. Visible through the wide-angle projection porthole of the space station, thousands of blue beams launched from 2 special devices of the base station, creating a deep blue circular-shaped wormhole on both sides. The energy at the edges of the wormholes rippled, expanded, and gradually stabilized. The 2 wormholes aligned with each other in both location and size. The next moment, streams of hyperdrive light shot out from the left wormhole and directly into the right wormhole in an instant. These were the reinforcement fleets, having taken less than 30 seconds to arrive. "It's done." The base station commander nodded. However, before he could catch his breath, 3 planets out of the 12 stronghold planets turned red on the monitoring interface again, signaling that they were under attack. This isn't a simple attack. The expression on the base station commander's face drastically changed. He quickly gave out the reinforcement orders and loudly said, T-04 Hyperdrive Base Station. Get ready for battle. Activate all armed satellite fortresses and send out all fleets. The enemies may appear any time. These signs were common when attacking hyperdrive base stations. The base station commander reacted very quickly and instantly discovered that Section Zero's target was the base station. However, this was a plot that they had to take part in as the attackers had the upper hand. The only way to resolve it was to defeat the attackers. Section Zero had been strategically splitting up their troops for 2 months. Now, the effect of that finally surfaced. They chose T-04 Hyperdrive Base Station as the target of their counterattack because this area had limited troops and had yet to build a long-range Stargate. Everyone in the base station started to act. Tamaria narrowed her eyes and stood up. Not only was she not nervous, she even looked excited and eager. Great, someone's finally here to fight. I haven't exercised my bones for too long. They're getting rusty. Very soon, more strongholds were attacked and requested reinforcements. Despite knowing that this was a plot, the base station commander had no choice but to deploy more and more troops. As they were getting nervous, the radar of the base station rang with a piercing sound of alarm. Warning! Warning! A large number of unknown targets are approaching. They looked at the porthole, which was now adjusted to see extremely far distances. Streams of hyperdrive lights stopped and showed the Section Zero fleet. They're here. The base station commander clenched his teeth. Finally! Tamaria tightened her fists and walked out in big steps. The T-04 hyperdrive base station was in sight, and the armed satellite fortresses were activated. The enemy fleet has completed their preparation. It seems that they guessed our strategy. Mord looked at the projection and did not mind. He did not think that such a simple strategy would fool the enemies. It just had to be effective. Time is limited. All units attack. As the order was given, this fleet quickly accelerated and marched forward. Through radar identification, both sides started firing at each other from an extreme distance. The crisscrossed particle cannon beams filled this dark area of space with vibrant colors. The 9 armed satellite fortresses formed an enormous irregular shape shield, protecting the base station from attacks. There was a total of 3 knife teams attacking the base station. Reinforcements appeared from 2 other directions and dispersed the attacks. The pressure on Mort's fleet was greatly reduced. Han Xiao's team followed Mord in the charge as well, mixed within the fleet. The distance between the 2 sides was still huge. They were firing at each other from far away and had yet to enter the close-range combat stage. Han Xiao suddenly received Mord's communication. Black Star, did you see the 9 armed satellite fortresses? They are the generators of the base station's protective shield. This kind of protective shield is very strong, and we don't have enough time to slowly destroy it. The commanders of the other 2 teams and I have discussed this. We plan to all send out 1 team to board the armed satellite fortresses and destroy at least one of them. Mord spoke very quickly. What he meant was that as long as 1 armed satellite fortress was destroyed, the protective shield would have a hole in it. Before the other armed satellite fortresses got into position to close the gap, they would be able to use this opportunity to rush in to attack the base station. The mission would only be successful when the base station was destroyed. They did not have much time. In this operation, the restraint teams and the feint teams had the most numbers, as the enemy's reinforcements would only be divided when these strongholds were facing enough pressure. This way, not many enemy teams would be able to back up the hyperdrive base station. They had to use the opportunity when the enemies were split up and destroy the base station. No problem. My teammates don't have to follow me. I will act alone. The mission on the interface changed to destroy an armed satellite fortress. Han Xiao nodded and agreed. He let Rista control the spaceship, then jumped out of the ship, activating the Mountain Ape mechanical suit and switching into interstellar travel mode. With a deep blue arc, he avoided the direct crossfire area and headed to an armed satellite fortress from the side. The other teammates headed to another fortress, and the other 2 teams sent out ships as well. Han Xiao moved alone. As long as he could get to the armed satellite fortress, he would be able to destroy it very quickly. I'm swifter and a smaller target when I move alone. Plus, with my name, it's easier for me to restrain the high-level enemy combatants if I move alone. In his vision, the tiny armed satellite fortress started to look bigger. He could clearly see the mechanical structure on the surface of the armed satellite fortress. Very soon, the fleet station to guard the base station discovered him, and some of the cannons turned and fired at him. With the tactical screen reminding him of the direction of high-energy particle cannons, Han Xiao focused fully on dodging the attacks, sometimes using the hovering shield shuttle to form a psionic shield and block the stray attacks. Not long after, Han Xiao headed right into the base station defense fleet, bolting swiftly between the enemy spaceships. With his brain in a highly active state, he processed tremendous data every second. Han Xiao had no time to pay attention to the outside world. He was completely focused on dealing with the attacks coming from all directions. After an unknown amount of time had passed, he suddenly felt that the pressure became much lighter. Han Xiao turned around and saw that, without realizing it, he had penetrated the entire line of defense. Further away, Mord and the other two knife teams were also in close combat with the base station fleets, dividing the enemy's attention and decreasing the density of attacks on Han Xiao's side. Finally, some good teammates. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Without further delay, he headed right toward an armed satellite fortress. The armed satellite fortress was spherical. It looked like a small planet from the outside. It was less than 1% the size of planet Aquamarine. It sounded small, but when looking at it from a close distance, Han Xiao felt it did not look much different from a normal planet. The blue protective shield stopped him outside. Han Xiao pressed onto the protective shield and activated the shield neutralizer to its maximum output. The shield within 100 meters started to ripple at a high frequency. Its light started to dim, and its energy level started to decrease. Estimating that the shield had reached its critical point, Han Xiao's other arm turned into a psionic cannon and fired right at the shield. With a blue explosion, a more than 30-meter-wide hole appeared in the protective shield. Compared to the entire protective shield, this hole was as tiny as a droplet of water in the ocean, but it was more than big enough for Han Xiao to enter. Han Xiao looked around. The hole was shrinking from its edge, repairing itself. He summoned more than 20 army boxes and rushed in before the hole closed. This armed satellite fortress had a simple artificial atmosphere for the maintenance personnel. Han Xiao quickly landed on the surface. Landing on the ground, he looked around. Around him was an undulating mechanical landscape, cold and lifeless, full of mechanical beauty. Warning, 5 high-energy reaction sources detected. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked over. At the edge of the sky, 5 enemies with a strong, I'm a Calamity Grade vibe approached and landed nearby. The person at the front was wearing a ferocious and bulky heavy mechanical suit and carried a huge dark gold mechanical axe on one shoulder. Clank! The facial armor of this person opened, showing a ferocious face and short and gold hair. It was the person that Mord had warned Han Xiao to be careful about. The Bloodshed Land Adjudicator stationed at T-04 Hyperdrive Base Station. Tamaria. I've been waiting here for you for a long time. Tamaria stared at Han Xiao and smiled ferociously. When she first spotted Black Star, she had been overjoyed. Following Han Xiao's route, she had brought a few people to this satellite in advance to wait for Han Xiao's arrival. In terms of duty, she was meant to deal with Black Star. Personally, Tamaria was also eager to fight with Han Xiao. Just 5. Han Xiao looked around and sneered. All of your Vanguard officials could not even kill me. You're underestimating me. It will probably take all 15 Calamity Grades in your base station to even give me any pressure. Ha! Jord has found your weakness. We're not trying to kill you, so there's no need for all 15 of us to be here. 5 of us is more than enough. Han Xiao was not surprised. After his last battle, Bloodshed Land would no longer deploy many people trying to kill him, but had instead decided to send fewer people just to restrain him. Tamaria licked her lips, her bloodthirsty desire overflowing. Your body is amazing. Wait for me. I will bite off your flesh piece by piece, chew your bones till they shatter, drink your blood till they dry, suck on your bone marrow, and eat every single cell from your body. I heard your recovery ability is very strong. I hope you can make me feel full. Han Xiao felt disgusted. If these words had come from someone else, they might just be trying to threaten him, but he could hear that Tamaria truly meant it. This woman wants to eat me? How twisted. I don't like it. Boom. At this time, the ground started trembling. The surface of the armed satellite fortress cracked open. Artilleries rose from within like metal forests, and all the barrels turned around and aimed at Han Xiao. Thousands of beast soldiers sprinted out from under the ground and surrounded him. This was the armed satellite fortress's defensive measure against enemies on its surface. In the blink of an eye, enemies were everywhere. Tamaria closed her facial armor and roared, "Before this war ends, you're not going anywhere." Chapter 682, Hope of the Village. Chapter 682, Hope of the Village. Boom! From afar, the beast soldier army charged straight for Han Xiao like a tsunami. The earth shook as they got nearer, and their specially made armor glowed with a deadly light. Tamaria raised her arm and threw out her dark gold axe. The axe sliced through the wind and formed a spinning ball of red flames as it smashed down toward Han Xiao's head. Hoo! Han Xiao stomped down on the ground, and his body shot toward the sky to avoid the trajectory of the flying axe. The axe that was flying in midair suddenly changed its trajectory and chased after Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked down from above and saw an alloy chain attached to the end of the axe. The alloy chain seemed to be able to extend indefinitely with the other end of it attached to Tamaria's mechanical suit. She could obviously control it from afar. A floating guard behind Han Xiao then released a psionic shield and collided with the incoming axe. Clank! Sparks flew in all directions. The burning axe was not able to make a dent in the psionic shield and returned to Tamaria's hands as the chain shortened. This attack signaled the beginning of the battle. Philip raised the alarm, and as Han Xiao lowered his head to take a look, all the artillery towers on this armed satellite fortress began to open fire at him. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The large barrel of the cannon spat out billowing smoke with missiles and laser beams being showered down on him from all directions and in all different colors. Han Xiao was not only facing 5 Calamity Grade Supers but also the defensive measures of this armed satellite fortress. His psionic thrusters were activated at full capacity, and Han Xiao transformed into a blue bolt of lightning as he dodged the never-ending wave of attacks nimbly. Boom! All the explosions were narrowly avoided by him, but the high temperature of the aftershock heated up the exterior of his mechanical suit. Mushroom clouds covered the entire sky, and the bolts of lightning from the artillery fire made it seem as though a large thunderstorm cloud was expanding above the armed satellite fortress. The particle cannons shot through the dark clouds to reveal the light of the world. Ignoring the danger of the battlefield, this scene was like Buddha's light breaking through 1,000 clouds and was extremely spectacular. Dark clouds covered Han Xiao's vision, and the armor value of his mechanical suit continued to decrease under the barrage of cannon fire. Han Xiao's expression remained calm, and he activated the army box. Together with his mechanical force field skill, his mechanical force was boosted. His energy had a new void attribute, and he could borrow the void to transmit energy. This meant that the efficiency of his mechanical force being transmitted was greatly increased. Clank! The sound of his mechanical army being activated could be heard from the clouds, and his mechanical army went to war. Orders for the army have been received. Attack region has been confirmed. Hum. Philip's voice sounded from Han Xiao's helmet. The next instant, over 1,000,000 psionic cannons opened fire and rained down like a thunderstorm. Boom! The entire region was instantly flattened, and the metallic ground cracked up from the psionic cannons. Mechanical parts flew in all directions, and craters could be seen all over the surface of the satellite. Almost 40% of the defensive cannons were destroyed in just a single blow. The armed satellite fortress was completely suppressed by Han Xiao's army. Han Xiao's mechanical army descended and dismantled the artillery towers of the armed satellite fortress. Fighting could be seen all around with the smoke of war covering the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, a high-energy alert sounded from Han Xiao's mechanical suit, and he immediately dodged to the side. Hoo! Tamaria's axe then shot narrowly past his body. The mobility of a pugilist was extremely high, and the moment her first attack missed, Tamaria turned around in midair and swung her axe down in rapid succession. Her powerful attacks resulted in a deafening sonic boom with every attack. Han Xiao released 2 psionic shields with his hands and received the attack without any hesitation. Sparks shot out in all directions, and a loud clanging sound resounded like thunder. Swoosh! Dark silver nanoparticles then rushed out from the tube at the back of the mountain ape suit and transformed into 4 half-bodied phantoms. The phantoms floated behind Han Xiao and aimed their cannons at Tamaria and Han Xiao, who were fighting. Bang! The 4 phantoms launched their first round of attacks but did not manage to stop Tamaria from engaging in close combat battle. She circulated her energy to form a flaming shield and blocked their attack. Bang! The second round of attacks was fired, and Tamaria remained indifferent. Such a level of attack was not sufficient to make her dodge. When the third round of attacks was fired, Tamaria wanted to block it as before, but suddenly, she felt a powerful force ignoring her arm and going straight for her organs. The legendary battle technique was activated. The sound of the explosion was louder than before. Bang! Tamaria's expression dropped, and she could not help but retreat. What a powerful, penetrating force. Tamaria suppressed her surging blood and had a face of shock. Han Xiao made use of the opportunity to widen the gap between them as he looked at the battle information from his interface. 35% of true damage from the previous attack had exceeded 12,000 points of damage. Apart from the basic boost from his mechanical force, he did not use any other skills. Just the additional true damage from the legendary battle technique skill had exceeded the reduced damage from the 3 rounds of attacks. A molding talent is truly terrifying. Han Xiao thought to himself. This talent was truly the bane of all pugilists. Tamaria should be a level 230 pugilist who was toward the tanky side. Her endurance should be about 1,600 points, so she should have a few talents to increase the strength of her body. Her health should also be above 300,000. Currently, Tamaria's health should be more than 50% higher than Han Xiao's, but both of them were tanky in different ways. Han Xiao relied on the conversion between energy and health, and his recovery rate could make a pugilist who walked the path of being a tank doubt their own life. This talent truly exceeded my expectations. As long as my mechanical army can ensure that their attacks hit the target. All those thoughts flashed through Han Xiao's head in less than a second, and the other 4 Calamity Grade Supers caught up and launched their various attacks. Han Xiao hurriedly avoided all the long-ranged attacks and suddenly felt an attack coming from behind him. One of his opponents was a pugilist who walked the path of agility. He nimbly made his way around Han Xiao like a shooting star, and his alloy dagger shot toward Han Xiao's spine. He wanted to immobilize Han Xiao. Han Xiao did not even turn back, and the 4 phantoms collapsed back into their nanoparticle form. The nanoparticles then formed a mechanical hand that was about 7 to 8 meters tall. The fingers and palm formed a psionic shield and blocked the sneak attack of this pugilist. Bang! The mechanical hand then threw the pugilist away as though it was throwing away rubbish. After experiencing the strength of his new talent, Han Xiao no longer fought Tamaria and the others personally. Instead, he issued a new command, and half of his mechanical army surrounded the 5 Calamity Grade Supers. He would attack them from the side to disrupt the enemy's attacks and harass them. Do you think this junk will be able to stop? Tamaria's roar resounded, and the flames on her body exploded. At the same time, outside the protective shield of the hyperdrive base, Mord and the other 2 Section 0 fleets were fighting with the defensive fleet of the enemy. They had boasted the upper hand at the start of the battle and forced the enemy to retreat. However, the other strongholds had received news from the base, and a portion of their troops had immediately been sent to reinforce this hyperdrive base. The battle was extremely intense at the moment, and neither party had the upper hand. Only Black Star has boarded one of the armed satellite fortresses. How is the situation over there? Mord could see Han Xiao's location from the main control room. Section 0 had sent a few teams of powerhouses to attempt to board 9 different armed satellite fortresses. However, all the others had been forced back, and only Black Star had managed to board one of the armed satellite fortresses. Mort's palm was covered with cold sweat. His fleet was currently outside the protective shield. Whether or not he could destroy the base was dependent on if Black Star could destroy the armed satellite fortress. He was the hope of the entire village. Sir, we have observed the battle between Black Star and the armed satellite fortress. The enemy has sent 5 Calamity Grade Supers to stop him, and they seem to have tied Black Star down. This is bad. Mord felt his heart tighten. If Black Star was tied down, the entire battle would end up in a stalemate. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Gritting his teeth, Mord issued an order. Inform the other 2 fleets. Ask all their Calamity Grade Supers to form a small team and reinforce Black Star. He has been pinned down by the enemy and needs support. Chapter 683, 1 Combo. Chapter 683, 1 Combo. At the center of the base station commander was also observing Black Star's movements. Black Star is the only one to have penetrated the protective shield. Tamaria has taken people to deal with him, an observing officer said. The base station commander nodded and looked at the radar. Suddenly, his eyes constricted. The enemy has sent a Calamity Grade team toward the armed satellite fortress that Black Star is in. They're trying to back Black Star up, the base station commander said with a deep voice. Just in case, send 5 more Calamity Grades to Black Star. We can't let the enemies destroy our armed satellite fortresses. If the base station loses its protection, our loss will be inevitable. freewebnov.co. As the order was sent, 5 more Calamity Grades were deployed. Both sides sent reinforcements to the battlefield that Black Star was in. On the armed satellite fortress, Han Xiao had been fighting with Tamaria and the other 4 with his mechanical army for quite a while. The battlefield extended over hundreds of miles. Everywhere they passed, the surface of the fortress was torn apart and messed up. The battle in the sky had reached its climax. Boom, boom, boom. The 5 Calamity Grades dashed left and right. Broken mechanical soldiers fell from the sky one after another. Boom! The dark gold mechanical axe was being spun around like a tornado, crushing every machinery in its path. Tamaria punched and kicked all the mechanical soldiers around her into pieces. The other 4 were also continuously damaging the mechanical army. It seemed like the enemies were unstoppable. However, they were actually wounded and exhausted. The attacks of close to 1 million machines were very intensive. They were going to get hit sooner or later. Following the triggering requirement of the legendary battle technique, Han Xiao had changed Philip's control method. The first 2 attacks were focused on limiting the enemy's dodge routes to increase the accuracy of the 3rd attack. Furthermore, he split up the attack frequency of the various units. This meant that the army's every round of attack included a lot of true damage. It was very lethal and gave the enemies a lot of pressure. Tamaria did not dare ignore the attacks. She had to focus fully every time the army attacks. Otherwise, if she got hit by the true damage attacks, suffering light injuries would be lucky. She was furious. This is called limited lethality? Jord, you're full of sh*T. Most of the low-grade mechanical soldiers were still fragile when facing Calamity Grades, but their attack was now on a different level. Previously, most of the time, Han Xiao had used the mechanical army to reduce the enemy's energy before he went to beat up the enemy personally. Now, however, the enemies were completely trapped in the mechanical army and were barely able to hold on. They did not even have a chance to approach Han Xiao. Philip firmly controlled the entire battle. Han Xiao was free enough to carry out virtual intrusion on this armed satellite fortress. The armed satellite fortress seemed to have countless defensive measures and had held back half of his mechanical army. In order to quickly destroy this satellite, virtual intrusion was the most efficient method. Boom! At this time, Tamaria suddenly used some sort of ability and penetrated the army's encirclement, dragging a blood-red flame behind her. Like a rocket, she bolted up to Han Xiao. Ha! With a loud roar, the mechanical axe slashed down. Tisk! Han Xiao had no choice but to stop the virtual intrusion. 2 psionic shields appeared from each of his hands and blocked this attack. Clunk! The axe was stuck between the shield. This time, as if the axe suddenly had an absorption force, the flames all over Tamaria's body flowed right into it as it became more and more red. The next moment, a thick, powerful blood-red wave launched from the axe. It landed at 0 distance. Boom! Being attacked by a powerful hit, Han Xiao coughed and was about to back off. To his surprise, Tamaria moved quicker and tied Han Xiao's arms with the chain at the end of the axe, pulling him back. Like I said, you're not going anywhere. Tamaria roared and heavily headbutted Han Xiao's forehead. Boom! Han Xiao felt dizzy. Tamaria had at least 2,000 strength, so it was normal for her to overwhelm him in terms of raw strength. The vibration penetrated the helmet's shock absorption module and caused a buzzing in his ears. Tamaria was just about to continue attacking, but Han Xiao suddenly exited the mountain ape and exposed his body. Not only did he not look panicked, he even looked a little speechless. You really are eager to die. The next moment, Han Xiao's actions made Tamaria confused. Not only did he not escape, he wrapped his arms around Tamaria's waist and hugged her. Before Tamaria could react, she instinctively felt an extreme sense of danger. Suddenly, she figured something out, and her entire body was frozen. All the mechanical army in the sky suddenly turned their barrels around and aimed at Han Xiao, as well as Tamaria. Let me go! Tamaria was extremely shocked and hastily tried to push Han Xiao away. However, the mountain ape mechanical suit, now controlled by Philip, shot out dozens of compressed orbs that turned into all sorts of traps and were planted around the two of them. With all those traps, neither of them were able to move for about 2 to 3 seconds. They both became stationary targets. Han Xiao chuckled beside Tamaria's ear and said, "Didn't expect that, did you? I'm just the bait. Do you want to kill yourself?" Only after Tamaria said this did she realize that Han Xiao had the indestructible body title. Rage and despair appeared on her face. She clenched her teeth and said, "Do you really think you're unkillable?" No, Han Xiao blinked then, said something that Tamaria did not understand. "But I'm immune to true damage." The next moment, countless psionic cannons from all directions fired at once. Boom! The expanding ball of light consumed the two of them. The other 4 Calamity Grades ran away with all their might. The ball of light expanded to its maximum before exploding. The shockwave blew away everything around it like using an eraser on a drawing. The exploded ball of light turned into sparkling light debris and fell like rain. At the center of the explosion, Han Xiao was healthy and vigorous. He summoned the mechanical suit and wore it again. Then he let go of the charred corpse that was still emitting black smoke, allowing it to fall from the sky. With steel body, he was immune to true damage. Through the health mana cycle, the health lost from the explosion swiftly recovered. Not only was he not injured, he even felt revitalized. Oh, it's because the attribute increase from the advanced strength in life has already stacked so many layers. No wonder. Han Xiao slightly raised his brows, using himself as the bait to control the enemy before using the mechanical army to focus fire. This was his trump card after obtaining the ability of health mana cycle. As long as the enemy approached him without knowing, they would fall into the trap. After obtaining Legendary Battle Technique, the lethality of this method had become an ace card that could now kill the enemy. Tamaria had instantly been killed under the focus fire. No matter who she was, in Han Xiao's eyes, she was just a grade A+ pugilist that had about 70% health, enough to be killed with one combo. Han Xiao turned around and looked at the other 4 terrified Calamity Grades with a smile. "Come on, let's get to know each other." The 4 Calamity Grades shivered. With horrified expressions on their faces, they only had one thought in their minds. Don't come any closer. Chapter 684, Deciding Victory. Chapter 684, Deciding Victory. Boom! The armed satellite fortress was plowed by the mechanical army again and again. The 4 Calamity Grades were no longer surrounding Han Xiao but running for their lives. While attacking the enemies, Han Xiao was also hacking into the armed satellite fortress. After all, destroying the armed satellite fortress was his main goal. After killing Tamaria, the other 4 did not dare get close to him at all, so no one interrupted him. Many of his virtual technology abilities were upgraded compared to before, so Han Xiao successfully obtained control of the armed satellite fortress without too much effort. A grade A+ virtual mechanic could penetrate most artificial intelligences. Han Xiao searched through the modules of the armed satellite fortress inside. No self-destruction module? Shame. After giving it some thought, Han Xiao controlled the armed satellite fortress to open its surface tunnels. He then sent some of the mechanical soldiers into the armed satellite fortress and planted secondary psionic bombs. In terms of efficiency, destroying the energy furnace inside the armed satellite fortress was much more convenient than destroying the armed satellite fortress from outside. At the same time on the main battlefield, a few small, agile spaceships dashed between the chaotic battlefield. In them were the Calamity Grades sent by Mord. They were trying to break through the enemy's defenses and back Han Xiao up. However, the high-energy particle cannon attacks were too concentrated on the battlefield, so the reinforcement teams were forced to retreat again and again, unable to penetrate the enemies. As the Bloodshed land fleets arrived at the battlefield through quick reinforcement channels one after another, the main fleet could no longer provide cover for these reinforcement teams. The situation isn't good. We took too long. Many enemies in the strongholds have gotten rid of the teams that were restraining them earlier and are arriving at the base station extremely quickly. The number of enemies we're facing has multiplied many times. Inside the flagship, Mort's expression changed as he heard the report. He clenched his teeth and pushed the words through the gap of his teeth. If this goes on, we will only achieve a pathetic victory. Black Star is the key to breaking the situation, but he's alone without backup. Are the helpers we sent still unable to break through their defenses? They can't. The enemies seem to know our intention and completely blocked all routes to the armed satellite fortress that Black Star is. Mort's expression became firm. He waved his hand and said, "Send my orders. All units, retract the formation and push forward in his direction. Open a path for the reinforcement teams and penetrate the enemy's defenses." As soon as his sentence ended, everyone was shocked. The current situation was very clear. It could be divided into 5 layers. The most exterior layer was where Mord and the 3 Section 0 fleets were. One more layer inside was the base station's defense fleet. Those two were fighting each other. After the defense fleet was the base station's gigantic protective shield, separating the exterior battlefield and the base station core. One more layer inside were the 9 armed satellite fortresses around the base station. In the center of all this was the target that Section 0 planned to destroy T-04 hyperdrive base station. Mort's order was to have the entire fleet march forward without backup and open a path for the reinforcement teams for Black Star. This was no different from giving up any possibility of retreating and deliberately entering the enemy's encirclement. If they penetrated the enemy's line of defense but were unable to break through the base station protective shield immediately, it would be the end of them. This is a gamble. It's too risky. I don't agree with such a reckless method. It's better to fight steadily. Many fleet captains objected. They belonged to the partnered organizations and were not Mord's direct subordinates. The downside of an alliance force was showing again. When facing a danger that required them to take risks, they would not be united and would prioritize their own safety before the overall outcome of the battle. Objections came from the communication channel nonstop. Mort's expression became more and more angered. Only the new Phylan rebels were directly under his command, but they were far from enough. He needed help from the other organizations. Bang! Mord could not take it anymore. He bashed the table and interrupted the objections from the various captains. I know each and every one of you wants to be favored by Purple Crystal and become a long-term partner of a star cluster civilization. But you don't want to fight for it with your lives. Do you think that the Purple Crystal civilization is easy to fool? I've had enough of being defeated by the Bloodshed land again and again. There's an opportunity right in front of us. His Excellency Black Star is fighting the enemies with his life. As long as we back him up, we will be able to break the stalemate and win this battle. You're all big organizations from your star systems, famous and renowned. Why have you all become a bunch of cowards? If you don't even have the guts to take a little risk, pardon me for saying this, but why did you even join this war? The communication channels became quiet. No one spoke. Seeing this, Mord said in a deep voice, "Execute the order." The entire fleet was no longer moving forward slowly. They retracted their formation and bashed right into the base station defense fleet's formation like a hammer. Enduring attacks from all directions, The fleet entered deep into the enemy's fleet and headed toward the armed satellite fortress that Han Xiao was on. At first, the enemy fleet was messed up by the sudden change, but they adjusted their formation very quickly and obstructed Mord's fleet. Not long after, Mord's fleet was no longer charging forward quickly. Like they had stepped into a swamp, every step forward became difficult. At this point, they had already reached deep into the line of defense and were only a short distance away from the armed satellite fortress's protective shield. Yet, it seemed like the Mord fleet had to take 10 times the time they took to get here to overcome such a short distance. Hang on. The armed satellite fortress is right in front of us. The command room was shaking from the attacks as Mord loudly ordered, "Reinforcement teams? It's your turn." At this time, the atmosphere was tense among the reinforcement teams. With a serious face, the captain of the Calamity Grades loudly said, "Everyone, get ready for battle. His Excellence Black Star needs our help. Go!" The next moment, those Calamity Grades jumped out of the spaceship, moved swiftly using the other spaceships as cover and finally penetrating the line of defense under Mord's nervous gaze. They headed toward the armed satellite fortress. Mord looked at those Calamity Grades full of hope as they quickly approached the armed satellite fortress. Whether they would win or lose all depended on this. However, as he was being extremely nervous, something suddenly happened. The members of the reinforcement team were just about to reach the protective shield of the armed satellite fortress when the armed satellite fortress suddenly emitted a blinding light and exploded. The entire armed satellite fortress exploded from within. This fortress that looked like a small planet turned into a blinding explosion in the blink of an eye. Countless scraps of armor, parts, and machines were blown away, turning into floating space debris. The impact was as large as a planet exploding. As the fortress was destroyed, the base station protective shield lost one of its generators. The shield in this area suddenly disappeared, showing an enormous hole more than big enough for a fleet to enter. Behind the hole was the hyperdrive base station now without any defense. The path toward the enemy's core opened. A person flew out from the wreckage of the armed satellite fortress. Han Xiao. The sudden explosion attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Friend or foe, they all looked over with shock on their faces. Black Star had destroyed the armed satellite fortress all by himself. The mechanical army had already been retrieved. Han Xiao took his army boxes and left the wreckage. There were quite many burn marks on his mechanical suit. He saw the reinforcement team members right away. He waved and sent a voice message. "You guys are late." The reinforcement team members were all mentally prepared for a bloody fight ahead, but now they felt as if they had just punched a ball of cotton. Dumbfounded, they all looked at Han Xiao. Where are the enemies? Did you kill all of them?" They were completely shocked. How many Calamity Grades did Black Star just kill? What an amazing job! Mord was stunned for an instant before he was overjoyed, yelling with excitement. He had thought that Black Star was held back by the enemies and had no backup, but it seemed like the situation was the opposite of what he had speculated. He had never expected that Black Star could destroy the fortress even while being surrounded by many Calamity Grades. How damn reliable! The protective shield broke very timely. It was a perfect opportunity. Not having the time to think about other things, Mord grabbed the opportunity and quickly issued the orders. The entire fleet headed right through the hole in the gigantic protective shield, firing intensely at the base station. At the same time, the base station was trembling from the attacks. The scene inside was full of chaos. Piercing alarms echoed in every corner. "Warning! Warning! High-energy attack detected." Like the countdown of the Grim Reaper, the bright and firework-like beams of attacks outside the windows rapidly approached. Inside the main control room, the base station commander looked out the porthole, shivering and twitching from fear. Like everyone alongside him, he was in despair. He could not understand it. Why is Black Star so much stronger than the intelligence said? He had sent out 5 Calamity Grades to back Tamaria up just in case. They were supposed to guard against the reinforcements of Black Star. However, he had never expected that Black Star would kill Tamaria when those 5 Calamity Grades were still on the way. She was the strongest person there, yet she had been killed just like that. When the 5 reinforcements arrived, the 4 Calamity Grades following Tamaria were either dead or heavily injured. They were crushed. Black Star did not stop there and went ahead to demolish the 5 Calamity Grades that had just arrived. Black Star eliminated more than half of the high-level combatants stationed at the base station all by himself. The how to deal with Black Star information in the intelligence file was absolutely useless. This completely messed up all their plans. The base station commander was petrified and unable to think. In the face of such overwhelming strength, he felt powerless and had no solution for it. All he could do was watch as Black Star turned the armed satellite fortress into fireworks. Time seemed to slow down and the attacks got closer. The bright light lit up the base station commander's face and filled his vision. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. I lost. To Black Star. Chapter 685, Post-War Conference. Chapter 685, Post-War Conference. Thousands of attacks landed on the hyperdrive base station, tearing it to pieces silently in an instant. At this point, Han Xiao had already returned to the blacklight stealth. He took off the mechanical suit, massaged his shoulders, and smiled when he saw the hyperdrive base station getting destroyed. Freebnol.com. Victory at last. My efforts didn't go to waste. The notification of the strategic mission being completed popped up on the interface. Destroying the armed satellite fortress alone made the mission rating very high. His favorability with the purple crystal increased by 1,350, and he was also awarded with tens of millions of experience. However, this was just a small part of the reward that he received this time. Killing Tamaria, who was many levels higher than him alone, gave him more than 500 million experience. Earning experience through killing Calamity Grades is actually quite efficient. Without the players here, that's a rather good option. War was indeed an opportunity. Where else would he be able to find so many Calamity Grade enemies? Through this battle, he had a clearer idea of his own strength. Compared to 2 months prior, his combat capability now was on a completely different level. With legendary battle technique, he could crush most opponents with just his mechanical army. Despite having just entered the Grade A+ territory, his actual combat capability had already exceeded top Grade A+ supers. With so many powerful molding talents that synergized with each other, the actual effect in combat was better than he imagined. Not even sending 10 normal Calamity Grades to fight him would basically be gifting him kills. As long as a Beyond Grade A Super doesn't interfere, the others in the Bloodshed Land should all be no match for me. Han Xiao only had this thought for a second before he immediately slapped himself and got rid of it. That was close. I almost flagged my own death. Han Xiao turned to look at the battlefield. With the base station destroyed, the enemies lost their reinforcement channel. The stalemate was broken instantly. The morale of Section 0 was boosted, and they started to clean out the remaining enemies. The enemy's complete defeat was just a matter of time. Han Xiao had completed his mission, so he did not take part in the following battles. He slacked off with the Black Star Army fleet at the side. Mord and the 3 fleets intercepted and surrounded the remaining enemies. The ending of this battle was already decided. As it quickly ended, Section 0 finally achieved their first big victory. The 3 fleets cleaned up the battlefield and picked up the loot before leaving the scene in groups. After more than an hour in hyperdrive, the fleet slowly stopped in a safe area. Han Xiao received Mord's invitation to attend the post-war conference on the flagship. After calling up Herluz, Harmon, and the other officers, Han Xiao linked his spaceship with the flagship. Whoosh! The hatch opened. In front of them was the link corridor. Han Xiao led the others into the flagship. A few receptionists were waiting there. They quickly approached and welcomed him with a respectful tone. Your Excellency Black Star, everyone has arrived. They're all waiting for you. Lead the way. Han Xiao nodded and followed the receptionist to the door of the conference hall inside the flagship. The door opened, and joyous and delightful voices came from inside. The atmosphere seemed very positive. There were quite a few people in the room. All the people in charge of the partnered organizations within the fleet had been invited. After finally achieving a victory, everyone was elated. Han Xiao stepped in, and chatter inside the hall suddenly stopped. Everyone looked over. Seeing that it was Han Xiao, Their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. They opened up a path for Han Xiao. Black Star, you're here. Quick, take a seat. The center of the hall was a circular conference table, and everyone was sitting there. Mord sat at the host's seat. As he saw Han Xiao, he quickly stood up and passionately invited Han Xiao to take a seat. Hi, how are you? Have you eaten? Han Xiao sat on his seat and casually greeted the others. Haha, now that everyone is here, let's start the conference. His Excellency Ralph has something that he wants to say to us. Mord smiled and pressed the desk. Ralph's remote projection image appeared above the center of the conference table. Ralph cleared his throat and spoke. Everyone, you've done a very good job. You've eliminated the base station, causing the Bloodshed Land's 12 strongholds to be isolated and their forces to be separated. Our troops successfully destroyed those 12 strongholds with very low casualties. This is our first overwhelming victory. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone applauded. Mord, you were very decisive. Your contribution in destroying the base station is huge. Carrie, you restrained the enemies and completed your mission. Pure. Ralph praised everyone present one after the other. The applause continued non-stop. Han Xiao's expression was strange. This reminded him of exam result announcements. They had just won a battle, and now they were already being evaluated for their contribution. Also, the biggest merit of this victory, Ralph turned to look at Han Xiao with a big smile on his face. Black Star, you destroyed the enemy's armed satellite fortress and defensive measures alone, which can be said to be the key point in turning the battle around. Everyone nodded in agreement. Who said that one person could not change the battle? Black Star alone could complete this kind of key tactical mission. His actions determined their victory and decided the result of the skirmish. Ahem. I just did what I should. Han Xiao maintained his expression and waved his hand like it was not a big deal. Mord could not help but add, if not for you at most, we would have ended up with a tragic victory. Of course, you deserve the biggest merit. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he had no choice but to smile politely. Ralph smiled and said, you don't have to be humble. I have already reported to the superiors. They are very satisfied with your achievements. The people above have decided to increase their investment in the Black Star Army as a reward. Also, they will consider making you a long-term partner. When Ralph said this, everyone's expression slightly changed. They were jealous. The biggest goal they had in joining the secret war was to become a long-term partner of a star cluster civilization. Black Star was already one step ahead of them. In the Purple Crystal Civilization upper echelon's eyes, the Black Star Army's importance had probably already exceeded any of the other Section 0 members. Now this is what I wanted to hear, actual benefits. Han Xiao smiled. By the way, you also killed the Bloodshed Land's adjudicator, Tamaria. This is the first high-level Bloodshed Land officer that has died. The Bloodshed Land has lost an important member. You've done a good job. Han Xiao was stunned. So, that testy woman I killed is the first important Bloodshed Land officer to die in the secret war? This means that I took Tai Tai's first blood? So, Heber won't get angry, right? Due to the disadvantage they had been at for the past 2 months, Ralph had been incredibly stressed. He kept wanting to get revenge. As soon as Black Star returned, he had finally made the Bloodshed Land lose. Ralph felt relieved. The more he looked at Han Xiao, the more satisfied he was. In his eyes, the combat capability displayed by Black Star exceeded the standard of normal Calamity grades. Usually, only Beyond Grade As would be able to crush a group of Calamity grades. However, Black Star was not Beyond Grade A. Hence, he felt that there was only one explanation for this. Black Star's potential was extraordinary. Furthermore, his potential was becoming real strength way too quickly. He was obviously much stronger than he had been 2 months ago. Purple Crystal had looked into Han Xiao's past before. About 10 years ago, Black Star had just entered the galaxy and built his mercenary group. Back then, he was not even Grade B, yet in less than 10 years he had risen extremely quickly. This meant that Black Star had the highest amount of Beyond Grade A potential. In all the years since the end of the exploration era till now, none of the Beyond Grade As had risen as quickly as Black Star. Ralph was exhilarated. As long as the tyrant did not do anything, Black Star might be able to crush all the Bloodshed Land Calamity Grades. He was basically a murder weapon among the high-level combatants, the biggest advantage that Section 0 had. This evaluation right after the battle was done on purpose. One reason was to use rewarding Black Star as an example to encourage more Section 0 members to win battles, eliminating the downside of an alliance force. The second reason was to express their attitude toward Black Star on how important he was to them. Killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, no one realized that the effects of this skirmish would be much greater than they thought. Chapter 686 Tyrant's Plan. Chapter 686 Tyrant's Plan. After this victory, Section 0 temporarily did not carry out any more counterattack operations. Han Xiao left the main fleet after getting the contacts of Mord and the others. The reward for this mission came very quickly. Purple Crystal was very generous, giving him a total of 27 million anas and other rare resources, clearly expressing Han Xiao's importance to them. After this battle, Ralph saw Han Xiao as a treasure. He told Han Xiao to stand by temporarily. Only on important missions would he consider using the Black Star trump card. There was no need to deploy him for normal guerrilla missions. Of course, Han Xiao was more than willing to slack off. He could make use of this opportunity to digest the resources that he had just received from the Purple Gold civilization and replenish his mechanical army. Furthermore, Lagi was on the way there as well. At the same time, the influence of this war was slowly spreading. Section 0 achieved a huge victory in the Kaya star system, destroying 12 Bloodshed Land stronghold planets. To the various civilizations and organizations of the Shattered Star Ring who had been paying attention to the secret war, this news quickly made them feel energized. Ever since the start of the war, this was Section 0's first successful counterattack. They have finally put a stop to their string of failures. These organizations knew what Purple Crystal's strategy was: give up some areas strategically and split up the Bloodshed Lands forces. They knew that the secret war would enter a stalemate sooner or later, and that the war would probably only end after many years. The talented individuals appearing in the secret war became the focus of the various organizations. War had always been a stage for the strong, a shortcut to honor. There were always people who became famous through war. To all those who have been paying attention, Han Xiao was clearly the brightest star born on this stage. Everyone else paled in comparison before him. Black Star's turning point since the start of the war was when he was able to survive the attacks of all 8 Vanguard officials. With that, he earned the nickname of Indestructible Body, which spread across the entire star field. Just 2 months later, he once again gained astonishing achievements, killing 10 Calamity Grade Supers, including the Bloodshed Land Adjudicator, Tamaria. He once again made sensational news. The Beyond Grade A seeds in the past had been quiet for a long time. After so many years, none of them became a new Beyond Grade A. Similarly, when those Beyond Grade A seeds first entered the list, that was when they were the most famous. Like a cycle, it was now Black Star's turn. It had not been long since Black Star became a Beyond Grade A seed. These 2 achievements were his signature deeds, sparking discussion between countless people. These 2 unbelievable achievements produced a chemical reaction, making Han Xiao the latest star field level hot topic. His fame in the Shattered Star Ring skyrocketed, and his position grew just as quickly. Before this, Black Star had not been considered someone huge in the Shattered Star Ring. The majority of his position was because of Floating Dragon. However, he had gradually stepped out of the Floating Dragon title, and his own position had started to grow. He could be said to be an overnight sensation. Through this battle, it was not just potential that Han Xiao had shown but his true combat capability, which almost no one in his grade could match up to. To many organizations, Black Star was almost half a Beyond Grade A. It seemed like he really had a chance to sit on the Beyond Grade A throne one day. The rise of every Beyond Grade A was always sensational. If a 5th Beyond Grade A really appeared in the Shattered Star Ring, the issues between Klent and Purple Crystal would become unimportant. When Han Xiao stood his ground against the 8 Vanguard officials, those large organizations had still been spectating. However, after the news of him killing several Calamity Grades spread out, many people could not just watch anymore. Some wanted him dead, while some wanted him to live. More people wanted to contact him. Many that were previously just watching decided to join in. Han Xiao had yet to know that the storms he had stirred up had made the influence of the secret war exceed beyond what it was supposed to have. A cyclone hidden under the secret war was brewing. At this time, Clint and Purple Crystal knew nothing about this, nor did they think that this war would go out of their control. In the Bloodshed Land headquarters, specifically in the Tyrant's Palace, the small mountain-sized Heber sat on the hovering throne, looking down at the frightened Jord. Tamaria died? Jord shivered. Not daring to look up, he looked down at the ground and said, "She died at Black Star's hands. I'm responsible, too. My intel was inaccurate. It would not matter if those below Calamity Grade died. But Tamaria was different. She was one of the key members who had followed the Bloodshed Land through battles from the earliest time. She had even received personal guidance from Tyrant before. The death of an experienced adjudicator was a huge loss." Okay, Heber said with an indifferent tone. Jord stood still for a while but did not hear the next half of the sentence he had expected. So he cautiously asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Dying in war is a righteous end for warriors," Heber said slowly. "In war, you can kill people and people can kill you." Jord was stunned. Did this mean that Tyrant was not planning on getting revenge? I thought you thought I would be furious and immediately avenge Tamaria?" Heber frowned slightly. "Then what would I need you people for?" Heber was domineering, but that did not mean that he was reckless and impulsive. He was calm and would not change his plan just because one or two of his subordinates died. As long as there was no beyond grade A on the enemy side fighting, he would not easily make a move. This had been decided with Clint long ago. Usually, Heber would be biased toward his subordinates, but in wars, he was cold-blooded. Wars were trials of blood and fire. Heber was not going to protect his subordinates. He needed his officers to grow in the flames of war. Even if all of them died, he would not feel heartache. His organization was his tool, not his weakness. Jord did not know what to say. "However, this isn't over," Heber said. "What does that mean?" Jord asked honestly. "He will be held accountable for this. Our fight will be inevitable," Heber said coldly. "He has beyond grade A potential, but as of now, he still is a Calamity Grade. If I kill him now, it will be too boring, so I will give him time to grow. If he stays at Calamity Grade, I won't do anything to him, but as soon as he becomes beyond grade A, I will personally strike and beat him to death." After a pause, Heber said, "If he can't become beyond grade A even by the end of the war, I will still kill him by then. But Black Star is very strong. He will cause a lot of casualties to our high-level combatants." Jord could not help but speak up. He hoped that Heber could change his mind and kill Black Star immediately. "I know the casualties will be high." Heber looked down at Jord, speaking slowly. "Therefore, Black Star is the enemy I'm leaving to you guys. Survive against him, become stronger or die. Those that don't even have this little amount of faith in themselves can request to come back to the headquarters. They won't ever have to go into the battlefield again." Heber knew that Han Xiao was strong, so he wanted to use him to train the officers under his command. Now that all the forces were paying attention to Black Star, if he, a beyond grade A, personally attacked a Calamity Grade, it would seem petty of him. Even though Black Star was a beyond grade A seed, he would still be able to easily kill him. Heber disdained killing Black Star. In his eyes, not only would that be a despicable act, it would also be short-sighted. Killing Black Star immediately would at most clear the obstacles of this war and decrease the casualties of his organization. In Heber's eyes, that was not even worth mentioning compared to what he could get from killing a beyond grade A. He was willing to give Han Xiao time to grow. The Bloodshed Land was so enormous and powerful because he, the beyond grade A, was the core that united all of it. As long as he was there, no casualties were unrecoverable. As long as he was there, the Bloodshed Land would be able to rapidly develop. He needed an opponent worth fighting. If Black Star could really become a beyond grade A, the entire star field would be sensationalized. By then, if he fought Black Star, no one would have a problem with that. "I won't bully you when you're weak. I will wait till you reach my level, then kill you." Domineering as usual. This way, the influence that he would gain would be much bigger. Black Star's death would once again bring glory to the title tyrant. Understood. I will let everyone know your intention. Jord's voice became louder as he was conquered by Heber's personality. Although, from the way Jord saw it, letting Black Star grow was not a wise choice. But it's so domineering. He had absolute confidence in Heber. Even if Black Star became a beyond grade A, he would still be no match for Tyrant. His Excellency Heber's perspective on the issue is on a different level. He saw a greater opportunity while my vision was limited by this war. I'm too petty. Black Star became stronger again. In the floating dragon palace, Aesop was looking at the news. He sighed and looked at Ames, who was sitting on the hovering throne. I still underestimated him. Back then, I wanted Black Star to be your right-hand man. I never thought that he would grow this fast. Sooner or later, he will request to leave Floating Dragon. Ames was silent. She wanted Han Xiao to become stronger, but she did not want Han Xiao to leave her side. Aesop sighed and said, he has done a lot for Floating Dragon, but I have seen many beyond grade as before. Other than those raised by the 3 universal civilizations, no one is willing to be under someone else. I know that he's important to you, but the Shattered Star Ring is very big. He won't be your subordinate forever. He won't be able to leave, Ames said coldly. Aesop frowned. Don't be willful. No matter what, Black Star is your friend. With this relationship, the two of you will definitely be allies. There's no need to create a conflict. I said, he won't be able to leave. Ames raised her voice and interrupted Aesop before lowering her gaze. Unless I can't stop him. Chapter 687 Darkstar Leader and the Fallen Ark. Chapter 687 Darkstar Leader and the Fallen Ark. Black Star Base No. 1's military factory was so large that the end of it was out of sight. Countless assembly lines operated every hour of the day. Mechanical parts were assembled into all kinds of equipment by countless mechanical arms. Several mechanics walked in between the assembly lines, debugging them from time to time. The top of the factory was the main control room that could look over the entire factory. Decks of blueprints were spread on the alloy table near the window of the main control room, flipped by a person's hand. Reynolds sat upright beside the table, reading through the blueprints with a serious expression. This time, the door of the main control room was shoved open, and Sylvia ran in with joy all over her face. Hey, I have good news. Reynolds slowly moved his eyes from the blueprints and looked at Sylvia. Big sis, please do tell, he said with a serious face. Sylvia was already used to Reynolds' personality and had learned to selectively ignore parts of it. She raised her hand, and a ball of flickering mechanical force appeared in her palm. I'm grade B now. Aren't I amazing? Sylvia said with an excited expression. Amazing, Reynolds said with an upward tone and a poker face. He even raised his hands and clapped. Seeing this, Sylvia felt awkward. She felt like something that she was proud of might not be worth mentioning in the eyes of a Calamity Grade. But she could not resist sharing her joy. Han Xiao had taken the old officers out to war, so the one that was closest to her among the remaining people was only Reynolds, who oversaw the logistics. Usually, she would ask Reynolds any questions she had. Although Reynolds was nominally her junior, he was actually considered Han Xiao's teaching assistant. Sylvia could not suppress her excitement of entering grade B, and became happy again after feeling awkward for a while. With aspiration on her face, she said, Teacher will definitely be very happy when he hears about this. He's always had high hopes for me. Most importantly, Han Xiao had promised her that if she could become a grade B super, she would be able to focus on combat in the future and not do homework every day. I'm free. I, Sylvia, am happy. After enjoying being happy for a while, Sylvia realized that Reynolds did not say anything. She looked up and realized that although Reynolds was facing her, his eyes were secretly looking sideways at the blueprints on the table. Is talking to me this boring? Sylvia snapped her fingers, put on an angry expression, and said, Stop looking away. I'm talking to you. Reynolds looked back and said with a serious expression as if nothing had happened, You're right. Wow, what a perfunctory response. Sylvia clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and calmed her emotions. She then took out the communicator and said, "By the way, teacher did something great recently again. Look, people all over the star field are discussing him on all platforms. They all say he has the highest chance to become the next beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. TSK. I never thought that teacher is this amazing. If he really becomes a beyond grade A as his disciple, maybe we..." With a pause, Sylvia suddenly realized that Reynold did not react again. She looked up and saw that Reynold was looking at the blueprints on the table once again. Still looking, Sylvia was embarrassed and irritated. She snapped her finger again louder. "Am I such a beautiful lady, not even as attractive as those boring blueprints?" "No, I'm listening," Reynold coughed. He took the communicator from Sylvia's hand and looked at the news on it. His face turned serious again, and he muttered, "Black Star. Beyond grade A seed." Seeing that Reynold was finally not looking at the blueprints, a smug expression appeared on Sylvia's delicate and exquisite face. As Han Xiao's secretary, she knew that Reynold's contract duration was about to end. For the Black Star Army, she felt that she had to make Reynold stay. According to her knowledge of Reynold, this person's desire to learn exceeded even his physiological desires. Sylvia felt that the best way to make him stay was to keep reminding him that her teacher had become stronger and stronger, showing him how outstanding her teacher was. That way, Reynold might choose to stay and continue following Black Star to learn and work for the army. Although Sylvia did not really want to share her teacher with Reynold, for the sake of the army, she decided to sacrifice that. "Beyond grade A. Beyond grade A," Reynold muttered. Usually he always looked serious and formal, but now, he looked like he had something heavy on his mind. "Black Star. Black Star can solve this once and for all." What? Sylvia did not understand what he meant. "Nothing." Reynold returned to being serious. At the same time, in the training camp of Black Star Base No. 1, Brock put down the communicator that was playing the news. He wanted to pick up the wine cup and drink it to suppress his fear, but realized that his hand was shaking. He was a Dark Star remnant. After the Dark Star leader went missing, he had kept his mission in mind and believed that the leader would definitely return. Hence, he had joined and infiltrated the Black Star Army, hoping to one day become an important chess piece for the leader. He was now acting as the drill sergeant in the base. For the past couple of years, Brock had been working in fear, not daring to do anything out of the line, and carefully disguised his identity, afraid of being suspected by anyone. His trust for the Dark Star leader was what kept him going. However, when he saw the news of Han Xiao becoming a beyond grade A seed, Brock realized that his belief was shaken. He could not help but doubt. If the leader would really be a match for Black Star, would he really be able to complete his revenge? Would it not most likely be suicide? If so, him staying in the Black Star Army as a spy might be pushing the leader into the pit of fire. Brock was perturbed. Black Star's overwhelming strength made him despair. He almost could not even think about resisting. He secretly made up his mind. If the leader one day returned and he was able to get in contact with him, he had to convince the leader not to mess with Black Star. It would be more difficult than messing with Godora on a devastated civilization planet in a certain star field. Fruevil.com. The planet's surface was burning with endless flames and smoke. The ground shattered. The cities were destroyed, and countless were slaughtered. The fleet that completed its invasion retracted their artillery barrels, slowly rising above the atmosphere, leaving the almost completely destroyed planet surface civilization. This invading fleet was made up of 3,000 battleships. However, not far from the planet, an enormous fleet 1,000 times bigger was docked. The battleships seemed endless, as if they filled up the entire galaxy. The 3,000 battleships were just a small division of this enormous fleet. A fleet of such a size could even fight a star cluster civilization directly. The 3,000 battleships returned to the large army with their loot, like a droplet of water entering the ocean. The leading disc-shaped battleship of this team deviated from the others and gradually entered deeper into the army, arriving at the center of this enormous fleet. At the center of the fleet was a gigantic planet-level main ship. Comparatively, the disc-shaped spaceship was like a pebble, and this gigantic main ship was like a mountain. A conspicuous sign was painted on the exterior armor of the main ship: a gray, hooded man. The disk spaceship entered the dock of the main ship, flew down the long lane, and stopped at the hangar. Whoosh! The hatch opened, and the Darkstar leader walked out. With emotionless eyes, he turned around and waved, signaling for the subordinates behind him to bring the dozens of weak captives and follow him. After walking for a while, they arrived before an enormous alloy gate. The giant Cyclops guard beside the gate saw the dozens of the captives behind the Darkstar leader and grinned. "You're quite fast. Go in, he's waiting for you." As he spoke, the alloy gate slowly opened. The Darkstar leader focused his mind, led the others, and walked in. The view before his eyes turned bright. Noises and heat waves landed right on his face. This was an enormous palace that was now having a party. There were countless tables filled with the delicious food and alcohol of many races, and there were people everywhere. Countless creatures from different races were gulping down the meat and drinks, roaring and laughing loudly. There were also female dancers walking through the crowd, roughly groped by people from time to time. The Darkstar leader even saw that there was someone in the corner hugging a dancer and bumping her against the wall. His laughing and roaring mixed into the noises. Chaos filled the entire room. Despite having lived there for a few years, the Darkstar leader still could not help but frown, not used to this stimulating scene. A drunk beastman stumbled over. The Darkstar pressed him on the shoulder and pushed him away. He then walked to the center of the palace with large steps. At the center was a scarlet throne carved into the shape of some strange creature, like an ancient god he did not know the name of, which some arcane church branches prayed to. On the throne was a skinny, bony human-shaped creature wearing a ragged hood. Other than his face, his body was covered tightly. He was facing down, not making a single sound. The hood covered his face. The Darkstar leader came before the throne. Ignoring the chaotic scene around and the noises, he pointed at the dozens of captives behind him that were stunned by what they were seeing. "Your Excellency, I've brought the espers." Suddenly, the creature on the throne shivered, as if he had awoken from his sleep. He slowly looked up, showing his face under the hood. Under the hood was a vortex-like black fog, with a red flickering dot of light in the middle. With an unknown method, this faceless creature somehow spoke. His voice was rough and husky. "Well done." As he was speaking, he suddenly twisted his neck. The black fog under the hood suddenly disappeared, turning into the face of a hybrid human without any special features. The hooded man stood up and walked down from the throne and toward the dozens of captives. The Darkstar leader stepped aside. He stood in front of the first captive, looked right into the horrified eyes of this captive, grinned, and grabbed the neck of this captive. The next moment, this captive's entire body shrunk and became dry, yet he did not die. He collapsed to the ground with his eyes opened wide, not even having the energy to speak a single word. "Not bad." The hooded man licked his lips as if he was enjoying the taste. Then, he did the same and turned all the captives into dried shells before returning to the throne. He looked at the Darkstar leader with a satisfied expression. "You're good. I like you. It's my honor to serve you." The Darkstar lowered his head with respect. "According to our agreement, for every satisfying esper I bring, you." The hooded man waved his hand and interrupted the Darkstar leader. "I know I will give you a new fleet. I have some information here. Maybe you'll be interested." The hooded man shook his hand. A communicator flowed out from his palm and landed in the Darkstar leader's hands. The Darkstar leader opened and looked at it. His expression instantly changed. The rumors surrounding Han Xiao were playing on it. "He seems to be what made you escape from the Shattered Star Ring." The hooded man smiled faintly. "Looks like he can become a beyond grade A." The Darkstar's face was grave. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Thank you for this information." "You're welcome." The hooded man smiled and spoke in a rather friendly tone. He then waved and said, "You can leave now. Such a good environment is rare. Don't disturb my sleep." "Yes." The Darkstar nodded and led his subordinates. He did not care about the dozens of dried captives. The chefs would come to cook them later anyway. Walking out of the palace, the alloy gate slowly closed. The Dark Star looked back. Through the gap in the gate, he saw the hooded man lower his head and enter into sweet dreams in the chaotic, loud, and insane environment. What a maniac! The Dark Star leader clenched his fists, and a deep sense of fear flashed through his eyes. The people behind him had arranged for him to leave the Shattered Star Ring and join under this hooded man. This man was the master of this enormous fleet and also a horrifying Beyond Grade Super, who wanted to fuse the abilities on the Super High-Risk Esper Ability Restriction Treaty together. Following the agreement, the Dark Star had given the hooded man Ember. He could still remember the look of disbelief and shock on Ember's face when he realized that he had been betrayed. However, his resistance was futile. The hooded man had been very satisfied with the sacrifice, so he had made an agreement with the Dark Star leader he could provide fleets for the Dark Star leader, but the Dark Star leader had to exchange them for espers that could satisfy him. Therefore, the Dark Star leader stayed there temporarily. He invaded and destroyed one surface civilization after another, searching for supers with interesting esper abilities. After a few years, he had obtained a large number of battleships and men. Originally, the Dark Star leader wanted to continue building his forces. However, Han Xiao's rocketing combat capability gave him pressure. Following the current pace, Black Star might really become a Beyond Grade A Super. Then it would be useless for him to return. If there was a Beyond Grade A in the Garten star system, no one would be able to cause any trouble. Dark Star would never have a chance to rise again. I have to go back as soon as possible, otherwise everything will be too late. The Dark Star leader made his decision. Black Star happened to be at war, so he could take advantage of that. Furthermore, the Dark Star leader did not dare stay there any longer. In just a few years, he had been deeply affected by the chaos there. He could not imagine what would happen if he continued to stay, whether he would become just as insane. This enormous fleet was a Beyond Grade A organization that was always relocating and moving. The hooded man was the leader of this organization. Among all the Beyond Grade as in the entire universe, he was the most notorious maniac. This place welcomed wanted criminals from every star field who had no way out. It was the holy land for all criminals. This was the Fallen Ark. Arosia had followed Han Xiao to the war as well. She was staying in the fleet and slacking off like Han Xiao. Inside a room with turned-off lights, Arosia hugged her knees, sat in a corner, and stared into the darkness in front of her blankly. This time, dots of light debris suddenly appeared out of thin air and formed into the bright shape of a man, lighting up the room. It was Rista. "It's you." Arosia had no expression on her face. Rista's body vibrated. He then spoke. "Great, if Black Star becomes a Beyond Grade A, he will be able to fight the Mechanic Empire. Our people might be saved." "Oh." Arosia did not respond too passionately. "But Black Star might not be willing to fight the Mechanic Empire. You and I must convince him. He's our biggest hope," Rista said. Arosia kept silent for a while before suddenly asking, "He might die, right? Everything is possible. Nothing is absolute." Rista shook his head and avoided the topic. "Remember what I said." Then, Rista disappeared, and the room returned to darkness. Arosia buried her chin between her knees and stared blankly. Meanwhile, Lagi was still on the way there. Chapter 688 Leaks Coming from Everywhere. 1. Chapter 688 Leaks Coming from Everywhere. 1. Half a month had passed since the battle that destroyed the hyperdrive base station. The Bloodshed Land seemed to be cautious as well, so there were no major conflicts between the two sides for the time being, just skirmishes. Purple Crystal had no new missions for Han Xiao, so he took his fleet around in standby. During this time, he had been studying his loot, the armed satellite fortress. There was a total of 9 armed satellite fortresses. After the base station was destroyed, the other armed satellite fortresses had all been seized. Han Xiao had received one from Mord 2, and he had taken it back for research purposes. The blueprints for this kind of large mechanical satellite were very valuable. This one's model was Stout Shield, Military Satellite Fortress. Han Xiao had been slowly deriving its blueprint over the past half a month. While he lacked the necessary cutting-edge knowledge, which made it impossible for him to get the complete blueprint, He did obtain some useful technology such as the shield generator used by the hyperdrive base station, which could also be applied to psionic shields. Although he could not build the full version of the armed satellite fortress, the great mechanic Han was able to fuse a blueprint of the shrunk version of it. While it was smaller in size, it had the same functions as the original, just not as powerful. The armed satellite fortress was basically strategic equipment, not a combat weapon between supers. Han Xiao planned to turn some of the Black Star bases built on administrative planets into satellite fortresses, at least giving them a certain amount of maneuverability. Han also seized the special armor of Bloodshed Land's elite soldier, Thousand Beast Soldier, which he turned into his own blueprint and made preliminary improvements. In the machinery modification room, Han Xiao stood in front of a row of cabinets, looking at the different types of mechanical suits inside. Thousand Beast Soldier armor, Sunil NCO class armor and Commander class armor, my Snake series armors, and some standard mechanical suit blueprints. If I combine them together, I should get some high-quality, mid-level mechanical suit blueprints. Han Xiao caressed his chin and pondered. He intended to build a special armor series for the Black Star Army to be used as the new standard equipment for the Army. This was not an out-of-the-blue idea but something that he had thought about for a long time. Due to his two astonishing feats, his fame across the entire star field was rocketing beyond his expectations. Initially, Han Xiao had thought that the Black Star Army would only be able to develop slowly and steadily since the players were not there, but wars were proven to have the biggest opportunities once again. The recent heated discussion about him becoming a beyond grade A seed made him notice that this was a great opportunity. Some development targets could now be moved forward. He had always wanted to improve the army from a mercenary group to an armed force like the Bloodshed Land. A set of armor belonging to his own faction was equivalent to uniform Saduk culture, which would help to increase the cohesion of the faction more effectively than a mere army symbol. However, most of the people who came to be mercenaries were free and loose. If he forced a business transformation, he would lose some of those who were unwilling to pledge their loyalty. After all, mercenaries were never worried about where to go next, so they would not easily pledge their loyalty to a mercenary group. Nonetheless, his recent achievements had made people believe that he had an extremely high chance of reaching beyond grade A. The upper limits of an armed force depended on the strength of the leader. The cohesion of a normal Calamity Grade organization could not even be compared with a beyond grade A seed organization. Frubnov.com. For example, the Bloodshed Land, assuming that it had grown to its present size without Tyrant, would definitely have a ton of problems. Internally, the authority would be held by several Calamity Grades, none satisfied by being on the same level as the others, thus causing internal disputes and factional conflicts. Externally, without a beyond grade A leader, despite being such an enormous organization, no one would be able to unite them. In the end, they would definitely go their separate ways. Therefore, a leader who could suppress everything within determined the upper limits of an armed force. Han Xiao had been in the center of attention recently, and his reputation had exceeded the normal Calamity Grade range. Through his contacts, he learned that many intelligence organizations even called him half a beyond grade A. Numerous organizations believed that he would become a beyond grade A. Those organizations were not blind. His combat record was hard proof, so no one would inexplicably underestimate him. As the faction leader's position increased, the Black Star Army's appeal transformed as well. Even mercenaries knew that following a possible beyond grade A would be a more promising future, so the number of people lost in the business transformation would be significantly reduced. Not only that, with his current position, he could even attract more new talents. Because of my reputation, the Black Star Army's influence is growing every day. This is a great opportunity to scale up. Han Xiao was in a great mood. He had initially intended to develop his forces through the support from the Purple Crystal Civilization, but to his surprise, his own fame seemed to have allowed him to exceed what he had planned to achieve for the organization during the update period. Strength was the most important. This expansion is an opportunity to improve the Black Star Army. There are many goals to be accomplished. First, the business transformation. Second, the expansion of manpower. Third, the increase of the armed troops. Fourth, becoming a long-term partner of Purple Crystal. As long as the first three are completed, the fourth goal should not be a problem. Of course, the most important thing is my own strength. When I'm done with these trivial problems, I have to take a period of time to get a silver legacy blueprint to complete the class advancement mission. After that, complete the level 200 promotion as soon as possible. The stronger I am, the faster the army will develop. Han Xiao pondered and quickly set out a list of goals. He did not expect to perform this well before the war, nor did he expect to spark such discussions. The way he saw it, the development plan that he had originally set was too conservative. This wave of discussions surrounding him was an extremely rare opportunity that he had to take. Dong! Dong! At that time, someone suddenly banged loudly on the door of the modification room. Who is it? Han Xiao regained focus and opened the door. Hairy, muscular abs entered his vision. Han Xiao looked up at the 3-meter-tall Harmon standing outside the door. Logi's back. He wants to see you, Harmon said with a low and muffled voice. Oh, I thought he'd throw me an excuse that the hyperdrive engine broke and drag his feet till the end of the war to return. Han Xiao was surprised. Harmon scratched his hairy head and gave a long grunt, as if the muscles in his brain could not process the meaning of the sentence. By the way, Han Xiao suddenly remembered something. How come you are the one reporting? Where's Herluz? Usually, if Sylvia was away, Herluz would be his male secretary, a more decisive, reliable adult male. He asked me to lie to you that he was training, Harmon said with a straight tone, giving off a strong vibe of the word reckless. Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he did not know what to say. Then what is he actually doing? He's playing cards. Han Xiao was speechless. Okay, got it. I'll go to see Logi now. Han Xiao closed his door and walked for a while before recalling something. He turned to Harmon and asked, by the way, how many years till the selection battle for your tribal chief? Harmon was one of the heirs of the Luhan Beastman civilization's Rockfall tribe. The side mission from him was to join his war league and help him become the chief. If he remembered correctly, this should be a version 3.0 side mission, but in case the storyline had changed, Han Xiao decided to ask again. Harmon counted with his fingers for a while and said with a hesitant tone, I think 11 years less 3 days. The average life expectancy of the Luhan Beastmen was about 250 years, which was quite long. The selection of chief was a major event. It usually gave more than 10 years to the candidates for them to form their war leagues. This was because one selection often determined the chief for the next 200 years. It's a good thing you have comrades, Han Xiao said with resignation. Otherwise, I suspect you'd miss the selection battle and lose your position as an heir. Harmon opened his eyes wide and blew his lower lip unhappily, his thick lips shaking. Han Xiao went straight to the bridge and immediately saw Logi, who had been waiting for a long time. He smiled and walked forward, patting Logi on the shoulder. You're back. Yes, I didn't die on the way, Logi murmured. I think it took all the luck I have in my life. Han Xiao's smile stiffened. You're too pessimistic. Ahem. Do you remember what I said before you left? Han Xiao said with resignation. Yes. Logi nodded and said, you said you were going to cancel my workload and give me a raise. No, I didn't. Don't bullsh *T. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. I said when you get back, you'll be my vice captain. Oh. Then I remembered wrongly. Logi's kept a straight face. Are you sure? Han Xiao was suspicious. Why do I feel like you did that on purpose? Hearing Han Xiao's doubt, Logi's face became upset as he muttered, you don't trust me. I should have known. People like me have no credibility. Enough, you, Han Xiao said with resignation. Since you don't have any objection, I'll announce to the whole army that you're the first vice captain. By the way, I'm also planning to announce your past. You were once the hidden Red Robe Abbey's forbidden sorcerer's commander. This past will increase your reputation, and no one will be unhappy about you becoming the vice captain. Do you have any questions? Logi nodded. He had no objections, but he did emphasize one point. Don't forget, you promised that my vice captain position is just a title, and my workload won't increase. Don't you F***King remember that crystal clear? The appointment of the vice captain was quickly transmitted to the communicators of the hundreds of thousands of official members of the Black Star Army. When opening the Black Star Army's mercenary group resume, under the leader column, the vice captain position that had always been empty finally had a first name written in it, Lagi Schwer. Lagi had only joined for a very short time, so there was still a huge number of mid- to low-level mercenary members within the army that did not know him. With curiosity, confusion, surprise, and so on, they opened Lagi's resume and were immediately shocked. Not only was this newly appointed vice captain a grade A+ super, he was also the hidden Red Robe Abbey's forbidden sorcerer's former commander, as well as the fourth disciple of Magus Austin. Lagi's past was very impressive. Few outsiders knew about what had happened between Lagi and Austin. To many, this was a core member of a beyond grade A organization leaving and joining the Black Star Army. Han Xiao was at the height of his popularity, so his every action attracted attention from countless people. Not only the army members, the various organizations that were paying attention to him were also shocked. One of the Magus core members is now the vice captain of the Black Star Army. Are they now working together? The perception of the Black Star Army had subtly changed for countless people, including its members. Black Star's recent achievements and the Black Star Army's expansion seemed to show an inexorable rise. As many people could see, Black Star wanted to use his soaring influence to benefit the Black Star Army, intending to become a Starfield-level VIP. The question that followed suddenly sparked interest from all sides. What would Floating Dragon do if Black Star rose? After all, the Black Star Army was nominally Floating Dragon's field team. Now that Black Star showed beyond grade A potential, if he did deliver on that potential, would he continue to stay under Ames given the amount of ambition that he had shown? While it was still unclear whether Black Star would become a beyond grade A, ambitions were not easy to erase. Black Star's soaring position would change the way he thought sooner or later, inflating his ambitions. Countless people were excited when thinking about the possibilities of the future. If the announcement of the vice captain drew attention, Han Xiao's subsequent announcement triggered an earthquake. The Black Star Army publicly issued a large-scale recruitment order to the entire Shattered Star Ring. Han Xiao planned to tap into the Beyond Grade A seed title to attract a large number of talents. He believed that there were plenty of people willing to bet that he would become a Beyond Grade A. Joining at this time would be more valued than joining a Beyond Grade A organization. It was equivalent to becoming a partner at the start of a business. Even if they lost the bet, it would only cost them time, so the loss would be within an acceptable range. It was a huge gamble. As the Black Star Army made the announcement, countless people and organizations across the 10 or so star clusters in the Shattered Star Ring were tempted. Chapter 689, Leaks Coming from Everywhere. 2. Chapter 689, Leaks Coming from Everywhere. 2. The moment the recruitment order from the Black Star Army was sent out, practically half the star field exploded from excitement, and all the responders began to gather. In just 10 days, Philip had already received countless resumes from various sectors of the Shattered Star Ring. Riding on this wave of heated public opinion, the number of applicants was far greater than any of their previous recruitments. The target was not just toward original mercenaries. As long as one did not have a wanted tag on them, everyone would be treated equally. Philip first eliminated the weaker candidates and did a screening of the first batch of top-rated talents. Just these people already totaled 1.4 million, more than the total count of the Black Star Army. This would effectively double the official staff of the Black Star Army a few times over. More than 1 million people had already been selected, and this was not even the final result. Han Xiao was prepared to open the floodgates fully instead of restricting entry this time. With his fame and reputation, he already possessed the qualifications to form a large organization. This time, he was making full use of the opportunity. Now was not the time to consider if over-recruiting would cause them to be able to absorb the members properly. This recruitment was not just targeted toward talents but also a way to show his influence. The more sensational this response was, the higher the position of the Black Star Army in the entire star field. If one combined the results of the recruitment with his current fame, he would be able to engrave his existence into the hearts of countless influences around, ascending to the top in one step and becoming a famous force in the Shattered Star Ring. Compared to the other large organizations, the Black Star Army, while huge in scale, lacked reputation and influence. However, this did not prevent the popularity of their faction from rising. This was of great benefit to their future development. So from Han Xiao's perspective, the storm of public opinion was perfectly utilized. Most of the recruited talents in the first batch had some sort of fame in their respective sectors. At least 60% were also battle-hardened elite interstellar warriors as well, with the lowest being at grade C. While the number of supers was small, if one cast their eyes across the entire star field, the total sum was still exaggeratedly huge. Recently, the secret war had begun turning into a full-fledged tug-of-war. There were no signs of activity on both sides, and there was free time to deal with his own internal affairs. Purple Crystal attached great importance to Han Xiao's potential and was glad to see the Black Star Army develop itself. Furthermore, this indirectly meant a supplement to Section 0. More than 1 million of the newcomers then traveled thousands of miles from various star clusters to the Garten star system, going through the procedures at the Black Star Army base. Han Xiao also returned to his own base to deal with the various issues caused by the huge swelling in his faction. In the reception room of the Black Star Army headquarters, Sylvia brought in 3 new recruits of different races and appearances, and Han Xiao stood up from the sofa to greet them. "Your Excellency, Black Star." The 3 of them had respectful attitudes and stepped forward quickly to exchange handshakes with Han Xiao. "Come, sit." Han Xiao waved his hand, and they all took their seats, beginning to chat. With millions of newcomers, Han Xiao had no time to meet up with them individually. The reason he was meeting with these 3 was because the new recruits were actually all at the Calamity Grade. A Calamity Grade Super would never submit to another easily. Before he became known as a potential beyond Grade A seedling, Han Xiao had tried many times to recruit a Calamity Grade, but other than Lagi, everyone else had rejected him. However, his status today was greatly different when compared to that of the past. Being a highly anticipated beyond Grade A seed was enough to make some of the Calamity Grades stop hesitating and run under his banner. If their bet paid off, they would then become the backbone of a beyond Grade A organization. If one likened the beyond Grade A to an emperor ascending to the throne, they would be the dragons that became his officials' bright futures awaited them. It was a pity that Ames was too much of a slacker. Even if she was a bona fide beyond Grade A, her attraction toward supers might not exceed that of Han Xiao's. Not many supers would deign to follow a leader without any ambition. Furthermore, Ames could not even be bothered to actively recruit officers. Those 3 Calamity Grades were the cream of the crop among the leeks, probably considered leeks that had grown legs, running 1,000 miles to deliver themselves to be harvested by him. Status and strength went hand in hand, and the Calamity Grades in an organization were destined to be the upper echelons. That was the only reason they had come. After all, they could not be expected to climb slowly from the bottom like a Grade C super, right? Thus, Han Xiao had to personally take a look at the 3 of them and use this opportunity to observe them. Before meeting with them, Han Xiao had already flipped through their resumes. Carmby, Grade A pugilist, male. Tall with extremely pale skin, he seemed to have the bloodline of the blood race. He used to be an external instructor in one of the super institutions with a civilization in some star system. He resigned later, walking through multiple galaxies and taking a lot of private employment. Marion, Grade A mechanical pugilist, male. He was wrapped from head to toe in heavy, dark gray armor and always wore a helmet, seldom revealing his face to others. He looked like some knight from a fantasy civilization, and the reason he had come over was the same as Reynold, because he looked up to Han Xiao as a mechanic. Missy Sek, Grade A Esper, male. His resume was clean. Other than him being a Calamity Grade, there was nothing worth noting. He had hung around with multiple mercenary groups but had not worked long. He was a typical spectator. These people who took the initiative to sign up would not be very strong, but they were at least at the Calamity Grade. The Black Star Army had originally only had 3 Calamity Grades. With the addition of 3 more, this doubled the total number, raising the advanced combatants inside the army. Thus, the supers that took the opportunity to rush over were basically career men. They were accustomed to changing jobs and moved to wherever had some benefit. Naturally, they would not be loyal of this, Han Xiao was clear. He also did not hope for them to sell their lives to him. As long as they could complete the work based on their scope as Calamity Grades, that would be good. After chatting with them for a while, both sides had observed enough by now. Han Xiao stood up and extended his hand, smiling. Then, I'll represent Black Star Army to welcome you three on board. That is our honor. Missy Sek immediately took the opportunity to speak first. Carmby replied shortly after, and Marion nodded in silence. I'll need some time to consider what roles to assign you. Don't worry, I will not treat you badly. Haha. Our requirements are not high. Missy Sek had a flattering smile. After replying with some pleasantries, Han Xiao sent the trio off before asking Sylvia to take them through the formalities. Han Xiao did not rest after but immediately entered another reception room. There were tens of people within there waiting. The moment they saw Han Xiao, they immediately stood up, greeting him warmly. Everyone, please sit. Han Xiao waved his hand, glancing at everyone present. Within this reception room, everyone present were the emissaries of various civilizations from the Colton Star Cluster. They had come to seek cooperation of their own initiative. Originally, the influence of the Black Star Army had been limited to the Garten Star System, but now the other star systems around the Colton Star Cluster had started to notice the potential of Han Xiao, as well as the momentum of the Black Star Army's development, thus coming to seek opportunities for development and mutual benefit. Your Excellency Black Star, I'm the emissary from the Black Raven civilization. I hope that the Black Star Army will be able to establish a subbase within the territory of our civilization. To this end, the Black Raven civilization is willing to pay a cooperation fee each year, at the same time opening the internal resource trading channels. Furthermore, we'll give the Black Star Army the mining rights for a sector. I'm the emissary from the Holy Stone civilization. Our terms are the same as the Black Raven civilizations, but our cooperation fees can be raised further if needed. I am. Everyone introduced themselves one by one, giving their own prices just for Black Star to build a subbase in their territories. This was akin to offering themselves up to aid Han Xiao in expanding his influence. The star system civilizations could clearly see that Black Star had already been tied to the big boss of this star cluster. With him also having the hope of becoming a Beyond Grade A Super, the Black Star Army could very well turn out to be the Colton Star Cluster's Beyond Grade A influence. Attracting him to their side early was naturally the most cost-effective scenario. Right now, the base of the Black Star Army was situated within the Garten Star System. It was unknown just how many times Serbia V had woken up from his sleep due to laughing out in joy, as this implied that there would be a Beyond Grade A Super holding the fort in Godora in the future. The other star systems also wished to have the Black Star Army expand his organization into their territory, simply because of this same consideration. As for those star systems that did not originally have this idea, after seeing all their competitors doing so, they decided that they could not sit still. Thus, over 80% of the civilizations in the entire Colton Star Cluster had sent their emissaries to this reception room. After listening to everyone, Han Xiao nodded, his face remaining impassive, but his heart was secretly moved. The conditions given by the various civilizations in the star systems were extremely rich. Leaving aside the cooperation funds and resource channels, the most profitable thing would be the large-scale mining rights of a resource planet. A resource planet was different from a barren one. The former was chock full of resources, and all of such planets were recorded clearly, with only the region's ruling civilization having the power to mine them on a large scale. If any external organizations tried to mine without receiving a permit, they would have to account to the civilization of that region or even be hunted down by their guards. Every civilization would definitely pay close attention toward a resource planet. Even though the star cluster civilizations had mining ships that were able to dissect an entire planet, they rarely used them as even these big shots paid much attention to sustainable development. A barren star, however, allowed for private mining because the profit obtained from there could not be compared to that of a resource planet. The quality-price ratio was too low, so the civilizations found it a waste of their manpower and material resources, deigning to sell the mining rights to others instead. For those private mining companies, while the profits to be obtained were not high, the barren planets were rich in oil and water. There would, however, be times when the private mining team struck gold. During their mining process, if they found out that the barren planet was actually a hidden resource planet, the civilization would evaluate the total value of this resource planet before offering a bid to buy it back. In this area, The majority of the civilizations were honorable enough to not force the mining team to hand over the planet for free. Han Xiao was still quite clear about these basic concepts. From his previous life, during the later versions, players could even purchase mining rights to the resource planets from civilizations. With such a clear comparison, Han Xiao was acutely aware of the value of giving him the mining rights of a resource planet. This was equivalent to taking out a cake from the civilizations and cutting him a small slice. Could easily net him a profit in the region of billions of anas. This was fertile ground. TSK, I risked my life to earn that small amount of money. Any random mining operation on a resource planet would bring me back thousands of times more profit. Why am I still a mercenary? Han Xiao could not help but silently curse. Indeed, the most profitable way of earning was to establish a civilization. After settling his mind, Han Xiao put on a solemn expression as he said in a stately tone, "Everyone, you have shown me too much sincerity. To be honest, the terms and conditions you have given me are quite tempting. I'm very willing to cooperate with you, but my Black Star Army is currently in its recruitment phase. After this recruitment has ended, I'll schedule time to visit your areas to build a base." Hearing this, everyone agreed and began to chatter. "No problem, we can wait. Of course, we understand. We can sign the contract first." Han Xiao smiled. "Since no one has any objections, let's fix it this way." Everyone present handed in their contracts, and Han Xiao signed them with some emotions in his heart. In the past, there had not been so many good opportunities available for him. However, opportunities were knocking constantly on his door. This led to Han Xiao recall the words that Aesop had once said to him. As long as you surpass grade A, many powers will immediately offer up benefits to you. You will rise to the heavens with a single step and be at the highest level of the dining table. Right now, he had only revealed a chance of breaking through grade A, but this sort of situation had already happened. It seemed as though the old man Aesop had not lied to him. Having finalized this business, the emissaries all heaved sighs of relief. This time, they would be able to answer to their superiors. After sending off this batch of satisfied emissaries, Han Xiao did not stop but instead approached yet another reception room. He still had matters to settle. The impact of his expansion this time was too great, so he had to meet all kinds of leaks every day, to the point that he was so busy his feet did not have time to be fixed on the ground. The large influx of people that he had caused had to be solved by him, even if he was crying internally from fatigue. However, everything would lead to extremely rich rewards, making Han Xiao satisfied. Opening the door of yet another reception room, the people within the room looked over and greeted him as they smiled. The occupants there were people who were more familiar to him, the great figures around Shattered Star Ring. This included the leader of the Dark Underworld Army, Underworld Feather, the captain of the Sky Ring Army, Eurasia, and a few other army commanders. "Brothers, it's been a long time." Han Xiao greeted them and curiously said, "You guys were being very secretive on the communicator. What happened for all of you to come look for me to speak face to face?" The few army commanders exchanged glances before suddenly smiling. The Sky Ring Army Commander Eurasia stroked his steel, like bristly beard, winking as he spoke. "This time we're here to invite you." "Invite me for what?" "As you already know, the situation in the Shattered Star Ring is currently quite turbulent. With opportunities everywhere, it's hard for an organization to completely swallow all the opportunities alone. I've already discussed this with these few army commanders, and we've decided to integrate the entire Shattered Star Ring and establish a mercenary league so that it is convenient for us to participate in various missions between the star system civilizations. In such troubled times, we need to combine forces and seize this opportunity." Without waiting for Han Xiao to speak, Underworld Feather, who was by the side, lazily interrupted, "Black Star, with you being so popular recently, how about you just come and lead our Shattered Star Ring Mercenary League as the leader? Anyway, you don't seem to mind having a lot of things to do." Eurasia coughed and hurriedly added, "Her meaning is, since your current appeal is far greater than any of our great mercenary groups, we came to you this time to recommend you to take the spot of leader and founder of the Mercenary League." Han Xiao's eyebrows jumped up, feeling a little surprised. This was one of the branch storylines of version 3.0, Shattered Star Ring Mercenary League, The major mercenary groups had joined forces to integrate the scattered mercenaries of the Shattered Star Ring, establishing a large-scale mercenary league. The league developed and became a huge faction later that was extremely popular with players. He did not expect the captains of each mercenary group to plan to make him the head, so he ended up getting involved in the storyline this way. You guys are really... Han Xiao's mouth twitched, and he raised his thumb. So smart and insightful. Chapter 693 Years. Chapter 693 Years. Guraja and the others got the answer that they wanted and were overjoyed. After finalizing the details, they left satisfied. Walking out of the Black Star Army base, they turned around to look at the majestic base, and Guraja lamented, Black Star stepped into the mercenary world less than 10 years ago, but he already has such accomplishments under his belt. He is truly an amazing fellow. Another person shook his head and sighed. Every individual capable of becoming a Beyond Grade Super has their own legend behind them. They are not characters that we can understand. That's right. He is no longer on the same level as us. Thankfully, we got to know him early, Guraja said with a complicated mood. In one of the corridors of the Black Star Army headquarters, Herluz and the 3 Volga brothers were walking and chatting. Have you heard? 3 Calamity Grade Supers have joined us. His Excellency Black Star personally met them. They will definitely take on important roles in the army in the future, the eldest Volga brother suddenly said. I know. Herluz nodded with both joy and depression. He was happy about the high-speed development of the Black Star Army but depressed that his own status would be affected because of this. VWebnovel.com. With 3 Calamity Grade Supers joining the upper echelons of the army, the competition would definitely get more intense, and Herluz felt a great deal of pressure. Strength represented authority, and he still had not touched the grade A door yet. His importance to the army would only decrease as time went by. There were already many mid-level combatants in the Black Star Army. If not for the fact that he was the one who had followed Black Star the longest, he would not have the right to be part of the upper echelons with his grade B strength. Herluz already felt that he was growing rapidly, but he was not able to keep up with Han Xiao's footsteps and the high-speed development of the Black Star Army. He did not wish to fall behind just like that and thus became extremely nervous. In order to train his body, he halved the time that he spent playing cards. It would be impossible for him to stop playing cards. It would be impossible in this lifetime of his. The Calamity Grade truly seems so far away. Herluz let out a sigh. The development of the Black Star Army made many of the old officers lament at the speed of their growth. However, the wheels of history would always continue to spin, and Han Xiao would not stop because of this. Han Xiao spent a full 7 days meeting all the emissaries from the various organizations and reorganized the structure of the expanded Black Star Army. Only then did he have some free time to himself. Han Xiao locked himself up in his office and took out a piece of paper to summarize the benefits that he had received recently and made a new blueprint for development. The rapid growth of the Black Star Army had exceeded his expectations, and the original development plan was no longer suitable. With many organizations and star system civilizations giving him the opportunity to expand, it would be a waste for Han Xiao not to make use of them. As long as he made good use of this opportunity, the development speed of the Black Star Army would be increased by 10 if not 100 times. This was an enormous harvest. Han Xiao began to organize which opportunity would be able to bring him the largest benefit and how much he needed to invest. He made a simple list for himself and began to analyze it. At the same time, he also began to grade his faction based on the different grades of equipment. He had 2 different grading schemes. First, current size. Second, potential for development. The evaluation of the current size of a faction was determined by the amount of resources, size, military strength, number of members, influence, and so on. The evaluation of potential was determined by networks, allies, scope of operations, long-term benefits, development opportunities, and the like. Han Xiao chose an organization to be the benchmark for comparison. He rated the Bloodshed Land to be at the orange grade in terms of size and potential. With that as a reference, he began to analyze the Black Star Army. Not including the players before this large expansion, the scale of the Black Star Army was limited to a few star systems. Our size was around the dark green or light blue grade. Currently, it should be at the light purple grade. When Philip recruits the second and third wave, we should be at the purple grade. Han Xiao mumbled to himself while spinning his pen. As for potential, the reputation of me being a beyond grade A seed was an orange grade development opportunity. The secret war and setting up a bridge with the purple crystal civilization are also orange grade. The contracts with the various star system civilizations are orange grade. Setting up the mercenary alliance is pink grade. Together with my own network and potential, the potential of the Black Star Army should be at the orange grade on average. Han Xiao made a list on the piece of paper and nodded. As long as he was able to realize the orange grade development potential, the Black Star Army would be able to quickly enter the level of a pink grade organization. All the organizations of the pink grade were famous organizations on the star field level. While they were still a distance away from the bloodshed land, they were truly supersized organizations. Han Xiao began to make plans for the various opportunities of development. With so many star system civilizations inviting me to set up a branch, this is akin to expanding my territory. All the newly hired manpower can be put to use and sent to these new star systems to expand our scope of operations. I can let a portion of them pioneer the discovery of resource-rich planets to resolve the problem of our organization's transformation. Apart from employment missions and war duties, we can also obtain more revenue streams by mining for resources. If the manpower isn't sufficient, I can send the people from planet Aquamarine to make up the numbers and allow a portion of them to become galactic residents. Furthermore, digging seems to be the specialty of those worms. With my reputation in the Black Spirit race, I should be able to find a large number of elite laborers. Han Xiao then put a tick behind the words, Star System Civilization. Setting up a mercenary alliance within the Shattered Star Ring is also pretty simple. It will expand the scope of my operations and increase my influence. With the support of the other large armies, as long as I call for support, building the foundation of an alliance won't be an issue. Everything else will just be a matter of time. Han Xiao very quickly came up with the new blueprint for development. Putting down his pen, a smile could be seen on Han Xiao's face. After memorizing what was written on the paper, Han Xiao reduced the paper to dust with a single snap of his finger. When version 3.0 is released, the changes in the Black Star Army will probably shock the players. The Black Star Army became bustling with activity, and after hiring a few waves of new members, the Black Star Army had almost 10 million members. The majority of them were sent out to set up branches around the various star systems of the Colton Star Cluster, and the operations of the army expanded from the Garten Star System to half of the star cluster. Han Xiao did not forget about the secret war, and after handling the expansion of the army, he went back to the battlefield and continued to fight. After the commotion from his expansion subsided, the large wave of discussion about him being a beyond grade A seed petered out. Han Xiao had already become the biggest winner, and the Black Star Army left a deep impression on the entire star field during this period. The fame of the Black Star Army had entered the ranks of the famous organizations within the Shattered Star Ring. Under such circumstances, the Black Star Army was still the Floating Dragon field team in name. Floating Dragon remained silent throughout the entire matter, and with some people fanning the flames from behind the scenes, more and more people started to treat the Black Star Army and Floating Dragon as two separate organizations. At the same time, people began to discuss both parties splitting up. The storm that Han Xiao had created had a long-lasting impact. More organizations began to participate in the secret war both openly and secretly, and the scope of the battle became larger and larger. The secret war was a main storyline mission in version 3.0, Crimson Tide. However, news of the secret war was overshadowed by the commotion that Han Xiao and the Black Star Army had created. The war was still ongoing, and the Black Star Army continued to develop. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.